Chapter 851 The Navy's Request for Help. On the other hand, Qin Yu and his party did not return directly to the Great Tomb of Nazarick after leaving the dock. Facing the elusive dragon, Qin Yu did not want to reveal too much of his cards. Sir Qin Yu, why did you refuse to form an alliance with the Revolutionary Army just now, and what is the man in the sky? Kojiki Hiri suddenly spoke. In her eyes, the alliance can not only promote the growth of power. It can also overthrow the Beast Pirates and the Orokai alliance in the future and increase the chances of winning. As soon as these words fell, the people present also showed an interested expression. Even Qin Yu's face had a hint of hesitation. When he heard the 4 words "man in the sky," an absurd idea flashed through Qin Yu's mind. However, he soon rejected it temporarily. As for how to verify this absurd idea, Qin Yu knew clearly that the only way was to find the demon tree that existed in this world. If this tree was really the same as he imagined, then the identity of the person in the sky that long reminded him to be careful of just now could also be revealed. However, when Qin Yu thought of the possible relationship between the two, his head was a little swollen. Gurgle, emergency help. The rapid ringing of the den mushi suddenly sounded. Qin Yu's eyebrows could not help but raise, and he took out a den mushi from his arms. Looking at this long-lost navy style, Qin Yu's face flashed a little unexpectedly. Master Qin Yu, how do you have a navy den mushi? Kojiki Hiri seemed a little surprised. However, when she saw Wei Wei and others with a matter-of-fact expression on their faces, before she could open her mouth to continue asking, a sudden voice sounded. You should be Sister Hiri. Nico Robin walked out of the dark without any warning. After looking her up and down, she smiled and said, she is indeed a lovely girl. No wonder she can follow Lord Qin Yu back to Alabasta. However, it seems that Lord Qin Yu did not tell you that he has another identity in the Navy. Another identity in the Navy? Hiri Kojiki's expression stagnated, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. He immediately exclaimed, You mean, the supernova in the Navy, Thunder Dragon Laxus, is another identity of Lord Qin Yu. For such a ridiculous speculation, if she had not seen Qin Yu change his identity with her own eyes, Hiri Kojiki would never say such a thing. But now all kinds of facts are in front of her. If people outside knew that even the Navy's highly respected supernova was from the same identity as the Blood Flag Pirates, I'm afraid that many people on this sea would go crazy. Haha, Sister Hiri, you don't have to make a fuss. This is one of the charms of adults. Nico Robin laughed dryly and said, but now, let's not hinder Lord Qin Yu and deal with business. According to the information, the emergency contact phone bug in Lord Qin Yu's hand should have a signal coverage range of 500 nautical miles in the Navy. However, judging from the strength of the signal just now, the person who sent the call for help should be less than 100 nautical miles away from Alabasta. Moreover, the authority of the phone bug in Lord Qin Yu's hand is not small. The person who can send a distress signal to him should have a high status. At this point, Nico Robin smiled and looked at Qin Yu and said, it's just that I don't know what kind of danger can make this Navy with a high status so panicked and send a distress signal. A series of analyses instantly solved everyone's doubts. For Nico Robin's long-lost eloquence, Qin Yu dispersed the character template of Orla and rolled his eyes at Nico Robin. It seems that Nico Robin's inner demons were undoubtedly solved by making trouble on Judicial Island in the Holy Land of Marijoa for her. However, what Qin Yu cares about most at the moment is the distress signal sent by the Den Mushi. Originally, he was planning to use the new character template to brush up the world turmoil value. If there is a chance, he can also go to Wano country to see if the alliance between Orokai and Kaido cannot be broken up. Try to get more world turbulence value to unlock the Samsara Eye. Get most of the password of the big account back, so that he will not be afraid even if he really faces the person in the sky in the future. However, Qin Yu can only think of a few people who can contact this Den Mushi and send an emergency signal for help. If he doesn't help now, I'm afraid things will develop in a direction that Qin Yu doesn't want to see. Hey! Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, Hiri, I should go back to the Navy next and solve the remaining trivial matters first. As for the war with the Beast's pirates, it will be postponed for a while. Next, I will let Walter and others send you to Zou. If there is a chance, we will meet soon. After saying this, Qin Yu reached out to Kojiki Hiri's head in front of everyone and rubbed it hard several times. The next moment, with the arcs of lightning flowing on his body, the crackling sound of arcs was switched to the character template of Laxus again. Seeing this scene, Kojiki Hiri was slightly startled, and nodded silently. Qin Yu had already turned into a lightning and disappeared from the sky. Hehe, Sister Hiri, don't worry too much. Lord Qin Yu is always true to his word. Whether it is me or Wei Wei, we have received the Lord's kindness. I think the person who sent out the distress signal now is probably Lord Qin Yu, another beauty in the navy, otherwise he would not rush out in a hurry. Nico Robin laughed dryly and comforted. However, compared with Kojiki Hiri, Vivi's cheeks turned red, and she was the first to react, muttering anxiously, Sister Robin, what are you talking about? I am not the lover of Lord Qin Yu. Yes, you are not the lover of Lord Qin Yu, but you want to be his lover. King Cobra, you should consider that the next time you meet Lord Qin Yu, you should first propose a marriage. Ah, this idea seems good. Although the rapeseed port has the patron saint Kosist, if I can still get the blessing of Lord Qin Yu, I, an old man, can die at any time. Haha, Your Majesty, if this is the case, I, a Kalam, can wake up with a smile even when I sleep. You guys! A series of unbridled laughter echoed in the sky. Kojiki Hiri looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. In her eyes, facing the beasts pirates and Orokai has made her nerves tense to the extreme. She never thought that these people could still talk and laugh. At this moment, an absurd thought flashed through Hiri Kojiki's mind. Could it be that this is the so-called personal charm? Chapter 852 The existence comparable to Pluto Rayleigh. 60 or 70 nautical miles away from Alabasta, there is a deserted island at the mouth of the sea. A severely damaged warship approached quickly. The flag representing the justice of the navy fluttered in the wind on the mast, and most of it was burned directly. The originally solemn and dignified warship had already become embarrassed at this moment. Standing on the bow deck, commanding the chaotic navy soldiers, it was surprisingly in the navy. Daotu, who is known as the candidate for admiral. Looking at the deserted island in front of her, Daotu's face was a little livid. Sister Daotu, the keel of our warship is seriously broken and can no longer sail. The other side is obviously forcing us to escape to this deserted island. A female adjutant quickly stepped forward to report. Her eyes looked behind her from time to time. When I think of the guy I met during the voyage half a day ago, my scalp is a little numb. If they are not mistaken, he is a madman from the great pirate era. Even the admirals of the navy feel that he is a difficult existence. At least, in their eyes, Daotu is known as a candidate for admiral, but facing that guy, he also feels a little dim. If you are not careful, I am afraid that the whole army will be destroyed. Bang bang bang! A dull sonic boom sounded suddenly. The huge black shadow quickly enlarged in the void and soon appeared above the warship, showing a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Everyone hurriedly looked up, and the first scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. This is a pirate ship that fell from the sky. Facing that terrifying guy, they also guessed the various means of attack they would face. They never thought that the opponent would start with a pirate ship. Looking at the huge ship body that was rapidly enlarged in their pupils, the navy soldiers present subconsciously looked at Daotu. Everyone, prepare to abandon the ship and go to the island. We have to hold on until other branches come to support us. Daotu shouted coldly. His right hand had already grabbed the Jin Kun Lo at his waist, and the next moment, the crisp sound of the knife suddenly resounded through the sky. Clang! The golden light was like a long rainbow. The moment the sharp blade was unsheathed, it turned into a huge flying slash of more than 10 meters, slashing towards the incoming pirate ship. Bang! The huge pirate ship was instantly cut in two with one knife. Under the explosion of golden flames, the huge two halves of the hull flipped directly and hit the sea surface, raising a large wave. The originally damaged warship was directly hit on the coast under the impact of the huge waves. Boom! Under the huge force, the keel of the warship, which had already been overwhelmed, broke with a sound. The dozens of meters long hull was split in two. Daotu, who was standing on the bow deck, witnessed this scene, his face turned pale, and he jumped onto the shore. However, before she could continue to issue orders, her pretty face suddenly changed drastically the next moment. Everyone, leave quickly, he is coming. Together with the words, the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air resounded throughout the sky. A black shadow flashed quickly against the sea surface, and the shock wave it caused directly tore a hole in the sea surface. With an attitude as fast as thunder, it appeared on the coast first. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and his huge fist, as big as a millstone, hit Peach Rabbit head on. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Dao Tu's face changed slightly, and the golden Kunluo in his hand was quickly covered with armed domineering force. Without any hint of fancy, he blocked it head-on. Bang! The dull collision sounded like a thunderous explosion. Under the huge air wave, the rocky ground beneath his feet collapsed. The naval forces that had just landed around were blown away. When they got up from the impact and barely recovered from the impact, through the flying dust in the sky, they looked at the two figures who were very different in size and were in a stalemate. His pupils suddenly shrank, and even worse, he couldn't help but screamed in surprise. Yes, it's him. Sure enough, he is Barrett, the descendant of the devil who once stayed on the ship of Pirate King Roger during the Great Pirate Era. Oh my god, wasn't this guy rumored to have died more than 10 years ago? Why did he come back to life again? That is said to be an existence comparable to Pluto Rayleigh. A series of urgent calls echoed on the desert island. Compared with the confused recruits, the older veterans clearly recognized the identity of the intruder in front of them. Compared with the sudden glimpse just now, which was just a guess, the devil descendant Barrett is now very close at hand. Even their last glimmer of hope was shattered to pieces. Facing the terrifying existence that once dominated this sea. With Dao Tu alone, his chances of winning are probably extremely slim. Little girl, I remember you. Barrett smiled ferociously. Scarlet skin, paired with a strange military uniform and white gloves, gave him an inexplicable air of murder. He looked at Dao Tu, looked at him for a while, and said, "You were the old and immortal adjutant of he back then. I didn't expect that you have become a lieutenant general now. However, after more than 10 years, your navy is still disappointing. If you meet me on this vast sea, you are very unlucky. Only with enough strength can you roam freely in this sea. At least you are not qualified." Bang! The huge arms and prominent muscles swelled in an instant. The next moment, the huge fist like a millstone came down like a heavy hammer. Dao Tu's expression changed, and his slender arms bent as if overwhelmed. There was no time to think about it, and the golden flames on his body bloomed like a tide. A pair of golden wings similar to Marco's phoenix blossomed on his back. Feeling the overwhelming, crushing power, Dao Tu gave a sweet shout and activated his devil fruit ability to the extreme. Suzaku Flame! Bang! The golden flame exploded like a whirlpool. Under the impact of the huge air wave, Barrett's huge body was swallowed directly. It even formed a giant flame pillar rising from the sky. Feeling this massive attack, the Navy soldiers present were startled at first, and soon saw the figure of Peach Rabbit, retreating out. Landed in front of a group of soldiers. "Lieutenant General Dao Tu, are you okay?" A female adjutant took the lead and asked. "Lieutenant General, your attack just now was so wonderful. Facing Douglas Barrett, who is known as the descendant of the devil, you were able to display such a powerful flame that it swallowed him up directly. At such a close distance, if the violent attack succeeds, he will definitely be traumatized." The slightly arrogant words echoed on the battlefield. Facing the adjutant's words, the Navy soldiers present showed a hint of hope on their faces. However, before the smiles could bloom on their faces, a look of surprise flashed across Dao Tu's pretty face. Before he could think about it, Jin Kunluo, who clenched his right hand tightly, quickly slashed away from behind. Chapter 853 Devil Mode. Boom! The dull collision sounded like thunder. Jin Kunluo instantly slashed at the huge fist covered with white gloves. Looking at Barrett, who appeared behind him like a ghost, the adjutant who was eloquent just a moment ago almost dropped his jaw to the ground. She never expected that Peach Rabbit, who had used the Devil Fruit's ability, would launch such a powerful attack. Not only was Barrett not injured, he was also able to display such speed. "Little girl, your strength is really good. What you just used must be the rare Demon Beast Devil Fruit ability," Barrett said with a ferocious smile with interest. "But, I'm sorry, that's not how the ability of the Devil Fruit can be used. Seeing that you are quite capable, I will let you be my first stepping stone to set foot on this ocean again." Devil Mode. Buzz. The huge aura, like a frenzy, instantly detonated in Barrett's body. The dark purple ghost energy and domineering energy gathered crazily and compressed on the body surface, as if it had turned into indestructible armor. The originally huge body swelled again, giving people a feeling of oppression like a hill. Those scarlet blood-like eyes gave people the feeling of being scrutinized like a devil from hell. Seeing Barrett's changed form, Dao Tu's face suddenly changed. "You guys run away quickly, he's getting serious." More than 10 years ago, after the death of Pirate King Roger, Douglas Barrett, who was known as the descendant of the devil, lost his target and opponent. He went berserk in this sea. Facing Barrett, who was said to have the strength comparable to that of Pluto Rayleigh in his heyday. Once he went berserk, he would run rampant like a mad dog. Not to mention that the navy was unable to resist, even the pirates were miserable. Finally, facing this kind of rampaging power of the times, the navy and the world government also concocted a method to deal with the world destroyer Walt. After Barrett and the pirates had been fighting for a long time and had consumed a lot of physical strength, Garp and Sengoku personally took action to suppress him and sent him to the impel-down prison. As an intern following Crane, Naoto witnessed this amazing battle with her own eyes. It was also because of her outstanding performance that she was remembered by Barrett. Seeing Barrett suddenly getting serious and entering the devil mode, Naoto didn't have time to think about it. A chirping sound came from his body, and the hot golden flame was pushed to the extreme. One sword flow flame dance cuts the sky. Bang 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 bang. Naoto's right hand shook suddenly, and the golden flame produced by the devil fruit, at the moment of madly pouring into Jin Kun Luo, without any fancy, chopped out one after another. At a close distance, the sky slashed like a rainstorm, pouring down on Barrett's body. However, watching the attack being bounced away directly like rain hitting banana leaves, Naoto's expression could not help but stagnate. "Little girl, are you tickling me? You can't hurt me with your devil fruit ability alone." Barrett smiled grimly. The 5 fingers of the fist covered with purple and black domineering suddenly clenched to the extreme. Without any fancy, it smashed directly into Naoto's face. The speed was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. Watching this sudden scene, Naoto, who had not yet had time to dissipate the after effects of the attack, suddenly changed his expression. If he wanted to escape, there was no way to be faster than Barrett. "Naoto, I'll help you." A low shout suddenly sounded. The black shadow quickly rushed over from a distance and blocked Naoto in front of him. The samurai sword in his hand, which was already ready to go and covered with armed color domineering, collided with the incoming fist head-on. Boom! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. The huge impact force, as if holding a huge force, directly hit the samurai sword in the block. Facing this fierce attack, the samurai sword only persisted for a moment. The next moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out without warning, and a shocking crack spread rapidly on the blade. "Haha, I didn't expect to meet an old face here." Barrett laughed fiercely and said, "Hua Shaishan, have you forgotten the consequences of you being a hero and letting he block this move more than 10 years ago? My fist is not so easy to take, break it for me." Bang! Barrett swung his right hand again, this time with such a strong momentum, the fist force raised made people's skin hurt. At a close distance, he hit Hua Shaishan again. Boom! The huge force surged in an instant. The blade that was barely blocked seemed to be unable to stop the spreading crack. It broke in full view of the public. The sharp blade with a cold glow flew and stabbed into the ground at an angle. At the moment when Barrett's right fist was still powerful, it hit Hua Shaishan's body. Bang! Hua Shaishan flew backwards like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that it crossed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye and hit the Navy warship that had just arrived at the port. The huge impact force directly shattered the warship. While the debris was splashing all over the sky, the Navy generals who received the distress signal and came to support urgently. Their faces turned pale. Especially when they were older, they looked at Barrett who had entered the devil mode, and their mouths were dry. "Haha, I didn't expect that a little girl could attract so many familiar faces. It's worth it that I specially saved time to play with you." Barrett laughed grimly. A pair of blood-red eyes with a hurried and crazy taste swept across the scene. "Ghost Spider, Stolobiri, Flying Squirrel, I didn't expect you to come too. However, your navy is really as disappointing as it was more than 10 years ago. Is it possible that after so many years, apart from the guy who lit the candles, your navy headquarters has no other newcomers who can be sent to the scene? Since you are all so boring and can't let me enjoy the fun of fighting, there is no point in keeping you here. Just sink me into the sea. The strongest fist." Barrett laughed grimly, and his pair of iron fists clenched suddenly. Without any fancy moves, he struck the warships in the distance. Bang 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 bang! A punch was thrown, as if piercing through the void. The huge fist force turned into a machine gun sweeping across the sky, covering the 3 Navy warships head-on. The sudden scene shook the nerves of the 3 flying squirrels. As veterans who also participated in the encirclement and suppression battle in the past, they knew it clearly. Even if Barrett was sent to the underwater prison and imprisoned in ice for more than 10 years, with time stagnating, his overwhelming power was still beyond their reach. Chapter 854 Overwhelming Power. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of breaking through the air rushed straight into the sky. The mighty attack approached in the blink of an eye. Feeling this crushing attack, Flying Squirrel and others were obviously unable to react for a while. Don't be dazed. The four of us may be able to compete with him if we join forces. Don't forget that we are not as good as we were more than 10 years ago. Daotu's cry suddenly sounded. She turned into a Suzaku and brought a long river of golden flames in the void. One step ahead, appearing in front of the incoming fist. The wings shook suddenly, and a loud cry came out of the mouth. Shadow of Suzaku. Bang! The hot golden flames bloomed on Daotu's body. It turned into a huge Suzaku phantom of tens of meters, directly blocking the fist. Boom! Golden flames splashed all over the sky, and the phantom of the vermilion bird was torn to pieces. It turned into a rain of fire and fell on the sea. Seeing Daotu standing up, Flying Squirrel and others were suddenly awakened. The samurai swords in their hands were also unsheathed. 6 sword-style spider slash. 2 sword-style Shura gate. 1 sword-style invisible slash. 3 shouts came together. As lieutenant generals, they joined forces and performed flying slashes, slashing out like a rainstorm. Facing Barrett's strong fist, they knew clearly that they could not fight against him in terms of strength, and the only thing they could do was to retreat. Use numbers to turn the disadvantage in the situation. As long as they suppress the violent offensive in front of them, they will have time to recover. They believe that, as Daotu said, as long as they are careful to join forces, it may not be impossible to stay in time more than 10 years ago. Confronting Barrett, who is standing still. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a ghostly figure appeared one step ahead of them under the sky, slashing blows. Barrett, who was covered with purple-black armed color domineering and entered the devil form, had a face full of hideous smiles, and a bit of unbridled madness. The weak are the weak, that's not it, the passage of time can get rid of it, this kind of attack is not worth it for me to hide, it's just to tickle me. Bang 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 bang. The sky-slashing blows fell on Barrett's body, like rain hitting banana leaves, and were instantly shattered. The posture that looked unparalleled was like paper in the face of Barrett's defense. There was no qualification to even let the huge body shake a little. However, this can't be blamed on them. In the original work, even Luffy used the 4th gear balloon man and the Great Ape gun. Barrett was able to withstand it completely without injury. Not to mention the 3 flying squirrels who attacked in a hurry. Watching the huge body covered with purple-black armament haki as the offensive collapsed. It shook again and disappeared like a ghost. The 3 flying squirrels, who were in a daze, suddenly tensed up to the extreme. An inexplicable dangerous aura spread rapidly on the spine. Whoosh! Barrett appeared in front of the flying squirrel like a ghost. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched, and with a stern sound of breaking through the air, he suddenly hit hard. Facing this close-range attack, the flying squirrel had no time to think about it, and directly covered the long sword in his hand with armament haki, even the chest position was no exception. Bang! The violent collision sound exploded. In full view of everyone, the flying squirrel flew backwards. The mast of the warship behind him was broken, and the remaining power was thrown onto the reef 1,000 meters away. As the collision sound echoed again, the huge reef of more than 10 meters could not bear the weight and broke in half. However, after this attack, Barrett obviously did not stop at all. His figure was like a ghost, appearing in front of Ghost Spider again. His huge right hand, like a millstone, reached down directly and grabbed Ghost Spider's head first. Facing this sudden attack, Ghost Spider's face changed drastically, and the only thing he could do was to cover his head with armament haki as a helmet. However, when the domineering defense was launched, Barrett's cruel words flashed in his mind. "Dead Spider, sink into the sea for me." Barrett laughed fiercely and stood up, holding Ghost Spider's head tightly in his right hand, without any fancy, and directly lifted it up and smashed it onto the deck of the ship. Boom! The deck of the ship shattered, and the warship of dozens of meters seemed unable to withstand this huge distance discharge. Most of it shattered, and the Ghost Spider with its head lifted up, before it could react, fell heavily into the sea like a depth charge. It exploded with water splashes all over the sky and set off a large wave, rolling back to all directions. Ghost spider, flying squirrel. Stolobiri's face suddenly changed drastically. The moment before, they were still thinking that with the help of the slash, they could buy a little breathing time and let them reach an opportunity to join forces. They never thought that in a confrontation, Huashaishan, flying squirrel, and ghost spider, who were both lieutenant generals, were directly knocked away. At present, the life and death of the three of them was uncertain, let alone competing with Barrett. I am afraid that whether they could still join forces to fight the enemy was another matter. Stolobiri, don't be dazed, I'll help you. Doutu roared in a hurry. She was surrounded by golden flames and appeared behind Barrett. She clenched her hands tightly. The flame-wrapped Jinkun Luo slashed out again. Suzaku flame dance slash. Bang! The dozens of meters-long flaming slash, tearing through the air, crushed down on Barrett's body. Facing this sudden attack, Stolobiri's face first showed a hint of joy, and the next moment his expression was stiff, and he roared in a hurry, Doutu, run away quickly, that guy's target was not me from the beginning. Not you? Doutu's expression froze, and he was stunned at first when he saw Barrett with his back to him, but then he saw Barrett suddenly turning back and showing a hideous smile. Little girl, you are more interesting among these guys. But your attack is really just to tickle me. As soon as the voice fell, Barrett's right hand covered with purple-black armed color domineering stretched out in full view of everyone. He caught the incoming flying slash. The moment the 5 fingers clenched suddenly, a low explosion sounded suddenly. Bang! The golden flames all over the sky burst out, and scattered like a rainstorm between heaven and earth. While Barrett crushed the slash with his right hand, he went straight to Doutu without slowing down. People outside say that you are a substitute for the admiral, and you have more potential to become an admiral than these vice-admirals. Then you will be my hostage obediently. I want to see if the despicable navy and the world government will attack me head-on for a mere woman like you. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself. You are so unlucky that you met me. Chapter 855 Battle with Barrett. Bang! The golden flames all over the sky, like a rainstorm, scattered on the sea. Looking at Barrett who crushed the flying slash with ease, the faces of the Navy soldiers present turned pale. This is too fierce. Facing Barrett's ready attack and the high-speed movement he displayed. At such a close distance, Doutu had nowhere to hide. The only thing he could do was to watch the big hand coming towards him. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Doutu's mind. Unfortunately, in such a life-and-death situation, he could not think of any solution. Boom! The thunderous sound exploded. The violent lightning turned into a long rainbow, with an unparalleled swiftness. It locked onto Barrett one step ahead. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. The momentum was so huge, and the long halberd transformed by the lightning showed the arrogant and domineering momentum to the fullest. Barrett's expression changed slightly, and he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly pulled back his right hand. With an attitude that was not inferior to others, he punched hard. Bang! The thunder roared, and the violent lightning flashed, dispersing between heaven and earth like fireworks. The airwaves rolled back like a tide, and endless lightning flashed everywhere. Doutu found a chance to breathe, and the golden flame wings behind her suddenly flapped down, and she quickly withdrew and retreated. At the same time, Barrett, who was in the thunderstorm, flew out with a huge body like a hill. He smashed heavily on the rocky mountain dozens of meters away. Boom! The rocky mountain shattered with a sound, and the huge impact force, and the remaining power made Barrett smash heavily on the ground. The sudden scene made everyone present look astonished. Even Doutu was no exception. If she remembered correctly, the only person who could perform this kind of attack was the thunder dragon Laxus on the Sabayati archipelago, who was like a flash in the pan. Is it the kid who played with thunder in the Sabayati archipelago? You are really strong. Barrett stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened, and said with a ferocious smile, What's wrong, do you want to come out and fight? Or do you want me to do it myself and force you out? As soon as the voice fell, Barrett's scarlet eyes suddenly glared. The domineering spirit dormant in the body exploded like a raging tide. It rolled back in all directions like a hurricane. Wherever the domineering spirit passed, some Navy soldiers with slightly inferior strength instantly rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth and fainted directly. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. As the domineering spirit spread, thousands of meters in radius were all washed away. The next moment, before everyone could react, Barrett suddenly looked up at the sky. Boom! The golden lightning fell from the sky with such a great momentum that it directly enveloped Barrett like a thunder column. Under the release of huge power, the ground that had been cracked by the heavy blows collapsed. "Cunning little devil!" Barrett roared, soaring into the sky in the endless lightning. At such a fast speed, he instantly appeared in the void dozens of meters high, looking at the violent lightning. Without any fancy moves, he suddenly clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand and punched hard into the void. "Laxus, be careful, his fist is very powerful." Dao Tu's expression suddenly changed, and she was the first to shout a reminder. Just now, 4 Navy Vice Admirals came to support, and all were defeated in one blow. Such strength is enough to show the power of Douglas Barrett, who is known as the descendant of the devil. Now that Qin Yu can arrive in time, Dao Tu sees a glimmer of hope for victory. She doesn't want Qin Yu to end up with the same fate as Hua Xiaoshan and the others if he is not careful. However, as soon as the words of reminder sounded, Qin Yu, who turned into lightning, appeared in an instant. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched tightly, without any fancy moves, and he struck the huge fist head-on. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Boom! Lightning entangled, huge power, tightened at the moment of fist collision. As the lightning burst, the air seemed to be blown up, rolling up large air ripples. Qin Yu's figure, like a sandbag, flew 7 or 8 meters away before suddenly stopping. Looking at the fierce Barrett, he showed a long-lost fighting spirit. He actually took it. Hua Xiaoshan fell to the side of Dao Tu in a slightly embarrassed manner. Looking at Qin Yu in the sky, his face was full of disbelief. The moment before, Barrett's strongest punch contained a force that was directly too much for them to bear. If there were a few more hits, they would probably die directly. However, now as a junior, Qin Yu not only took this blow, but also only retreated 7 or 8 steps. In this comparison, the gap has obviously widened. I knew he would have a way, but Barrett may not have used his full strength yet. Dao Tu's beautiful eyes flashed. The tense nerves in his heart relaxed all of a sudden. Whether in the Sabayati archipelago or at this moment, when he saw Qin Yu appear, Dao Tu believed that all these problems could definitely be solved. "Dao Tu, are you saying that Barrett is still hiding his weakness?" Hua Xiaoshan's expression changed. Unfortunately, no matter how he continued to ask, the void in the void shrouded by lightning, like a hurricane passing through, the lightning in the sky collapsed. However, the figure of Barrett, who should have existed, disappeared from the spot like a ghost at this moment. Before everyone could react, a stern sound of breaking through the air appeared in front of Qin Yu. A fist covered with purple-black armed color domineering, with a 10,000-pound posture, hit Qin Yu's abdomen head-on. Qin Yu had expected it, and faced the incoming fist. He punched it without any hesitation. Bang! The dull sound of thunder and explosion resounded through the sky again. Qin Yu felt the huge force coming from his fist, and the whole person flew backwards again. However, compared with the previous moment, the distance of this backward flight was obviously shortened by 10 minutes, and he stopped directly in the void. Seeing Qin Yu taking the attack again, not to mention the fire burning the mountain, even Barrett's expression was slightly moved. If it was said that Qin Yu was lucky to take the attack last time, then the current fight was a real existence. This scene made Barrett's expression sink slightly. Feeling the change in the atmosphere around him, his face sank slightly, and his 5 fingers clenched slightly. A pair of extremely gloomy eyes suddenly turned down and locked on Qin Yu. Without any fancy steps, the air seemed to be exploded under the heavy steps, and the whole heat rushed towards Qin Yu again like a cannonball. Bang! The huge body rolled over like a cannonball. Everyone reacted again. Barrett had already taken the lead and appeared in front of Qin Yu. Chapter 856 Strength does not allow it. Puff! The sound of sonic boom in the air resounded throughout the sky. Looking at the Barrett who appeared in front of Qin Yu dozens of meters away, like a cannonball, without being affected by the size of the body. Everyone's nerves were instantly tense. If, as Dao Tu said, Barrett did not use up his strength, then the furious attack now might be enough to make people suffer. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, Qin Yu suddenly raised his head and showed a warm smile. Roar! The sound of dragon roar exploded like thunder. The golden lightning quickly flowed on Qin Yu's body. The body size, which was originally very different from Barrett, suddenly increased by a circle. The golden scales flowed on the body like a big net. Under the lightning in his eyes, there was no frills, and his right fist held the lightning of 10,000 kilograms and punched out. Boom! One punch. Endless thunder roared, and the fist mixed with golden lightning arcs, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, collided with Barrett head-on. Bang! The dull thunder sounded through the 9 heavens. Under the violent lightning and the wind, a huge shock wave was formed, rolling back to the surroundings. Wherever he passed, the earth seemed to be unable to bear the burden, and it directly broke and cracked, and even directly raised a large piece of sand and dust. However, facing this fierce collision, Hua Xiaoshan and others who were watching the battle on the scene withdrew and retreated. However, a pair of eyes were as sharp as an eagle, quickly passing through the dust in the sky and directly locked on the center of the battlefield. The scene they saw suddenly made their pupil shrink. No movement. In their eyes, Qin Yu, who should have been knocked away by a punch, did not retreat at all under the strong collision with Barrett. Before that, they saw Qin Yu being knocked away 7 or 8 meters away with their own eyes. Compared with the fist collision that did not move at all in front of them, that scene was simply a different kind of comfort. He really has a way to fight Barrett, but the next warm-up should be over. Dao Tu muttered with a little excitement. Warm-up. Ghost Spider was stunned for a moment, and then shouted in a hurry, Dao Tu, you, what are you talking about? Didn't you say just now that Barrett hasn't used his full strength? What do you mean by this now? As soon as these words fell, let alone Hua Xiaoshan, even the other vice-admirals and soldiers of the navy subconsciously looked at Dao Tu. After all, for the Sabayati archipelago battle and duel with Kaido, they only knew that Qin Yu won and escaped unscathed, but they didn't know how to win. What's more, in their eyes, Barrett was good at huge and unparalleled power. He should be able to overturn victory with one punch. However, Dao Tu's words now overturned their cognition. What do you mean? Dao Tu was slightly startled and said, I mean it literally. According to Laxus, the fight just now was just a warm-up exercise, and the next one is the real battle. After confirming it again and again, the answer was obtained. At this moment, it was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Faced with this sudden reply, let alone Hua Xiaoshan and other navy, even Barrett's face sank slightly. His eyes suddenly turned down and locked on Qin Yu, saying, Little ghost, that girl said you were just warming up, tell me, is this true? In Barrett's eyes, he was performing the devil mode. It was a bit of a loss of status to use it to bully the weak Navy Vice-Admiral. Now, not only could he not crush the newcomer Qin Yu, but he was also told that he was being warmed up. This was undoubtedly a shame. Sorry, I should have told you in advance that I was warming up. Qin Yu smiled warmly and met Barrett's gaze. Feeling that calm and indifferent attitude, Barrett's face froze, and then he roared. Okay, what a arrogant guy, I want to see what you can do after warming up, die. The strongest punch. Bang. The two fists covered with purple-black armed color domineering, like a cannonball, hit Qin Yu again, head-on. The speed was so fast that it left a series of afterimages at a close distance. In the eyes of the public, it approached Qin Yu in the blink of an eye, making people feel that there was no escape. Roar. The sound of dragon roars resounded in Qin Yu's body. His huge body, which was already nearly 3 meters long, crackled with bones under the endless flow of lightning. The next moment, dense dragon scales quickly covered Qin Yu's body, and the dark armed color domineering turned into an indestructible armor. With the last trace of lightning flowing, the black scales covered his whole body. Facing the incoming fist, Qin Yu had no idea of dodging or defending at all. Bang! The dull heavy smashing sound exploded like thunder. The fist, like a millstone, with a posture of 10,000 pounds, fell on Qin Yu's body. Under the violent wind, the thick rock layer was broken and spread quickly to the surroundings. However, facing such a fierce blow, Qin Yu, who turned into a half-dragon posture, still stood in place like a rock. The pair of dragon-like eyes, with golden lightning in the pupils, suddenly turned and locked onto Barrett, smiling grimly, I caught you, then it's my turn next. Puff. The huge dragon tail, covered with black ink armed color domineering, instantly wrapped around Barrett's wrist. It gave people a feeling of being indestructible like an iron chain. Looking at Qin Yu's crazy expression, Barrett's nerves suddenly tightened. Qin Yu moved. The muscles in his hands bulged like rocks, tightened to the extreme. The next moment, all the cells in his body relaxed as if breathing. The whole person's momentum and eyes changed instantly. Ryu Sakura 6 Style Secret Biggest Wheel Thunder Dragon Overlord Spear. Boom! The violent breath gathered crazily in Qin Yu's fists, and the crackling lightning was compressed on his fists. The dangerous aura that overflowed, like an invisible big hand, gripped Barrett's nerves. Looking at the rising aura in front of him, Barrett felt a chill deep in his spine for the first time. Escape. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. Facing Qin Yu's crazy move of hitting him head-on without dodging or evading, Barrett had the same idea just now. However, feeling this terrifying aura at the moment, an absurd word flashed through Barrett's mind. The current situation, as well as the cells all over his body, told him at the loudest volume. Strength does not allow it. Chapter 857. Even Barrett escaped. Boom! The violent aura gathered crazily in Qin Yu's fists, and the crackling lightning was compressed on his fists. The dangerous aura that overflowed, like an invisible big hand, gripped Barrett's nerves. Looking at the rising aura in front of him, Barrett felt a chill deep in his spine for the first time. Escape. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. Facing Qin Yu's crazy move of not dodging or evading his punch, he punched him head-on. Barrett had the same idea just now. However, feeling this terrifying aura at the moment, an absurd word flashed through Barrett's mind. The current situation, as well as the cells in his body, told him at the loudest volume. Strength does not allow it. Break it for me. Qin Yu roared continuously, and the sound of dragon roars resounded through the sky. As soon as the voice fell, the people present only felt that the air in the field was a little turbulent. The next moment, two violent auras that had accumulated to the extreme exploded with a bang. Bang! The golden lightning, under crazy compression, coupled with the powerful 6-style secrets and Ryasakura. The power generated by the instantaneous explosion of the three combined to the extreme. It was completely beyond their cognition. It can be said that in the moment just now, they just felt a flash in front of their eyes. With their hair standing on end, two sharp and unparalleled attacks, like the breath of a dragon, pierced through the void directly. Everything along the way, whether it was the earth or the rocks, as well as the reefs and the sea on the sea, was torn apart. At this moment, what appeared in their eyes was only the golden lightning all over the sky and the thunder that tore the eardrums. When everything calmed down, the dazzling lightning that came into view had already dissipated between heaven and earth, and the two deep trenches that remained on the earth and the sea surface gave people a shocking feeling. Looking at the aftermath of the impact that spread to the end of the site, not to mention the Navy soldiers, even the Navy vice admirals were still in fear. They knew clearly that if they were in the face of this fierce and unparalleled attack, they would have been killed in one blow. However, when they thought of Barrett, who was known as the descendant of the devil, the Navy soldiers and even the vice admirals present did not have time to think about it. Their eyes turned and returned to the battlefield. In the ruins, Qin Yu, who had transformed into a half-dragon, was still covered with the black ink armed color domineering. The rising and falling chest seemed to tell that the fierce and unparalleled attack just now had also consumed him a lot. However, all this was not too important to Hua Shaishan and others. In their eyes, the most urgent thing at this moment was to know about Barrett, the descendant of the devil who was active in the Great Pirate Era more than 10 years ago and was praised as comparable to Pluto Rayleigh. What would be the outcome of this fierce and unparalleled attack? Why did you run so far? Barrett, are you afraid of death? Qin Yu smiled warmly. In the half-dragon form, his mouth was open, revealing a smile full of fangs, which seemed to make people feel horrified. However, what shocked Hua Shaishan and others even more was what Qin Yu said just now. Barrett, who is known as the descendant of the devil, chose to run away after the strong confrontation just now. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? Damn kid! Barrett roared, and his huge body appeared dozens of meters away. A pair of scarlet eyes, with a hint of inexplicable madness, locked directly on Qin Yu. This time Barrett's appearance was all for the Navy to become a stepping stone for him to return to the sea. However, he never thought that the game he set up deliberately not only attracted a group of excellent stepping stones. There was also a stone that pricked his feet. Looking at the newcomer in front of him whom he despised, he could actually feel the breath of death that he could only feel from Roger. Although it was only a trace, the long-lost battle still made his body react conditionally. However, if this conditioned reflex was placed on other opponents, such as the Four Emperors, or the former pirate king Roger, this is actually a reaction worthy of praise. But now this reaction appeared in a new Navy recruit who was still wet behind the ears. If this matter was spread, it would be a shame for Barrett. So, in Barrett's eyes, Qin Yu must die. Good, very good, kid, you are really good, but you should know clearly that some people need to pay the price for their ignorance. Today I will show you what is the strongest devil fruit form. Barrett said good twice, and then his scarlet eyes suddenly turned down, and the devil fruit ability dormant in his body exploded like a frenzy. The ground beneath his feet rolled like the waves of the sea, and an inexplicable breath of palpitation swept like a hurricane. He is going to awaken his fruit ability. Laxus, stop him quickly, otherwise we will all die. Dao Tu's expression suddenly changed drastically. As one of the members who encircled and suppressed Barrett more than 10 years ago, although she did not participate in the battle, she knew clearly what the strongest devil fruit form repeated by Crane looked like afterwards. Once Barrett successfully used it, that kind of power could be said to destroy the world. As soon as these words fell, not to mention a Navy soldier, even Hua Shaishan and others were no exception. Their eyes turned in unison and locked directly on Qin Yu. They knew clearly that if things had developed to this point, the only possibility to stop Barrett was the Thunder Dragon Laxus in front of them, who was known as the supernova of the Navy headquarters and was a flash in the pan on the Sabayati archipelago. If he couldn't stop Barrett, then what awaited them would be a dead end. However, facing the eager faces of the crowd, Qin Yu's tense muscles suddenly relaxed and entered the ferocious half-dragon form. He even dispersed directly in front of everyone. His eyes passed Barrett and fell on the sea in the distance, and he said with a smile, "Barrett, I really want to see the so-called strongest devil fruit form you mentioned. However, I still want to remind you that if you plan to go back to the underwater prison so soon, you can continue to act wild here. Or, do you have the confidence to deal with me and the Vice Admiral present, as well as a Navy Admiral at one time?" Navy Admiral? The small voice seemed to be filled with magic sound at this moment. Like, it hits the depths of everyone's soul. Faced with Qin Yu's sudden words, not to mention Hua Shaishan and others, even Barrett's nerves were tense. In his eyes, Qin Yu alone already made him feel unfathomable. If there is a monster like Admiral of the Navy, and a group of Vice Admirals assisting. For Barrett at the moment, it is also a dilemma. When he thought of this, Barrett's aura suddenly stagnated. Ice Age. The biting cold swept in like a frenzy, and instantly turned into a frenzy that enveloped the entire island. Chapter 858 Still have a big enough face. Hey! The biting cold wind swept across the entire island like a frenzy. The speed was so fast that wherever it passed, whether it was the sea or the rocky ground, in the blink of an eye, it was covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. By the time everyone reacted, the ice crystals that quickly covered the ground were still powerful and chased after Barrett, who was standing on the ground. It felt like 4 giant ice crystal dragons that swooped down from all directions. Break it! Barrett's scarlet eyes sank, and he roared immediately. He swung his right hand down suddenly, and the violent fist rolled back like a tide. The attacking ice crystals were directly shattered, turning into ice chips all over the sky, and scattered like rain between heaven and earth. Feeling the temperature change as if falling into an ice cellar, Barrett fell to the ground again. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly turned, quickly locking onto the lazy figure riding a bicycle slowly 1,000 meters away. It turned out to be the soy sauce king who followed Old Man Garp. "I didn't expect that you have become stronger after not seeing you for a while," Barrett said in a deep voice. "That's Admiral Aokiji, we are saved." Can Admiral Aokiji defeat the Devil's Descendant Barrett? I don't know, but as long as Laxus and the Admiral join forces, it's not a problem to defeat this devil. A series of pleasant words rang out one after another in the field. Looking at this scene, even Hua Shaishan and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, the powerful strength displayed by the Devil's Descendant made them feel powerless to resist. However, now Aokiji, as the Admiral, appeared in time. Then next, even if the sky is about to fall, there are admirals to support it. What's more, there is the Thunder Dragon Laxus who is equally powerful. In this battle, not to mention killing Barrett, just retreating unscathed, this is absolutely no problem. Barrett, you should know that our Navy has been looking for you for a long time, and I didn't expect you to play such a trick. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air and said lazily. However, thanks to you, we found the long-missing Laxus. This time, the headquarters doesn't have to quarrel over this guy. At this point, Aokiji looked up and met Barrett's gaze, saying, "However, if you are going to fight us to the death, I just want to move. I haven't met a decent opponent for a long time. I can get serious." As soon as these words fell, the coldness in Aokiji's body exploded like a tidal wave. Under the biting cold wind, Aokiji, who originally gave people a lazy feeling, directly gave people a sense of sharpness. Looking at this scene, Chin-yu also became interested. In the original work, Aokiji rarely took it seriously. Looking at the battle on the top, it feels like he is still playing soy sauce. I am afraid that it was only when he fought with Akainu for the position of marshal and fought a decisive battle. Aokiji rarely took it seriously. Now that Aokiji has become serious as soon as he appears on the scene, it is enough to show that Barrett's strength should not be underestimated. Little kid playing with ice, I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, you are as proud as the little kid lighting candles. Barrett's face sank and he said coldly. That day, those two old men, Garp and Sengoku, didn't dare to say such things to me. It seems that you think you are stronger than them. Bang! The violent domineering was directly detonated by Barrett, turning into an invisible air wave, rolling back in all directions. Feeling this domineering aura coming towards them, Hua Shaishin and others' faces suddenly changed drastically. The Navy soldiers who were just knocked unconscious by the domineering aura have just been rescued. If they are hit again, I am afraid that the rescue just now will be in vain. Those who can run, retreat and hold on. This time, you are mentally prepared. If you are still knocked unconscious, it means that you are not strong enough and your training is not strong enough. Go back and receive training again. Hua Shaishin roared angrily. However, before they could react, a figure landed in front of them like a ghost. A domineering aura exploded without any hesitation. Boom! The thunderous sound of the gas explosion echoed, and the crackling arc of domineering aura burst out like fireworks. The ice crystal ground under their feet could not bear it first, and responded like a spider web. Looking at this sudden scene, the group of recruits who were still retreating could not help but be stunned on the spot. Facing the indiscriminate attack of the domineering aura, the best solution is to also use the domineering aura to fight against it. However, they never thought that Chin-yu could compete with the legendary pirate. What a good brat! It turns out you are also the chosen one. It seems I underestimated you. Barrett's his face darkened, and after taking another look at Aokiji and Chin-yu, the domineering aura that emanated from his body quickly retracted back into his body like a tide. After finishing all this, Barrett did not stay any longer, and turned around and left in full view of everyone. Seeing this scene, Hua Shaishin and others couldn't help but look anxious, and subconsciously looked at Aokiji. Don't think about it, that guy was able to leave on his own initiative, or Laxus was big enough. In his eyes, the deterrent effect that an old man like me can cause is insignificant. Aokiji returned to his usual lazy expression. He patted the dust off his body and said, this guy is crazy, but Marshal Zhangguo and Mr. Garp are all headaches, so don't think about getting any credit. If this matter is reported back to the headquarters, knowing that only a few warships were destroyed, I'm afraid Marshal Zhangguo will be happy and laugh. You can save your lives before I arrive this time, you should thank Laxus, otherwise you won't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow. Hearing this, the naval generals present, whether it is Hua Shaishin or Stolobiri, even the ghost spider who was just pulled out of the water, couldn't help blushing. Aokiji's words were a bit vulgar. However, it made people feel that there was no way to refute. If Chin-yu hadn't rescued them in time, they would have faced the devil's descendant Barrett alone. The fate waiting for them would be more serious than the fate of being defeated in an instant just now. Okay, if you recover, go check the casualties immediately, find someone to contact the headquarters, and report everything that happened here. Aokiji ordered again. Don't forget to give Laxus a great credit. I think his appearance will comfort Mr. Garp and Marshal Sengoku. After saying this, Aokiji looked at Chin-yu. This time, he was lucky enough to arrive because he happened to be on a mission in this sea area. However, after receiving Daotu's distress signal, he had already rushed here with all his strength. Unfortunately, he was still a beat late. If Chin-yu hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid their navy would have suffered heavy losses. Chapter 859 Rational Justice. Facing the orders issued by King Zi, the general, the naval generals present did not dare to have any objections. What's more, as King Zi said, Chin-yu was indeed their savior. However, what they care about most at the moment is that there are only 4 days left before the gambling battle between Akainu and Chin-yu. Now Chin-yu is here alone. Whether he will really return to the Navy headquarters to accept the invitation or continue to drift on the sea is the answer they are eager to know. After all, the Navy headquarters has suffered a series of setbacks in the New World during this period. With the rise of the 5 emperors, the old world structure has been impacted, and it is only a matter of time before the situation gets out of control. To deal with these hidden dangers, if the strength of the Navy headquarters cannot be improved to a higher level in a short period of time, I am afraid that it will only fall into a passive situation in the storm impact of the New World. Laxus, what are your plans next? Do you want to stay outside or return to the Navy headquarters with us? If it is because of Akainu, I can help you. Qingji asked. Daoto couldn't hold back any longer and spoke first. Laxus, if you are worried that Akainu will embarrass you, we can also plead for you since you saved our lives this time. After all, 3 months is too short, and the people selected by Admiral Akainu are still the best among the Navy recruits. This bet is inherently unfair. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of Hua Shaishan and others could not help but stagnate. Originally, in their eyes, they just planned to watch the show from the side. They never thought that Daoto would bet on them as soon as she opened her mouth. However, thinking of Qin Yu's life-saving grace just now, Hua Shaishan and others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere in the field, Qin Yu smiled and patted the dust off his body, saying, "Thank you all for your kindness. Since I was willing to make a bet 3 months ago, I will not back down at all. Moreover, if it is a battle of combat power, I may not dare to write a guarantee that I can definitely beat Akainu, but I have 90% confidence in the fight against the new recruits. I haven't seen those guys for a while, and I should let them gather. 90% chance of winning?" Seeing Qin Yu, who looked confident of winning, the Navy generals present were also startled. Even Qingji showed a hint of surprise. He immediately patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said, "Originally, you were able to compete with Barrett. I thought I had high regard for you, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. According to what you said, I'm waiting for you to win in 4 days." "Haha, General Qingji, you are too serious. If Akainu hears this, I'm afraid he will attack you later. But in public and in private, I still hope that this battle will end peacefully." Qin Yu responded with a big laugh. At the same time, the meeting hall of the Navy headquarters was already full of Navy generals. Looking at the gloomy face of Sengoku, staring at the Den Mushi, the people present didn't even dare to breathe. Especially looking at the slightly dilapidated bounty on the table. The high bounty of 2 billion on it is simply shocking. According to his introduction, more than 10 years ago, as Barrett is like a mad dog on the sea. If he didn't like to go it alone and wanted to form his own pirate group, then he would definitely have a share of the position of the 5 emperors of the sea. It would be harder than climbing to the sky for the Navy headquarters and the world government to capture Barrett. Why is there no news yet? Hasn't Momosagi's distress signal recovered? Sengoku suddenly looked up and asked. Also, how are the other people who went to support? Did King Z arrive in time? Kizaru said he was going to support not long ago, where is he now? A series of questions fell, instantly tensing everyone's nerves. Facing the long-famous devil descendant Duragus Barrett, who is said to be comparable to Pluto Rayleigh. The existence of such a terrifying enemy makes people feel lingering fear just thinking about it. Marshal Sengoku, you don't need to worry too much. This is a sea where the weak are the prey of the strong. If something goes wrong for them, with so many people, they can only blame themselves for being too weak. Akainu said with his hands folded and a blank face. Isn't that guy King Z nearby? If we can't even get this little time, then it's useless for us to worry here. The small voice echoed in the meeting hall. Many naval generals couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. However, facing Akainu's inhumane words, it was impossible to refute. If King Z's justice is emotional, then Akainu's justice is rational. As he said, the Navy headquarters has done what it can do. If people still can't be saved, they can only blame themselves for not being good enough in their studies. Sengoku was suddenly angry. However, before he could speak, a rapid Den Mushi call sounded at the right time. Moshi, this is Hua Shaishan, requesting an emergency contact. Hua Shaishan's voice came from the Den Mushi. Crane, who was watching this scene, first glanced at Sengoku, and when the latter nodded in agreement, he directly connected to the Den Mushi. I am Crane, Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, what is the situation now? Have you reunited with Vice Admiral Daoto in time? Crane asked urgently. You must remember to try not to provoke Barrett, try to delay time, and wait for the arrival of Admiral King Z, only in this way can you escape unscathed. Please remember, never try to confront Barrett head-on, that is a difficult existence that even Marshal Sengoku and Garp find difficult. Looking at Crane, who repeatedly emphasized to avoid fighting with Barrett. The Navy generals present did not have any objection. Akainu, who was sitting in the first seat, looked slightly depressed and said, "General Staff Tsuru, you don't have to be too nervous. I know you and Vice Admiral Momosaki are like sisters. However, since Vice Admiral Hwashaishin and others have already met with Momosaki, even if King Z hasn't arrived in time. If they work together, it won't be a problem to delay time in Barrett's hands. If I'm not wrong, delaying for half an hour or even an hour should be possible." Facing Akainu's evaluation, Tsuru's cheeks, like dry bark, twitched slightly. Unfortunately, before she could speak again, Hwashaishin's voice had already been heard in the Den Mushi. "Admiral Akainu, before we arrived, Barrett had already launched a surprise attack on Vice Admiral Momosaki. Later, we joined the battle circle one after another, and were eventually defeated by Barrett. At that time, Admiral Aoki had not arrived yet." Chapter 860, deliberately understating the chances of winning. Even Aoki didn't catch up. Zhang Guo's expression changed drastically. As one of the main forces in the encirclement and suppression of Barrett in the past, Zhang Guo knew clearly how difficult this guy, who was known as the descendant of the devil, was. Momosaki was known as having the strength of a candidate for the Admiral of the Navy. Not long ago, he even received the mythical beast devil fruit given by Laxus, and his abilities were fully enhanced. However, the opponent he faced this time was Barrett, who was comparable to Pluto Rayleigh. It was not enough to fight against him with these forces alone. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo couldn't hold back and asked, "Hwashaishin, you said Qingji didn't arrive, so how is your current battle situation? If there is really no way to resist, please remember to try to save your strength and escape. If you can escape, you must hold on until Qingji arrives." The expressions of the naval generals and even he on the scene changed slightly. Zhang Guo's words seemed very spineless, and it was also a contempt for the naval generals. However, this kind of contempt and insult also depends on who the enemy is. As for Barrett, who is known as the descendant of the devil, he undoubtedly has this qualification. Humph, Qingji is really unreliable. I thought he could arrive in time. Now Barrett has taken action, and he is still riding his bicycle slowly. Akainu snorted coldly and said, "Hwashaishin, you can rest assured. If there is any mishap, Qingji will definitely be responsible. We will contact him immediately and let Qingji go to support you as soon as possible." After the voice fell, Akainu reached out to catch the Den Mushi representing Qingji. "No, Admiral Akainu, you misunderstood. Admiral Aokiji was indeed a step behind, but at the critical moment, Lord Laxus rescued Vice Admiral Momosagi and us. After fighting Barrett alone and delaying for several minutes, Admiral Aokiji arrived in time and finally scared off the devil's descendant Barrett. In this operation to support the fight against Barrett, we only have 17 Navy soldiers injured and 3 warships destroyed, and the rest are not too damaged." The hurried voice came out of the Den Mushi, giving people the feeling that they were scrambling to be the first. The huge conference hall suddenly fell into silence. After 3 or 4 seconds, Zhang Guo suddenly woke up, grabbed the Den Mushi, and asked anxiously, "Hwashaishin, are you sure that the report just now is accurate? Just now Barrett launched a sneak attack on Daotuo in advance, and you all lost. King Z didn't arrive in time. Did Laxus save you? Now, tell me quickly, where is Laxus? No, it should be said that we must find ways to stop him and don't let him get away again. Did he get injured in the battle with Barrett?" The urgent questions came out of Zhang Guo's mouth one after another. It fell into everyone's ears, like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the depths of the soul. Especially Akainu, looking at the Den Mushi on the mountain of fire, his face was full of disbelief. If others don't know how strong Barrett is. However, in the operation to encircle Barrett more than 10 years ago, the young and frivolous him personally went on the field to fight him. The overwhelming strength of Barrett at that time made Akainu vivid. However, now the mountain of fire tells him. Not only was Momota Sashi saved by Barrett, but the person who saved her was Laxus, who had been missing for 3 months. Being able to do this, does it mean that the strength has been improved again? Marshal Zhang Guo, don't worry, everything I just said is guaranteed by the 4 of us and Admiral King Z. Hwashaishin explained hurriedly. As for the whereabouts of Lord Laxus, Admiral Aoki has just asked about it. He is going to return to the Marine headquarters with the main force to fulfill the bet with Admiral Akainu. He is going back to the Marine headquarters. Sengoku was stunned at first, then laughed and said, "Well, that kid is really getting the idea. However, it seems that we still underestimated him. Not only can he hurt Kaido, the beast, but he can also compete with Barrett. It seems that in time, he will definitely have a seat in the position of Admiral." The seat of the Admiral? The expressions of the Navy generals present could not help but stagnate. However, facing Zhang Guo's comments, they had no way to refute and could only subconsciously look at Akainu. The scene that came into view was Akainu, whose face suddenly became extremely ugly. He never thought that at such a critical moment, he would not wait for Qingji, but wait for the guy he least wanted to see. What's more, Qin Yu was still in Barrett's hands, and he had to delay enough time to wait for Qingji's arrival. As for the final result, even if Hua Shaishan didn't say it, they could guess it. "Okay, Akainu, don't worry too much about Laxus." Zhang Guo calmed down his slightly excited mood and said, "Laxus can return to the Navy headquarters. This matter cannot be lost, so I hope." "Humph, Marshal Zhang Guo, I know you hope that I will not pursue the gambling fight?" Akainu snorted coldly and said, "Don't worry, I know when to stop." This time, since he was able to take action in time, he has made a great contribution, so I won't make it difficult for him. As long as he admits defeat in public and wants to stay in the Marine headquarters, I will never mind. Admit defeat in public? Looking at Akainu, who seemed a little tough as soon as he opened his mouth, Sengoku's expression suddenly became ugly. However, before he could speak, the sound of burning mountains sounded again. "Akainu, Admiral Akainu, you may be wrong this time." Lord Laxus, originally on the way back to the Marine headquarters, received a distress signal from Vice Admiral Momosabu, so he came to help. Lord Laxus has mentioned just now that this time he is fulfilling the bet he made with Admiral Akainu 3 months ago. He also claimed that he has a 90% chance of winning this bet. A small voice echoed in the huge conference hall. Sengoku's expression froze, and he wanted to raise his hand and slap Den Mushi in the face, saying, "Hua Shaishan, you are just afraid of chaos in the world, saying that you have a 90% chance of winning. Akainu, don't worry about it. Laxus is the same. He said that there is a 90% chance of winning. What's the difference between 100% and 90% chance of winning? Go back and ask him if he deliberately said that the chance of winning is lower. He said that you will lose. I will definitely scold him next time I see him, otherwise the kid will go crazy." Looking at Zhang Guo, who was full of abuse, the cheek muscles of the generals present could not help but twitch. Facing Zhang Guo's pretentiousness, no one could see that his focus was not on Qin Yu's chance of winning, but on finally waiting for that guy to come back. Chapter 861, Shocking the New World. The huge meeting hall fell into a brief silence. Looking at the fire burning the mountain, the Den Mushi that was hung up directly subconsciously looked at Akainu. 3 months ago, Laxus and Akainu made a bet, but they long awaited. I thought Qin Yu would just walk away, and this battle would be ruined. I never thought that Qin Yu would not only return to the Navy headquarters as scheduled. He also boasted that he had a 90% chance of winning. Where did Akainu put his face? Did he not take the Navy elite trained by Akainu personally into consideration? Humph, what an arrogant guy, I want to see what he is capable of, boasting that he has a 90% chance of winning. Akainu's face was gloomy, and he snorted disdainfully, originally, for the sake of Marshal Zhang Guo, I was going to keep things quiet. Since you don't know how to be proud, then I will break his arrogance in front of all the Navy. Sometimes, face is not given by others, but you have to fight for it yourself. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him for not knowing how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After leaving these words, Akainu stood up and left the office in full view of everyone. Feeling the gunpowder smell in the words, the people present looked at each other in bewilderment. Marshal Zhang Guo, what are our plans next? He spoke first. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted many eyes. In their eyes, Qin Yu's wild words were a kind of arrogance. But at least strength and temper should be proportional. At the moment, Akainu is obviously really strong. If he can't control it well, the situation will be out of control. To suppress this situation, except Zhang Guo, no one else can do it. Feeling the many eyes from all around, a gloomy flashed across Zhang Guo's old face, and then he said, "No, although I don't know why Laxus said such a thing, but don't forget that the boy has never suffered a loss since he appeared. Whether it is facing Drought Jack or Kaido, every time he does something, he can get away with it. If you insist that he will lose, I don't believe it. And don't forget that he just fought against the Devil's descendant, Duragus Barrett, and was undefeated." As soon as these words fell, the navy generals present were stunned. As Zhang Guo said, Qin Yu's achievements are far more brilliant than those of their major generals and lieutenant generals. Therefore, before Qin Yu officially joined the navy headquarters, the voices among the soldiers had already surpassed any lieutenant general. Even Dao Tu and Chitun, who were candidates for admirals, could not fight against him. If the record between Qin Yu and Barrett is made public next, I'm afraid the position of general must belong to Qin Yu. Zhang Guo, do you mean to let Laxus and Akainu go completely? He said again in a deep voice. Yes, things have developed to this point. Any intervention on our part will only make things more out of control. Instead of making Akainu unhappy, it is better to let Laxus and him go. I also want to see whether the recruits trained by that kid can really stand out. Zhang Guo responded in a deep voice. Haha, Zhang Guo is right. For such a lively event, we have to bring Zifa along, otherwise the old guy will say that his body is rusty all day long. Garp laughed and said, "You don't know, in which battle in Dressrosa, the old guy Zifa was itching to fight, and now he is still nagging me. He retired early. However, if I were to choose, I would rather he win. Once he can really beat Akainu, it means that what he brings back is the elite among the elite, which is a new pillar of support for the Navy headquarters, which is now in a precarious situation." The slightly low voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Looking at Garp, who rarely showed a serious expression on his face, the people present felt that they had no way to refute it. On the contrary, at this moment, they were more eager to know what winning chips Qin Yu brought back after giving a 90% chance of winning. "Okay, Garp, you big mouth, don't talk nonsense for a while. You messed up the 5 elders in Dressrosa and Crane, and I haven't cleaned up your mess yet," Sengoku said in a deep voice. "Next, spread the story of Laxus's fight against Barrett. I want to let the sea know that the navy also hides a lot of power." As Sengoku's orders fell one by one, the whole sea was shaken. Especially when this news spread to Wano country, Kaido, the beast, was furious. Not long ago, he personally declared war on the Blood Flag pirates. Faced with such a move, it was considered crazy by many people when it fell on the Blood Flag pirates, which was in its heyday. Now 3 months ago, the Thunder Dragon Laxus, who confronted Kaido and injured him head-on. Not only did he reappear on the sea, but he also returned to the New World with an amazing record of confronting Barrett head-on and not being at a disadvantage at all. This is simply a deterrent to other forces. 3 days later, in the Holy Land of Marijoa. As the palace of the 5 elders, the 5 slightly old but solemn figures gathered here. A monk wearing a kimono and glasses was the first to lose his temper and said, "Ilum, why did you ask us to come? I am still collecting information about the Blood Flag pirates and handing it over to Lord Im. This guy who doesn't know the depths of the world has no idea of the details of our world government, and dares to declare war on us. This is simply a foolish dream." At this point, a trace of murderous intent flashed across the monk's face, and he said, that old man Garp was originally kept alive, but he only wanted to is to make him the so-called puppet of justice in the navy. Otherwise, if his son is the only one who can start a revolutionary army, I will kill him. The stern voice echoed in the empty hall like thunder, and it could not be dispersed for a long time. The remaining 4 people looked at the murderous monk, and the long-bearded Ilum took the lead and said, "Okay, Ilum, you should know clearly that whether it is Judicial Island or the impel-down prison, even the navy is just a means for us to manage this world. In our eyes, Garp is indeed just a jumping clown, but don't forget that the so-called justice of the navy still needs some people to establish it. People are stupid animals, and they are ignorant people who follow the crowd and follow the trend. To make them completely convinced, someone needs to play the role of a leader idol. Only in this way can we brainwash those people and make them pay enough for our rule. Next, let's wait for the summons of Lord Ilum. Too many things have happened during this period, and we need to report them well." Chapter 862 Yumo himself. The huge palace echoed with Ilimu's words. Faced with this series of analysis, Yiseng's face sank, and after a cold snort, He had no way to refute it. They, the 5 elders, are indeed the rulers behind the world government. However, it is impossible for the 5 of them to control the entire world. At present, the world government seems to be developing very rapidly and steadily. However, as long as you look carefully, you will find that not every country in this world is a member of the world government. Among them, rebellious countries driven by the revolutionary army often occur. Not to mention the countries that did not join the world government at the beginning. Okay, Ilimu is right, Yiseng, don't be too picky. Another fat 5 elders, Hoya, also spoke up. I have dealt with Garp a lot. Earth aura of the Navy hero was forced upon him in the past. In addition to the crazy behavior of the Rocks pirates destroying the Valley of the Gods during the Great Pirate Era, the morale of the army needed to be reorganized as soon as possible. Also, Garp trademark's strength can indeed touch that Gai Kong. His son was able to rebel because he did not have the shackles of honor. Now Garp has served in the Navy headquarters for so long and has not left because the word hero is like a mountain on his shoulders. What we have to do now is to find a way to solve the hidden dangers of the Blood Flag pirates. Don trademark T forget that these 3 guys give people a feeling of being like a stone bursting out, and there is no trace at all. Even the first skeleton demon Uchiha Chinyu, who appeared first, only knew that he was a prisoner on the 5th floor of the undersea prison. As for where he came from, who he is, and what his purpose is, we don't trademark T know anything. This is the most terrifying enemy. Chang's voice echoed in the hall. The remaining 4 people's expressions changed slightly, but they felt that they could not refute it. As an existence hidden behind the scenes and ruling the world government for hundreds of years. They have always been strategizing, but unfortunately, the closer they get to these years, the more they feel powerless. In particular, the sudden appearance of the Blood Flag pirates made them smell a hint that the times are about to go out of control. When he thought of this, Yiseng's eyes turned and he was about to say something. Buzz. The inexplicable air vibration came out without any warning. Whether it was Yiseng, Elim, or the other 3 people, their expressions changed drastically. As the 5 elders who were high above, hiding behind the scenes of the world government and as rulers, they knelt on one knee without any hesitation. A golden beam of light directly penetrated the building and projected onto the hall. Endless golden light flashed like a tide, and soon a vague tall figure condensed out of thin air. The snow-white clothes and the eyes that were hidden in the golden light gave off a fascinating feeling. A monk, Hoya, and others, welcome Lord Yumu. The respectful words rang out in unison. The 5 elders raised their heads slightly, glanced at the figure hidden in the golden light, and quickly lowered their proud heads. They knew clearly that the adult in front of them was the supreme ruler who had survived 800 years ago. She was also the behind-the-scenes existence of the establishment of the world government. If it weren't for her, there would definitely be no world government and the 5 elders. 800 years ago, the ancient country that was once prosperous would not be destroyed. However, for them, the most important thing at the moment is that the supreme adult suddenly visited. Instead of summoning them to meet. Although this kind of thing has happened, the last time was 20 years ago when Roger, the Pirate King, arrived at Lavrov and learned about the blank 100 years. Lord Im did not summon them, but came to the meeting hall in person. This means that the things to be told next are probably no less than what happened when the Pirate King Roger arrived at Lavrov that day. Yiseng, you don't have to be so reserved. I'm here for 2 things. A hollow voice without any emotion suddenly sounded. It gave people a feeling of hitting the soul, making the 5 elders tense up and lower their heads even lower. Yiseng was even more unable to hold back his temper. He said first, Lord Im, are you here in person this time because you have concerns about the Blood Flag pirates? If it is because of this matter, Lord Im, please rest assured, the 5 of us will deal with them as soon as possible. However, what is the second matter, please tell me once. Facing the current situation in the sea, in the eyes of the 5 elders, the 4 emperors seem to have become powerful. However, if they really make a move, it is not difficult to eliminate these so-called hidden dangers. The only people who are really difficult to deal with are the members of the Blood Flag pirates whose backgrounds cannot be traced. As for the second matter, they can't figure it out. Haha, Yiseng, you are really smart, worthy of being the person I brought back from Wano country. The ethereal laughter sounded, but there was no emotional color at all. Instead, it made people feel creepy. If I have to describe it in one sentence, it is as creepy as the laughter of a female ghost encountered in a cemetery in the middle of the night. However, the 5 elders were obviously used to it. After the laughter died down, Im's voice sounded again. The first thing, you guessed it right, but the second thing, I want you to pay close attention to the boy named Laxus. My intuition tells me that he is not as simple as he seems. Laxus. Is it the Thunder Dragon Laxus who was praised as the Navy's supernova during this period, who injured Kaido the Beast and defeated the Devil's descendant Barrett? A monk raised his eyebrows and said, I heard that this kid will have a gambling battle with Akainu in the Navy headquarters in one day. According to the news from the Navy, the kid said eloquently that there is a 90% chance of defeating Akainu. 90%? Ilam's expression froze, and he said, this Thunder Dragon Laxus is really interesting. Sakazuki is not a simple guy. His ambition is even greater than that of the warring states. He is a door dog that is difficult to control. Now we are provoked by a newcomer. Tomorrow's gambling battle is indeed worth watching. Looking at the situation where you and I are talking back and forth, Hoya's face suddenly darkened. Before Yaiseng and Ilam could react, he shouted sternly, you two guys, have you forgotten that Lord Yumo has come in person, and you are still talking nonsense here? Hurry up and confess your crimes, otherwise I will kill you with my own hands. Chapter 863 Kolem Islands. With a stern rebuke, Yaiseng and Ilam's expressions suddenly changed drastically. They hurriedly lowered their heads and confessed, Lord Yumu, it is my subordinates who are rude. Please punish me. Lord Yumu, please punish these two rude guys. Hoya also spoke in agreement. However, if the scene of fear and panic in front of him was spread to the sea, it would definitely cause a commotion. The dignified five elders actually looked so humble in front of a person. It was enough to show that the person in front of him was not simple. Okay, I said, you don't have to be too restrained. The ethereal voice sounded again. What the monk said is right. The second thing I came here for is to let you pay attention to that kid. I want to know whether he will join the Navy, what he will do after joining the Navy, and whether he can really win the bet. If you have other news, you can use this wave of Den Den Mushi to contact me. As he spoke, the figure hidden in the golden light threw out a strange Den Den Mushi with his backhand, which floated in front of the five elders. This Den Den Mushi is all white, and there are circles of strange patterns, giving people a whirlpool-like feeling. If you look directly at it for a long time, even the five elders will have an inexplicable shake in their minds. However, looking at the Den Den Mushi belonging to in front of them, the monk and the five people were even more touched. In their eyes, Roger, who was known as the Pirate King, set foot in Ravluff. As who was hidden deep behind the scenes, he simply came and gave them instructions to respond. They never thought that this time, not only did he give instructions, but he also gave them a dedicated Den Den Mushi that could be contacted at any time. Does this mean that something will happen in this sea next, something that even whom they regard as the sky, cannot control? When they thought of this, the five elders looked at each other and wanted to ask again. Unfortunately, the golden light that was projected in front of them had completely disappeared without a trace. Feeling the pressure that permeated the hall, as if it was tightening their hearts all the time, it also collapsed between heaven and earth. Facing the disappearing the five elders hesitated for a moment, then stood up one by one. After taking another look at the Den Den Mushi floating in the air, Hoya spoke first, one monk, I don't know who the Thunder Dragon Laxus is, and I have no interest in knowing. However, since Lord has come in person and paid attention, you should go and see the gambling match held in the Navy headquarters tomorrow, and you must get useful information. Also, don't alarm the enemy. If Akainu wins by chance, you must not let him attack Laxus, because Lord wants to know whether the kid will join the Navy headquarters and what he will do if he joins the Navy headquarters. If Akainu dares not to obey orders, you will suppress him. You must let the kid join the Navy headquarters to get the response that Lord wants. Chang's words echoed in the hall. One monk rarely nodded and agreed, don't worry, as long as it is ordered by Lord order, I will definitely complete it even if I die. However, according to the intelligence report I received this morning, the kid named Thunder Dragon Laxus seems to have arrived at the Kolem Islands. According to the time, he should be able to return to the Navy headquarters tomorrow. Kolem Islands. Elam raised his eyebrows and said, isn't this island the edge of Red Hair's territory? It's not far from the Sabayati archipelago. The most important thing is that he negotiated with us and demarcated this island in order to provide a foothold for those pirates so that they would not be trapped in the Sabayati archipelago and avoid the raid of the Navy headquarters. Red Hair, that old guy, is as cunning as ever. Humph, I don't care about him. Yiseng snorted disdainfully and said, if it weren't for the fact that he and Doflamingo are still useful, I would have killed them long ago. However, I remember that Kolem Island seemed to be occupied by a group of unknown people 2 months ago. I just don't know if the red-haired guy took action to suppress it. Now that Kid Laxus suddenly ran to Kolem Island. Those who captured Kolem Island must be his subordinates, right? The sudden question made everyone in the field look stunned. As a market dealing with them, they also allocated the Kolem Islands to Red Hair. They knew clearly that on this island, as a temporary foothold for pirates, there had long been separatist forces such as the pirate town. Under the indulgence of Red Hair, the pirates on the island were roughly estimated to be at least tens of thousands. The amount of the bounty was not small. Now as a navy, Laxus suddenly ran to the Kolem Islands, which really gave people an intriguing feeling. Okay, Yiseng, you don't have to think too much. What we have to do next is to eradicate the Blood Flag pirates and monitor Laxus. The rest has nothing to do with us. Elam said in a deep voice. Tomorrow's matter will be handed over to you. I should also go to Vegapunk to see if the substitute that guy made for me has reached the perfect level. If he really succeeds, we will be completely afraid of death in the years to come. After saying this, Elam was the first to leave the hall with a big laugh. The remaining 3 also left quickly, leaving only the unhappy monk. However, facing the order given by Im personally, the monk was unwilling, but he had to accept it. An unknown island in the New World. A coffin-like ship and another huge pirate ship were anchored at the entrance. If an outsider saw it, he would be shocked. Except for the special coffin ship, it belongs to Hawkeye my Hawk, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman among the 7 warlords of the sea. The other huge pirate ship, the Lifeless pirate ship, is the ship of Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. My Hawk, you guys, you rarely come to me, is it because of your apprentice? Red-haired Shanks looked up at Hawkeye, threw a bottle of good wine over and said. I didn't expect that you would stay alone in the Ruins Kingdom and hand over your long-trained apprentice to that kid Laxus. Having said that, red-haired Shanks raised his head and took a sip of strong liquor, and said, Tell me, have you also noticed that the kid is not simple? As soon as these words fell, the people who were having a banquet in the venue stopped their actions and looked at Hawkeye my Hawk. As Shanks said, the Kolem Islands, as their territory, of course they knew what was happening there. They had not taken action to suppress it, just because the relationship involved was too great. Chapter 864 Landing on the Kolem Islands. The small voice echoed on the beach and could not be dispersed for a long time. Many eyes on the scene turned in unison and locked on Hawkeye my Hawk, with a little more urgency. Perhaps, people outside did not know Hawkeye's identity and origin, but for Red Hair Shanks, who had always been his best friend, he knew a little. Feeling the eyes cast around, Hawkeye shook his head and said, I don't know either, but my intuition tells me that this guy is not a simple person, so I want to put my hope on the new era like you. After all, you and I have also seen with our own eyes the decay of this world. At this point, Hawkeye's eyes turned and locked onto Red Hair, saying, I heard that the little brat you bet on was also accepted as his disciple. You haven't taken action yet, isn't it because you want to see how much that guy can make Luffy grow? Since you have this idea, why bother asking me, let's wait for the result together. Haha, my Hawk, you are still the same, you can't hide from your eyes. Red Hair laughed, and the atmosphere in the field eased. However, compared with us, those guys hiding behind the scenes may be more impatient. As you said, let's watch the show first and let others worry about it. Everyone, let's continue the party. Haha, the captain is right. Even if the sky is about to fall, there are still others to support it. Let's continue the party. I learned from the Navy headquarters spies that tomorrow is the student gambling match between Thunder Dragon Laxus and Akainu. But it's a good show, and I don't know who will appear on the stage. Let's have a banquet here and wait for the news. As for Kolem Island, those guys have been too arrogant during this period and have completely downplayed the existence of our red-haired pirates. Now that someone has come forward to rectify it, it is better than us being clowns. Echoing voices sounded one after another. The banquet that had been interrupted by the arrival of Hawkeye my Hawk continued again. At the same time, more than 10 nautical miles away from the Kolem Islands, a huge naval battleship was rapidly approaching. Hanging on the mast, the pirate flag representing justice flutters in the wind. The huge deck was already filled with dense figures. Regardless of his identity or what he was busy with, many eyes in the audience fell more or less on Qin Yu standing on the bow of the ship. What's more, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the Kalam Islands, showing some awe. Lord Laxus, the island in front of us is the territory occupied by red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. If we continue to go deeper, we may encounter a sneak attack by the pirates staying here. A cigar, he couldn't help but remind him. According to the intelligence reported by the Navy's hidden informants a few months ago, the number of pirates staying on the islands has reached more than 30,000. Once an offensive is launched against our Navy, it may be a bit difficult. Tricky? There were many naval soldiers present, and the expressions of the generals changed slightly. After subconsciously taking a look at Qin Yu's back, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They knew clearly that Huo Shaoshan, as a lieutenant general, was just downplaying the matter. This is for Qin Yu's sake. Without his presence, they would not be able to leave the sea area alone if they had to fight against 30,000 pirates. It can be said that the Kalam Islands, which are not far from the Chambord Islands and serve as a transit point, have been able to exist under the eyes of the Navy for so long. In addition to the blessing of the 4 emperors' red-haired Shanks, what's more important is the huge base of pirates it has gathered. Don't worry, there is no danger here anymore. Get ready to land on the island. Qin Yu glanced at the frantically moving life card in his hand and responded with a smile. Ashore? The expressions of the Navy soldiers and generals present could not help but froze. Approaching this archipelago with 30,000 pirates is already very risky. If I have to go to the island now, I'm afraid I'm going to die. What's wrong? What are your expressions? Are you afraid to set foot in even a mere pirate settlement? How can I expect you to confront the 4 emperors and set foot in the 4 emperors' stronghold in the future? Mamoto looked at him. He sank and shouted sternly. The expression you show is a disgrace to the elite of the Navy. What's more, with Mr. Laxus here, do you think there is any danger more difficult to deal with than Douglas Barrett, the descendant of the devil? At this point, Dao Tu's eyes darkened, and after looking around, he snarled, "Come here, get to the shore immediately. If anyone shrinks again, get back to the recruit camp immediately and receive training again." The awe-inspiring words echoed between heaven and earth. The Navy soldiers were shocked. Without any time to think, they quickly took the helm and approached the islands. Looking at the soldiers whose nervous strings suddenly became tense, Huo Shaoshan and other lieutenant generals had a hint of bitterness on their faces. They looked at Dao Tu standing beside Qin Yu and shook their heads helplessly. However, in addition to being helpless, Huo Shaoshan and others were even more eager to know why Qin Yu went to such a poor place during his return trip. Accompanied by a huge battleship, it approached the entrance to the sea. The outlines of the pirate ships parked around them gradually became clearer. Standing on the bow of the ship, Huo Shaoshan clamped the cigar in his hand between his fingers and said solemnly, "We are 2,000 meters away from the entrance to the sea. Everyone must be alert to deal with the pirates' attack at any time. Whether it's on the sea, in the sky, or even underwater, don't let us go. If we go deep into the enemy's base camp, our presence may have been discovered. So, at this juncture, any misstep will cause unnecessary casualties. If you don't want to die, please tighten your nerves at this moment." The awe-inspiring words echoed on the deck of the ship. The naval soldiers, who had already entered a state of combat readiness, had their nerves tightened to the extreme again. Subconsciously, he looked at the pirate ship anchored in the port. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. As time goes by, the distance to the estuary gradually shortens. The cigar in Huo Shaoshan's hand was tightened more and more, when he was only 50 meters away from the first pirate ship. Huo Shaoshan raised his arms and roared urgently, "Come, follow me to break through the entrance to the sea, set foot on the Kalam Islands, and show off your naval prowess. Kill!" The sound of shouting for death in unison resounded through the sky in an instant. Hundreds of naval soldiers drew their weapons and looked at Huo Shaoshan, who was rushing towards the first pirate ship. Chapter 865: A Sneak Attack. Kill! The cry of killing shook the sky, and hundreds of marines gathered together, like a torrent of steel, and headed straight for the nearest pirate ship. Huo Shaoshan took a big step and disappeared into thin air like a ghost. Appeared again, with the help of Shao and Moonstep, he landed on the first pirate ship. As a vice admiral, you may face top pirates, there will be a feeling of powerlessness. However, in the New World, the top pirates are 1 in a million, and they are not comparable to the pirates gathered in the Kalam Islands. So as the vice admiral, Hua Shaishan, the first move was undoubtedly fearless. The remaining 3 people, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, and Slotobiri, also led their soldiers to take action. The goal they chose was still to solve a pirate group by themselves. That was undoubtedly the plan, to suppress the entrance of Kolam Island directly at the fastest speed. Doing so can not only minimize the damage to the Navy soldiers who clashed with the pirates. It can also save the face of the Navy that was lost in front of Qin Yu in the battle with the Devil's Descendant, Barrett. However, this messy thought just flashed through his mind. As soon as the people stood firm, before they could take action, the scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. No. It should be said that the expressions of Hua Shaishan and others, who are vice admirals, as well as the Navy soldiers and even Daotu, were a little stiff. Looking at the empty pirate ships in front of him, he showed an expression of disbelief. Flying Squirrel, what's the situation over there? Hua Shaishan suddenly reacted and took the lead to shout, there are no traces of human activities on the pirate ship here. It is covered with a lot of dust and rotten food. Judging from this situation, no one has boarded this ship for a long time. However, we must not underestimate the enemy. Perhaps these pirate ships are just a cover. Hurry up and use the observation haki to investigate. As Hua Shaishan, who is slightly older in the Navy headquarters, is also a member of the good guys. When there are no marshals and generals present, Hua Shaishan obviously becomes a commander-like existence. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 people including the Flying Squirrel also reacted. After looking at each other, the observation haki swept away like a tide. 100 meters, 1000 meters, 2000 meters, 3000 meters. As the range covered by the observation haki continued to expand, Hua Shaishan and others looked uglier and uglier. When the range of the exploration reached 10,000 meters, they completely passed the port and went deep into the small towns built one after another. The expressions of the 4 people suddenly changed drastically, and they looked at each other with unbelievable expressions on their faces. No one. Just like the dozens of long-sealed pirate ships at the estuary, there was no reaction of half a breath of life. If they hadn't captured it personally with the observation haki, they would never believe it. As a pirate settlement, the Kolam Islands are said to have 30,000 pirates living here, but now there is no one. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, be careful. Daotu suddenly exclaimed. The sudden scene made everyone's nerves tense instantly. Puff! The hissing sound of the air suddenly sounded, and the sharp slash, like a streak of silk, shot out from a distance. The huge sword energy of more than 10 meters tore everything along the way apart. The short distance of 1,000 meters, just a blink of an eye, approached the pirate ship where the Flying Squirrel was. The sudden scene made the Flying Squirrel's face change drastically. The samurai sword in his hand was quickly flipped up, and at the moment when the armed color domineering covered it, it directly blocked it. Bang! The huge impact force surged like a tide. The pirate ship under his feet collapsed with a sound, splashing large pieces of wooden debris. Bang bang bang! The Flying Squirrel took 3 or 4 steps back in succession, looking at the flying slash that was blocked abruptly, a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and he roared angrily, break it for me! Boom! As soon as the words fell, the muscles of his hands bulged like rocks, and he suddenly exerted force to lift them up and down. The flying slash of more than 10 meters was instantly lifted up by the Flying Squirrel and rushed into the sky. Accompanied by the low explosion, it turned directly into fireworks and disintegrated between heaven and earth. The pirate ship that was originally destroyed by the aftermath of the attack was disintegrated and shattered in an instant. The Flying Squirrel, who watched this scene, turned pale in an instant and roared, "Who is it? The guy who hides his head and shows his tail, dares to attack our Navy Vice Admiral, is he going against our Navy headquarters?" Originally, in the eyes of the Flying Squirrel and others, this time they took the initiative to attack in order to save some face in front of Qin Yu. They never thought that now not only did they not save face, but they also hit a wall as soon as they attacked. Hehe, so you are a Vice Admiral of the Navy, but you don't look impressive enough. A figure with 3 samurai swords hanging from his waist walked out of the dark. On his tough face, with a hint of unruly smile, he said, "However, since you are also a swordsman, I want to use you to sharpen the rusty sword after 3 months of training. I hope that you, as an admiral, will not let me down." As he spoke, Zoro took out a green headscarf with his backhand and tied it on his head. It can be said that this move is a complete provocation in the eyes of the Navy such as Flying Squirrel. But it made Qin Yu feel helpless. Whether in the original work or in this world he broke into, he couldn't understand why Zoro's aesthetics, with so many colors, just liked the feeling of being greened. However, this slightly confident and crazy challenge was a shame in the eyes of the vice-admirals such as Flying Squirrel. However, before they could react, a scarlet light lit up in the darkness of the port. The moment the huge body emerged, an inexplicable murderous intent exploded like a tidal wave. Roar! Like thunder, the roar from the ancient world exploded. Bang! With a big step, the huge body, like a vigorous ghost figure, instantly cut through the sky and rushed straight to the ghost spider. The short distance of hundreds of meters was reached in the blink of an eye under this swift black shadow. When the ghost spider reacted, a huge sword with a green glow, mixed with a posture of 10,000 pounds, chopped down at the ghost spider head-on. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and even the ghost spider's expression changed drastically. Feeling the strong wind blowing in the face, the moment the nerves were tense, the ghost spider had no time to think, and hurriedly raised the 6 sharp blades in his hand. He went straight to the sky to block. The cross-defense posture was formed, and the moment the armed color domineering was covered. The huge force in hand made the ghost spider's expression a little stiff. Chapter 866 Teacher, let's have a fight. Boom! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. The huge impact force surged like a tide. At this moment, Ghost Spider felt 6 arms, as if they were colliding with meteorites. The arms were bent, and the pirate ship under his feet shattered and cracked again. The keel of the ship was broken, and the whole person was like a cannonball, smashing directly into the sea. Bang! A large area of sea water splashed like a rainstorm. The wood chips on the deck of the ship splashed, which made the naval generals and soldiers in the field look stiff. They clearly remembered that 3 days ago, Ghost Spider, who was a vice-admiral of the navy, was grabbed by the head when facing the descendants of the devil, and the ship was smashed directly and sank into the sea. Originally, this incident was a huge shame for Ghost Spider afterwards, and he had always been worried about it. I never thought that after 3 days, the shame had not been washed away, and in the blink of an eye, I was smashed into the sea again. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that the same vice-admiral was defeated twice by the enemy in an instant? When thinking of this, hundreds of eyes turned and quickly locked on the figure who suddenly attacked. Roar! The roar shook the 4 directions. Under the huge sound waves, the huge body fell on the ruins of the pirate ship like a hill. The ferocious face, the scarlet buttocks, and the familiar huge blade in the hand. Instantly, many people's nerves were directly tensed. Especially the 2 vice-admirals Hwashaishin and Slotobiri, the pupils suddenly shrank. If they were not mistaken, the monster with a hideous face and fangs hanging upside down, holding a blade in his hand, was probably almost 100% similar to the legendary Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's #1 supreme swordsman in the 7 warlords of the sea. Who are you? How dare you attack the vice-admiral of the navy? Get out of my way! The roar of the flying squirrel suddenly sounded. He had just taken Zoro's flying slash and was planning to fight back. He never thought that the Baboon King would suddenly attack the spider demon, stealing the limelight from his anger. The only way to save face now is to defeat this monster with a thunderous attitude. Shave! The flying squirrel took a step forward and directly used the shave to the extreme. The whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost, and appeared again behind the Baboon King, only 7 or 8 meters away. In the eyes of the flying squirrel, it was enough to launch a thundering attack. He clenched the samurai sword in his right hand, and the black armed color domineering aura quickly covered it. Second gear. The simple 2 words sounded without warning, falling into the ears of the flying squirrel, causing his nerves to stagnate for a moment. The next moment, before he could react, the hot steam blew down with the wind. A figure with a burning body appeared in front of him as if teleporting. The moment he raised his right hand, the low roar of the air had already resounded in his ears. Steam rocket launcher. Bang! The flying squirrel felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a residual image had passed through all his defenses and landed directly on his chest. The huge impact force swept like a frenzy. The nearly 3-meter body of the flying squirrel flew out like a cannonball. Boom! With a dull crash, it directly hit another pirate ship 100 meters away. The seemingly indestructible hull deck was smashed head-on. Flying squirrel! Hwashaishin's face changed drastically, and he roared in a hurry. In a short moment, the 3 figures attacked one after another, and the thunderous blows they unleashed made them unable to react in time. The feeling of being helpless was far beyond their imagination. Don't move, or don't blame me for taking action, I'm a peace-loving bear. Popo's voice came out without warning. The fat body appeared behind Hua Shaoshan at some point. The furry big paw seemed to press on his shoulder in a friendly manner. However, looking at Popo's harmless expression, the Navy soldiers present were stunned. Only Hua Shaoshan's nerves were tensed at once. He knew clearly how much power was hidden in this bear paw. If he is not careful, he might end up like the flying squirrel and the ghost spider. They just can't figure it out. He clearly used his observation haki to search in all directions. But he couldn't find any trace of the other party. He even appeared behind him without anyone noticing. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Hua Shaoshan would never have believed that there would be such terrifying existences in Kolem Island. Well, you pirates are really bold. You dare to attack the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This is a provocation to our Navy. Stoloberry roared anxiously. As his eyes moved around the scene, he forced himself to remember the 4 figures who attacked in front of him one by one, and shouted sternly, "Do you know that this time, in addition to our 4 vice admirals, the team that came to Kolem Island in person also included Vice Admiral Dautu, who is known as the candidate for Admiral, and our Navy Supernova Thunder Dragon Laxus. If you don't want to be killed in public to wash away the shame of our Navy, I hope you surrender immediately." The slightly long shout echoed over the sea. Looking at Stolobiri, who did not play by the rules and shouted for surrender as soon as he made a move, the Navy soldiers present couldn't help but stiffen their expressions. This was completely inconsistent with the way they imagined the Vice Admirals of the Navy to act. However, when they thought that Vice Admiral Dautu and Thunder Dragon Laxus were on the ship this time, their hearts, which had been hanging, suddenly relaxed secretly. In their eyes, the strength of the 4 people who suddenly attacked was very good. But facing Laxus, who can compete with Barrett, the descendant of the devil, is definitely not enough. However, when they thought of the 4 vice admirals ending up in such an embarrassing situation after a confrontation, their nerves were still slightly tense. As soldiers and even generals of the Navy, they have to survive in this great waterway. The most important thing is to develop a pair of sharp eyes. If you can't even recognize the details of the enemy, you don't even know how to die. However, looking at the 2 people and 2 beasts in front of them, no matter how they searched for intelligence information in their minds, they couldn't figure out the truth. Therefore, they also urgently want to know what the origins of the 2 people and 2 beasts in front of them are with such amazing strength. Chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds. Before they could ask questions, the eyes of the 2 people and 2 beasts suddenly became extremely bright. The shouting in unison gave people the illusion of hitting the soul directly. "Teacher, let's have a fight." Chapter 867 The Gambling War begins. Teacher. The unanimous invitation to fight was like a magic sound, striking the depths of everyone's soul. At this moment, whether it was the Navy soldiers or the Navy generals, their expressions were stiff. Following the gaze of the 4 uninvited guests in front of him, the first person who came into view was Uchiha Chinyu. "La, Mr. Laxus, did they call you teacher just now?" Hua Shaoshan asked urgently, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground at some point. In his eyes? No. It should be said that in the eyes of everyone present, the strength of these uninvited guests in front of them is completely comparable to that of the Navy Vice Admiral. If they are not careful, they can even overwhelm them with a sudden attack. If placed in the New World, he is also a notorious figure. However, now these 4 ruthless people call Laxus, the Navy's supernova, their teacher. Does this mean that the enemies that Akainu, as the Admiral, will face in the gambling battle will be selected from these people? When thinking of this, many people's nerves were tense. After seeing the powerful strength of the 4 ruthless people in front of them. But there is no way to believe that the students trained by Akainu can fight against them. If Akainu knew about what was happening in front of him, I am afraid it is unknown how far things will develop. Haha, it seems that you feel that you have grown up. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, "However, before challenging me, you still need to pass the Navy's gambling battle. Time is running out, follow me on board and set off." Looking at Chinyu, who invited the 4 ruthless people on board with an affirmative, the Navy soldiers and even the generals present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Originally, they had already heard that it was rumored in the Navy headquarters that Chinyu was good at guiding students. The use of the 6 secrets that are now circulating in the top level still comes from his hands. However, in their eyes, rumors are just rumors, and they have always been used as after-dinner talk. It is enough to listen and laugh. However, after seeing with their own eyes, the 4 vice-admirals were directly suppressed by 4 ruthless people in a crazy move. The Navy soldiers and generals present clearly understood that they still underestimated the matter. When I thought of the Navy recruits' gambling battle that will be held tomorrow, I felt a little more inexplicable urgency in my heart. I was eager to know whether the students personally guided by the Navy Admiral Akainu were powerful, or the students led by the Thunder Dragon Laxus who joined the Navy headquarters in the middle were more powerful. Haha, teacher, you are still the same, you like to avoid fighting. Zoro grinned with a high-spirited smile, and put the samurai sword into his waist with his backhand, saying, however, I saw the battle between you and Kaido, the strength of the supreme swordsman, I will defeat you. I will also defeat you, you owe me 100 meals of meat, no, it should be 1,000 meals of meat. Luffy pressed the straw hat on his head, fell from the sky, landed beside Zoro, and quickly echoed. The remaining Baboon King and Bappo, although they did not speak, their faces were also full of fighting spirit. After all, when they thought of Qin Yu's horrible training method in order to let them get the strongest means, it was simply a thought that made their scalps numb. So, they must vent this anger on Qin Yu. Haha, it seems that you have suffered a lot during this period of time, and your eyes are also very good. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, but I hope that you can keep it up when you arrive at the headquarters of the Navy. Let's go, we're going to have a banquet. Hold a banquet? The naval commanders and soldiers present froze in their expressions, looking at Qin Yu with disbelief. There were only a little over 12 hours left before tomorrow's gambling match. In such an imminent situation, Qin Yu still had the leisure to hold a banquet. Does this mean that he was sure to win and didn't take Akainu seriously at all? Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Watching the 2 men and 2 beasts who instantly threw away their murderous aura and tears, they rushed to the warship like a flash of smoke. That posture was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Vice Admirals Hua Shaishan and others looked at each other helplessly with bitter faces, and could only return to the ship one after another. As time passed. The next day, the morning sun, like broken gold, sprinkled on the square of Marineford. The square covering an area of tens of thousands of meters had already become crowded. Many Navy soldiers stopped all the training for the new recruits today and just quickly built some temporary stands. This was to welcome the bet that the Admiral of the Navy headquarters and the Thunder Dragon Laxus promised 3 months ago. More eyes turned and locked on the square, 3 thin figures with mocking smiles on their faces and a little bloody smell on their bodies. Facing them, there were thousands of Navy soldiers holding various weapons and showing cautious expressions. Come on, after today, the 3 of us will be able to graduate from the Navy recruit camp and stand out directly, becoming the youngest and fastest recruit to be promoted to Brigadier General, so I hope you can seize the opportunity. As long as you hold on for a minute in the hands of the 3 of us, you will have the opportunity to be selected as our personal soldiers. A deep voice, with a hint of inexplicable pride, the leading man had a cross-shaped scar on his face, on his well-defined cheek. It gave people a fierce aura. This is Drake. I heard that his ancient devil fruit has been developed to the point where he has completely mastered the 3rd stage of change. If he continues to evolve in this way, once he successfully graduates and enters the rank of Brigadier General, he will be promoted to Major General. He just lacks the accumulation of merit. Humph, if a student who can become Admiral Akainu and personally guides him does not have this ability, it would be a disgrace to Admiral Akainu. I heard that not long ago, Drake killed 10 Sea Kings with his bare hands. The sound of whispering was heard in every corner of the huge square. Feeling the various gazes from all around, Drake's face became even more arrogant. The remaining Zion and Biragud were no exception. As devil fruit users, the 3 of them were originally chosen by God. Their strength has long surpassed that of ordinary people, not to mention that after receiving training from Admiral Akainu, it can be said that it is not an exaggeration to describe their future as limitless. Okay, next, you guys go ahead and do it. As long as you can hold on for 1 minute and don't fall down, you can become our 3 personal soldiers. Of course, if other people have this idea, they can do it as much as they want. Drake spoke again in a teasing tone. Chapter 868. The whole ship was drunk. The teasing words echoed in the huge square. Thousands of Navy soldiers looked at each other and instantly launched an offensive. Go, let's go together. As long as we hold on for a minute, our future status will rise. With a stern shout, a large army of thousands of people, led by someone, rushed out like a wild horse. Looking at this sudden scene, a hideous smile flashed across the faces of Drake and the other 2. With their muscles slightly tensed, they rushed out like a cheetah. The speed was so fast that it pierced the abdomen of the phalanx of the Navy soldiers like a sharp blade. It gave people a feeling of a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Feeling the atmosphere of shouting and killing, it suddenly changed and became a mess. A playful smile appeared on the faces of Drake and the other two. According to the tasks assigned to them by Akainu. Before Chinyu and others arrived, they had to use the record of solving the phalanx of 1,000 Navy soldiers within 1 minute to declare that their strength was not simple. At the same time, they gave Chinyu and others a warning. Only in this way can their voices rise to the highest level. Then, in full view of the public, they completely defeated the 3 students brought by Chinyu. That would satisfy Akainu's resentment. As for them, they could also use this to directly increase their reputation in the Navy headquarters and even in the New World, and gain a foothold on this sea. When Drake and others thought of this, he attacked instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh was endless in the square. Akainu, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to do this. On the observation platform where he usually guides the recruits, Zhangguo said with a slightly gloomy look, you shouldn't let Drake and others do such things. It's good that you lay these stepping stones for them. Once they win, their status will rise. The Navy soldiers who support them for a minute, and even the defeated ones, will also be admired and create a great momentum. However, Akainu, have you ever thought that once Drake and others lose, this kind of peak momentum is likely to give people a huge gap from heaven to hell? The current admiration of thousands of people will probably become despised by thousands of people in the end, which will cause great trauma to the mentality of Drake and others. At this point, Zhangguo's face flashed with displeasure, and he said, as a Navy Admiral, you have also stepped up to this position step by step from the newcomers. You should know clearly that if this kind of thing is not handled properly, our Navy headquarters will lose 3 good seedlings. The voice of Er Chang, mixed with the flavor of questioning, echoed on the high platform. The expressions of some of the accompanying Navy Vice Admirals and Aoki Kizaru also changed slightly. It was a bit premature for Zhangguo to make this comment. However, it was not wrong for the scene in front of him. Now Akainu's behavior is undoubtedly to grab the voice. If he fails, the physical and mental damage to Drake and the other 3 will only be greater. However, facing the many gazes from all around, Akainu's gloomy expression remained the same. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, Marshal Zhangguo, do you mean that I am not as good as a brat? Don't forget that I personally gave them guidance in the past 3 months, but that kid disappeared for 3 months. Whether there are really students participating in the war is another matter. To put it another way, even if he really has students participating in the war, whether he can provide guidance in time is another matter. You are too arbitrary now. If I win by chance, you will lose face. So, I still advise you, Marshal Zhangguo, to shut up and watch the battle and wait for the final result of the decisive battle." The tit-for-tat situation made the atmosphere in the field tense. "You." Zhangguo's face sank and he was immediately angry. "Time is up. The number of soldiers who can still stand on the field is 0. Congratulations to Drake, Birgud, and Chuan for defeating 1,000 Navy soldiers in 1 minute." A referee's shout suddenly sounded in the field. On the high platform, the atmosphere that was originally tense was suddenly broken. Everyone's eyes turned and fell on the square that temporarily served as the battlefield. Looking at the huge square with thousands of Navy soldiers lying in all directions, the expressions of many Navy generals changed slightly. In their eyes, it is not difficult to defeat 1,000 people. But to defeat them all in just 1 minute is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, after this glimpse of strength, they undoubtedly got a glimpse of the training results shown by Akainu, the Admiral, which should not be underestimated. This undoubtedly made them eager to know whether Laxus, who was valued by Marshal Sengoku and Zafergarp, could really defeat the trump card in Akainu's hand. "Marshal Sengoku, there is a warship requesting to enter the port. Should it be released immediately?" A Navy soldier hurriedly stepped forward to ask. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the field changed drastically. A trace of urgency flashed across Sengoku's face, and he said, "Is it Daota's battleship? Is Laxus going with you? Let them go quickly." "Humph, they made us wait here for so long. I'll wait a while and I must scold them." Looking at Sengoku, who was about to show off his power as soon as he opened his mouth, anyone could hear the excitement in his words. However, as Sengoku said, they had waited too long. It was to wait for Laxus to appear and solve the doubts that had been bothering them for 3 months. "Jean, Marshal Sengoku, Just, the situation on this ship is a bit strange. The Navy soldier stammered. Zhang Guo was startled and said, strange, what's strange? Don't hesitate. What happened on Dao Tu's battleship? Faced with the sudden episode in front of them, whether it was Zifa, Garp, or Akainu, there was an inexplicable urgency on their faces. They have been waiting for the answer to this mystery for 3 months. Don't want to make mistakes at this critical moment. Yes, it's on the battleship. There is a banquet. 8 or 9 out of 10 people on the ship are drunk. The deck is full of people sleeping in all directions. Only Lilong Laxus is standing on the front of the bow deck. The hurried voice came again. Hearing the report of the Navy soldiers, the people present couldn't help but be confused. In their eyes, this should be an extremely sacred and solemn gambling battle. However, now they are told that the people who have been waiting for a whole morning have drunk the whole ship. If they didn't hear it with their own ears, no one would believe it. Chapter 869 You are flattering me. How dare you, you bastard, do such a shameful thing under the banner of justice of the Navy. Angry a roar suddenly sounded. Akainu's face sank, and the hot magma rolled all over his body. Under the rolling hot air waves, the whole person rushed towards the battleship heading to the estuary like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that it crossed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The sudden scene made the people who were distracted in the field suddenly wake up. Akainu, don't mess around. Zhang Guo was the first to shout in a hurry. However, before he could take further action, Akainu, who was rushing away, had a gloomy look and instantly locked on the battleship. The moment the magma in his right hand steamed and gushed out, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and a punch came from a distance of thousands of meters. Hell dog! Bang! A punch was thrown, and the hot magma gushed out like a volcano, and the speed was so fast that it turned into a huge magma dog of tens of meters in the air. It shot towards the battleship. The sudden attack startled everyone in the square. Especially, seeing the battleship where Akainu attacked from. They caught something instantly. However, before they could react completely, a roar that tore the eardrums suddenly resounded through the sky. Boom! Thunder shook the 9 heavens. When a golden lightning suddenly lit up, the Hades dog, which was swooping down from the sky and rushing towards the battleship, paused for a moment. The next moment, the huge golden thunder dragon Fang Tianji, which was more than 10 meters long, instantly tore through the void. The speed was so fast that it gave people a feeling of being as fast as thunder. Even before the Hades dog could react, the huge lightning had already penetrated directly. Bang! The huge Hades dog, which was tens of meters long, collapsed in the void. The sky was full of molten magma, pouring down like heavy rain. The golden lightning, as fast as thunder, chased Akainu. The speed was so fast that it only took a few breaths to close the distance of a few thousand meters. By the time Akainu reacted, the attack had already reached him. Feeling this unparalleled aura locked on him, Akainu's face darkened, and he roared angrily. The molten lava in his right hand rolled and punched out again. The burning river spouts fire. Boom! Endless molten lava, like a raging tide, instantly enveloped the thunder dragon Fang Tianji with an overwhelming attitude. According to Akainu's idea, he undoubtedly intended to completely suppress and annihilate the attack with the advantage of numbers. However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, a voice suddenly sounded. Explode! Akainu's expression froze, and he suddenly woke up. The first thing that came into his eyes was the molten lava that was rapidly expanding all over the sky. The next moment, golden beams of light tore and splashed out. Boom! The violent thunder exploded. The molten lava in the sky, like a rainstorm, spread between heaven and earth, directly covering the place where Akainu was. Seeing this sudden scene, the expressions of the Navy soldiers and even the generals present changed drastically. In their eyes, Akainu, as the Admiral of the Navy, should have taken the lead by attacking first. They never thought that the situation would be reversed in a face-to-face fight. Let the great Admiral Akainu fall at a disadvantage. Damn guy! Akainu roared, and a figure with a gloomy face gathered under the flying molten lava. In the void, it fell on the coast. Looking at the battleship that passed the pass and entered the inner bay. Standing on the bow deck, the figure with a warm smile on his face, Akainu's teeth almost broke. Yes, it was Thunder Dragon Laxus. The attack just now was indeed from his hands. I have already said that his strength is definitely not simple. I didn't expect that he could really compete with Admiral Akainu. Tisk, you forgot that 3 days ago, Lord Laxus rescued 5 vice-admirals including Dauta from the hands of Douglas Barrett, the descendant of the devil. This kind of strength is infinitely close to that of an admiral. No, it should be said that he is absolutely qualified for the position of admiral. Hey, when you talk, should you pay attention to the situation? If Admiral Akainu is concerned about it, you will be in trouble. A series of discussions sounded one after another in the field. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field that he had worked hard to build, Akainu's face became extremely ugly. The eyes full of haze turned in vain, locked on Laxus, and shouted sternly, "Laxus, you know what crime you deserve. Dare to hold a so-called banquet on the Navy's battleship, and the soldiers on the deck are drunk and lying all over the place. If this kind of thing gets out, it will be a shame on the justice flag of the Navy headquarters. If you can't give us an explanation today, it will be difficult for the Navy soldiers in the field to convince us." The stern voice rolled and spread. Looking at Akainu, who started to attack as soon as he opened his mouth, the expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. Zhang Guo also wanted to know how Qin Yu would respond. Feeling the many looks from all around, Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, "Akainu, are you making a fuss? Have you forgotten that these naval soldiers on board participated in the battle against Barrett? There is an unspoken rule in the Navy headquarters that those who survived the war can be considered on vacation to improve their body and mind. Now, they have survived the disaster and have no missions to perform, so they can be considered on vacation. There are enough people stationed on the battlefield, so this is not considered dereliction of duty." At this point, Qin Yu looked at Akainu with interest and said with a smile, "Or, Admiral Akainu, do you think that the battle in Barrett was not a life and death battle for the Navy soldiers and Navy generals who participated in the battle because of my presence? If you insist on saying so, I have no way to refute it. After all, you are flattering me." The small voice echoed in the sea, making the people who were not present stagnant. Facing Qin Yu's words, there was a feeling that there was no way to refute. As Qin Yu said, they, the Navy and the pirates, are the same, living with their heads pinned to their belts. When performing tasks, they can keep a straight face, and the subsequent activities are not much different from those of pirates. What's more, facing Douglas Barrett, the descendant of the devil who is said to be comparable to Pluto Rayleigh. If it is not considered a battle of life and death, then does it really have to go to war with the 4 emperors head-on? According to what Qin Yu said, if Akainu insisted on making trouble, it would probably really chill the hearts of a group of Navy soldiers. Unless Akainu insisted on praising Qin Yu to death and insisted that he was better than Barrett, the matter would be another story. Chapter 870 Navy Mascot. Well, what a sharp-tongued kid. Akainu's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "You can get away with this. However, have you forgotten that today is the 3-month gambling battle time we promised? Are you planning to use drunkenness to delay time and get away with it?" At this point, Akainu's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Of course, as a Navy admiral, I won't let people think that I bully you. As long as you admit defeat in public, I can let you get away with this gambling battle," which is also a face for Marshal Zhang Guo and Old Man Zifa. The people present, whether they were Navy soldiers or generals, Zhang Guo and Zifa couldn't help but look stiff. Facing the corpses lying on the boat, they really couldn't see Qin Yu. Where did the confidence of winning the gambling battle 90% come from? "Haha, Admiral Akainu, are you worried about this?" Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, "Don't worry, my students will as deep in their bones. They may seem drunk, but their fighting consciousness can be awakened at any time. As long as you think there is no problem with the trump card in your hand, we can start." Looking at Qin Yu, who did not retreat at all and walked down the stairs along Akainu. The people present, including Zhang Guo and others, were also stunned. In their eyes, drinking should be a tiring thing. Why did Qin Yu not care about it? "Okay, very good, since you said so, I will see where your 90% chance of winning comes from." Akainu's face sank and he shouted anxiously. "Drake, Birgud, Zion, come out." "Yes, teacher." Drake and the other 2 responded, and like ghosts, they appeared in front of Akainu 1 step ahead. As soon as they appeared, their faces were full of pride, and they looked up to Qin Yu, who was standing on the bow deck. Bang! The huge battleship, accompanied by the sound of the waves, finally docked in full view of everyone. The already depressing atmosphere became even heavier with the confrontation. Laxus, do you need me to wake them up? Daoto couldn't help but asked. Standing in the back, the 4 people of Huashaishan, who were drunk, stood not far away in a slightly awkward manner. Originally, they had no intention of drinking, but unfortunately they couldn't stop Qinyu's invitation, and they didn't expect to make such a fool of themselves directly in front of the Navy headquarters. However, facing the many looks, Huashaishan and others were still eager to know what Qinyu was going to do. When they thought of the terrifying strength of the 2 men and 2 beasts, they looked at Drake and others with a little more pity. No need. Qinyu smiled and rejected Daoto's kindness, saying, General Akainu, you have waited here for 3 months. As a senior, you should assign students to play first. If my people cannot play, they will be considered to have unconditionally admitted defeat. In order to show fairness, the gambling battle we are conducting will be a 3-game 3-win system. As long as one person on one side does not fall in the end, they will win the final victory. As soon as these words fell, the faces of many people present changed drastically. According to Qinyu, that was to completely eliminate the opportunity to exploit loopholes. Originally, 2 wins in 3 games, as long as the lineup of the battle can be reasonably allocated, it is possible to win by luck. But the 3-game 3-win system proposed by Qinyu now is through a round-robin battle until only one person is left on any side, and then it is considered a win. Once any side has a monster that can overwhelm the whole field, it is probably possible to stage a crazy record of one person sweeping the whole field. When thinking of this, the eyes of many people present subconsciously locked on Qinyu. They were eager to know what confidence Qinyu had to say such crazy words when a group of students were drunk and intoxicated. Okay, you are really arrogant enough. Akainu's face sank, and he shouted sternly, since you don't give up the step I gave you, don't blame my men for being ruthless. Let me tell you, the 3 of my men are monsters in the recruit camp. Just now, they defeated thousands of naval elites have been defeated. Xiuan, you go first. Yes, teacher. Xiuan, wearing a face scarf, was the first to walk out. A pair of eyes full of fighting spirit suddenly turned and fell on Qinyu and said, Sir Laxus, I have a request. I hope to fight you after I defeat your students. After all, I no longer have the fun of fighting in the recruit camp, and I think it should be difficult to find it in your students. So, in order to regain this long-lost feeling of fighting, I hope to fight with you. A battle with Laxus? The small voice made many people in the field gasp. After all, in their eyes, Qinyu's military exploits from his appearance to now are enough to be described as brilliant. Regarding Xian's challenge, his age seems to be almost the same as Qinyu, but they believe that the gap in combat power will be a chasm. However, daring to challenge Qinyu in public is also a kind of courage. Don't worry, you will still have a chance after today. Qinyu responded with a smile. I think about your opponent, so let it act as it. Bibo, there is a beautiful female bear waiting for you. Beautiful female bear? The inexplicable words fell into Xian's ears with a proud and fighting spirit on his face, and directly made his expression stiff. In their eyes, as long as they are not fools, they can definitely see that Qinyu is treating Xian as a female bear. Asshole, you dare to insult me! Xiuan suddenly woke up and roared angrily. However, before he could start, a loud roar sounded first. Awoo, where is the beautiful mother bear? The agile round body bounced up from the ground like a cannonball. In the void, with a flexible posture, it landed steadily behind Qinyu. A pair of drunken and blurred eyes with eye mucus, while rubbing his lower body, muttering words in his mouth. Where is the beautiful mother bear? I like black, not white. The teacher said that black and white can give birth to the mythical beast panda. My descendants are first-class strong ones. The small voices dissipated in the field. Looking at Popo, who was a little silly and cute when he spoke, he was benefiting the descendants. An absurd idea flashed through their minds. Laxus, is it really the student you sent to fight this time? Are you sure you are not choosing a mascot for the Navy? Chapter 871 This mascot is too cruel. Zhang Guo trademark's questioning made many people present nod silently. As described in the original book, Chopper and Popo are the ones with the least bounty and the most fierce fighting. Teacher, where is the black mother bear you promised to find for me? After Popo looked around, he felt the gaze cast at him, and the smell of alcohol on his body gradually dissipated. Okay, let Trademark S talk about the mother bear later. Complete the task I gave you first, and the first battle will be handed over to you. Don trademark to lose my face. Qin Yu smiled and patted Popo trademark's shoulder, looking at Xiuan and said, quick battle and quick decision. Etisk? The dissatisfaction on Popo trademark's face was suddenly replaced by seriousness. After looking up at the sky, he said, Teacher, today is a good day. Under your targeted training, I also completely mastered that move, and I was planning to keep it to challenge the teacher. However, since you asked me to make a quick decision, I have no choice but to use it. The inexplicable words startled the people in the field. In their eyes, Popo looked cute and his movements seemed very agile. However, in the navy, there should be nothing special about him. Once he fought with Xian, who had the power of the devil fruit, he would definitely not be good enough. Now, Qin Yu suddenly sent a mascot to fight the first battle, which was beyond their cognition. Especially seeing that after leaving these harsh words, Popo looked up and stared at the sky, with a completely ignoring attitude. Xian's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch, and then he roared angrily. You are so arrogant, are you provoking me? I want to see how you can make a quick decision and win the first victory. In the navy, I know one thing clearly, arrogance will inevitably be defeated. Shave. Xian took a step forward and used the shave of the navy's 6 styles to the extreme. The whole person disappeared like a ghost, and when he appeared again, he had crossed 20 to 30 meters. This speed of crossing instantly can definitely be called the best among the navy recruits. In the eyes of navy generals such as Sengoku, people couldn't help but nod in agreement. For this gambling battle, Akainu obviously not only let Xian and the other 2 develop the devil fruit ability, but also did not neglect physical skills. Zeph, it seems that Akainu, in order to win, even physical skills are valued. He said in a deep voice. As a classmate of Zephyr and others, he knew clearly that Zephyr's biggest dissatisfaction with Akainu and Kizaru was because Akainu and Kizaru completely ignored the training of physical skills and put the focus of improving strength on the development of devil fruits. Now, in order to defeat Qin Yu, Akainu did not neglect physical skills when training Xian. This is enough to show that in Akainu's eyes, Qin Yu is undoubtedly regarded as a real opponent. However, facing his words, Zifa's face became more and more tense, and then he shouted in a hurry, Laxus, are you crazy? The mascot you brought back is not from the fur tribe. These guys, when they see the full moon, will change and run away. Not many people in the fur tribe can control this power. Xian, run away quickly. The inexplicable exclamation came out without any warning, shaking everyone's nerves. As we all know, Zifa has always supported Laxus. For him, Laxus can win and join the Navy headquarters, which is the most ideal solution. At the moment, Zifa is out of character, letting Xian run away, and even talking about the fur tribe. This undoubtedly made many people confused. Roar. A low roar sounded like thunder. A series of silver arcs flowed and stirred on Popo's body. The body, which was more than 2 meters long, surged again with a thunderous sound. After shaking his body, he turned into a giant of 3 or 4 meters. A pair of wide open eyes, filled with silver lightning, like silver eyes, captivating people. The silver arcs flowing all over his body gave people a feeling of being bathed in it. If Qin Yu were to describe it, it would be very similar to the Thunder War Bear in the XX Alliance that he played in his previous life. The huge breath exuded made people feel inexplicably creepy. What is this? Xian's expression stiffened, and his rapid approaching movements also paused. However, this move instantly tightened Akainu's nerves, and he roared in a hurry, Xian, retreat quickly. Retreat? Xian suddenly woke up. It was the first time he heard that the Admiral Akainu, who made them fight to the death in training, would actually let them retreat on their own initiative. This kind of reaction must be abnormal. Bang! A dull thunder suddenly sounded, and a huge lightning splashed. Xian only saw that Popo, who had transformed into a giant lightning bear, disappeared like a ghost. The heavy wooden board under his feet seemed to be overwhelmed and was directly crushed. A black shadow cast like an overwhelming shadow instantly covered him. At this moment, Xian only saw a bear paw as big as a millstone, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air and mixed with endless lightning, slapping down in front of him. At this close distance, Xian's mind was blank. His rust fruit was developed under the guidance of Akainu. However, facing this kind of palm-to-flesh attack, I am afraid that only armament haki can be slightly useful. It's a pity that in this short 3-month training, Akainu mainly guided the development of the fruit. At the same time, he also shared some experience in physical skills. However, he didn't take care of training them to use armament haki. Facing this fierce attack in front of him, the only thing Xiuan could do was to use the iron block in the 6 styles to the extreme. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded. The violent lightning arc splashed, bringing a sharp wind back. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and a thin figure. Wrapped in the lightning, it flew backwards like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that it was like a meteor. In full view of everyone, it hit the heavy city wall 1,000 meters away. With the release of huge power, spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly. The seemingly indestructible city wall collapsed in response. Originally, Xiuan's thin body, at this moment, gave people the feeling that it was like a nail embedded directly in the city wall. His hands and feet fell weakly in the air, his head tilted, his eyes turned directly, and he foamed at the mouth, obviously fainted. The sudden scene made the huge square fall into silence. Looking at the mascot bathed in lightning and falling on the square, I couldn't help but be confused. In their eyes, this mascot is too cruel. Chapter 872 I am the genuine hawk, I am my hawk. The huge square fell into silence. Thousands of eyes turned and locked on Bappo, with disbelief on their faces. A moment ago, Akainu, as the Admiral of the Navy, was very confident and put eye drops on everyone. It is right to describe Zion as a monster among the Navy recruits. This statement is a little bit of exaggeration. However, as a member of the Navy, he is also a soldier and general who has walked out step by step in the Navy recruit training camp. They know clearly that once Zion walks out of the training camp, he will receive special training from the Admiral of the Navy. He can definitely be called a monster among the same class and even the previous class. It's a pity that Zion, a monster, has such bad luck and is paired with a terrifying mascot. The Fur Tribe. It can make the former Admiral of the Navy, Zifa, so confused. It is enough to show that its origin is not simple. Laxus, stop it quickly, be careful of it going berserk. Zifa reminded again in a hurry. However, as soon as the voice fell, the lightning wrapped around Bappo's body collapsed in front of everyone. The body, which was originally 4 or 5 meters long and as huge as a hill, was restored to its original state. The silly look is still there, with his head drooping, looking at Zion, who has lost consciousness embedded in the city wall. Bappo touched the back of his head and said, "Teacher, did I use too much force? I was told before, but don't end the battle too quickly, should it be 3 moves or 4 moves? Also, you have to take 1 move from the opponent to give enough face and save face." The low voice, coming from Bappo's mouth, gave people a weak and soft feeling. Coupled with a harmless expression on his face, the cheek muscles of many people present were twitching. In their eyes, these words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on Akainu's wounds. "Okay, Bappo, don't add drama to yourself here, come back first, and prepare for the second game next." Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. His eyes turned down and fell on Akainu, saying, "General Akainu, everyone's time is precious, don't delay it because of our personal affairs. Next, who are you going to send?" Looking at Chinyu, who got straight to the point. Many people came back to their senses in shock and subconsciously looked at Akainu. After seeing with their own eyes that Zion, who was regarded as an ace by Akainu, was defeated in one encounter, they were eager to know what kind of students Akainu would choose to turn the tide in the case of such a first battle defeat. "Well, good kid, I don't know where you found the rare fur tribe, or the rare combat power that can control the transformation ability, but this kind of luck will not appear a second time." Akainu's face was gloomy and he shouted angrily. "Zion, in my guidance, I have never been optimistic about him. If I really want to rank the combat power, he can only rank 3rd. If I have 10 students, then he will be ranked 10th. You may think it's strange, but I'm telling you that Zion's strength and talent have never been in my eyes." At this point, Akainu turned his eyes and said, "If you really want to count, my trump cards are only Drake and Birigud. If Birigud is the second, then Drake is the first. In the next battle, I will be serious and let Birigud take action." Chang's words came out hesitantly, and Birigud, who was standing aside, walked out in front of everyone. Looking at this man with a spherical head, he described it according to Chinyu's memory. This Birigud, like Xuan, is the new Navy general who appeared on Judicial Island 2 years later in the original work and surrounded and defeated Rob Lucci and Luffy. Xuan has the rust fruit, which corroded and damaged Zoro's snow fruit. As for Very Good, he is a superhuman devil fruit user with the bean fruit. Being able to turn anything touched into beans instantly, if developed properly, is also a good strength. This is very good. I heard that not long ago, he went out to sea alone and disintegrated a pirate group with a bounty of over 100 million. I also heard about this. 3 days later, he brought back the head of the escaped pirate captain. With such a record, he seems to be much better than Schwan. The hurried voices rang out one after another in the field. Facing Biragud's evaluation, it feels that he is obviously much better than Schwan. Sir Laxus, I didn't expect that I would be on the field so soon, but I also want to thank you for kicking Schwan out of the gambling battle so quickly. Very Good grinned and said. During the training, I found that his strength was not good enough and he was not able to meet the expectations of Admiral Akainu. It was just that Admiral Akainu didn't want to hurt his heart, so he didn't kick him out of the training midway. Next, I hope Sir Laxus can be serious and give me a chance to win a glorious victory. The small voice, at this moment, was like a magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Looking at Very Good, whose face was full of confident smiles, everyone present had a thought in their minds. Crazy. This is crazy. In their eyes, Zion just now was already arrogant enough, and they never thought that Very Good would be crazier than Zion. However, facing the arrogant Very Good in front of them, they were eager to know who Qin Yu would send to fight him next. Is it to continue to make surprise moves and let Popo of the Fur clan take action, or to choose someone else? It is enough to move people's hearts. Haha, I believe that Zion will be unhappy when he hears what you said. In order to maintain your friendship, I will choose the same opponent for you. Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, Hawkeye, my hawk is here. Hawkeye? The inexplicable words made the onlookers present startled. Only Hua Shaishan and others standing behind the deck behind Qin Yu knew clearly what these words meant. Thinking of everything that happened on the Kolem Islands half a day ago, his scalp numbed, and he subconsciously looked at the figure not far away, which was as huge as a hill and carrying a huge black knife. The pair of erected ears trembled rapidly, the scarlet buttocks suddenly stuck up, and the huge body rolled up like a slingshot. Roar! The low roar exploded like thunder. The ferocious face of the Baboon King emerged, and he slammed his fists heavily on his chest, and roared angrily with human words. Who is calling me? I am the genuine Hawkeye, my hawk. Chapter 873 Genuine Strength. Oh, I am the real Hawkeye, my hawk. Where on earth are you, you bastard fake? Muffled the roar echoed like thunder. Looking at the Baboon King with ferocious eyes, fangs standing up, and a huge black knife on his back. The body that was nearly 7 or 8 meters long and like an iron tower exuded a fierce breath all over his body. It made people's pupils shrink suddenly, and their hearts seemed to be tightened by an invisible big hand. In particular, seeing the big knife with cold light on the back of the Baboon King, the posture made people think of Hawkeye, my hawk. Is it Hawkeye, my hawk? An absurd thought flashed through their minds. However, as soon as it came up, it was directly rejected by them. If the Hawkeye holding the coffin boat in their memory is the real thing, then the Baboon King in front of them, except for the almost similar weapons, everything else has nothing to do with it. If there is any relationship, I am afraid it can only be regarded as a knockoff product sold at a clearance sale. However, facing the huge body of the Baboon King, which was like an iron tower, and the breath of fierce tears that permeated his body, the faces of the Navy soldiers and even the Navy generals present were a little solemn. Who is talking about Hawkeye, my hawk? Get out of here! The Baboon King roared with his eyes hazy with alcohol. However, when he saw Qin Yu with a warm smile on his face, the breath of fierce tears that had been rolling and dissipating suddenly disappeared. The alcohol smell on his body instantly dissipated, and he hurriedly said, Old teacher, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Okay, I know you, since the power of your bloodline has been restored, you are eager to overcome the mountain of Hawkeye. Qin Yu patted the Baboon King's thigh and said, but next, you help me clean up the mess first, and then think about that problem. Just now, Bibo defeated the first opponent in the bet battle with one move. The next opponent is that beanhead. I heard that he will be stronger. At this point, Qin Yu looked up and said, how many moves do you think it will take to solve it? How many moves? The naval soldiers present, and even a group of generals, couldn't help but stagnate. What Biragud said just now, regardless of whether it was boastful or not. However, since Akainu ranked him second to fight, it is enough to prove that his strength is definitely stronger than Zion. Now it fell into Qin Yu's mouth, but was directly ignored, and described as how many moves to defeat. Could it be that in Qin Yu's eyes, this is a sure win? Laxus, I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so superficial. Biragud said sternly, it looks really good, but if you want to defeat me with this momentum, I'm afraid it's not good enough. I forgot to tell you that I am a user of the bean fruit, with the ability to split my body, and all physical attacks will be invalidated. I think you, a fake, should be a third-rate swordsman, so try my strongest distraction sphere. Bang! With the roar of the air, Biragud's body disintegrated and turned into a sky-high sphere, floating in the air. The black armed color domineering quickly covered his limbs. Very good, in the recruit camp, not only did he learn the 6 styles, he also developed the devil fruit ability to the utmost, and he even hid the armed color domineering, which is really surprising. The face of the crane tree bark trembled, revealing a trace of surprise. Humph, the good show is still to come. If that monster really only knows ordinary slashing, then facing the devil fruit ability of Bellygood, it is destined that he will lose without a doubt. Akainu snorted coldly. Very good, don't waste time, fight quickly. General Akainu, I know. Berrygood's head suspended in the air flashed a teasing smile and said, fake. I originally planned to spend more time to let you understand what the difference in strength is. Unfortunately, you are unlucky. Since General Akainu has spoken, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as the voice fell, Berrygood's scattered body seemed to come alive and moved in an instant. However, before he could react, the Baboon King, who seemed to be twitching all over, suddenly raised his head. His scarlet eyes were as bloody as blood. The veins on the back of his hand, which was clenched tightly, were even more prominent. His eyes suddenly turned and instantly locked onto Biragud, roaring loudly. You, say I'm a fake. Damn it, I'll show you what the real strength is. Roar. As the words fell, the Baboon King roared to the sky. His scarlet eyes reflected the full moon in the sky. A huge force seemed to awaken in the Baboon King's body. Accompanied by a crackling sound of lightning arcs, the violent lightning exploded in the Baboon King's body. Bang! The heavy deck under his feet could not bear it in an instant and collapsed. The huge body of 7 or 8 meters expanded again. The black hair on his body turned white. The black knife, which was almost the same size as the Baboon King, had become a weapon that was just right for him at this moment. A huge and fierce aura spread out from the Baboon King. Seeing the Baboon King change suddenly, many people who were watching the show couldn't help but stiffen their expressions. In their eyes, Popo, who had the ability to transform and belonged to the fur family, was very rare in this sea. At least, in their sailing career I have never encountered them before. However, Qin Yu now told them that there were not only the fur clan on the ship, but also 2 of them. Most importantly, after the second one transformed, the aura it exuded completely overshadowed the first one. However, this does not mean that Popo is too weak. On the contrary, the Baboon King has been training with Hawkeye my hawk in the Ruins Kingdom, and the battles he has experienced are not comparable to Popo. What's more, the Baboon King has another layer. The identity of the king who commands the human-like baboons. The momentum released by his gestures has amazing deterrence. One sword style black sword Foshan. A hoarse and rough voice suddenly sounded. The Baboon King's pair of blood-like eyes suddenly widened. The blade clenched in both hands, under the cover of the powerful armament haki, instantly emitted a black glow. However, this is just the beginning. The inky black armament haki, driven by the Baboon King, stirred up black air ripples, which quickly swirled on the blade. Chapter 874 Defeated by 2 Beasts. Buzz. The inky black armament haki, like a vortex, quickly stirred up on the huge black knife. In an instant, the air flowing through the whole world seemed to be pulled by the haki on the blade. Crackling, the arcs flowing on the Baboon King, under the control of the Baboon King, poured into the blade like a frenzy. For a moment, the silver and black power, like the division of yin and yang, entangled on the blade. The breath that stirred the world, at this moment, added an inexplicable death aura. The pupils of the people present suddenly shrank, as if an invisible big hand had tightened their hearts. Staring at the attack in the hands of the Baboon King, ready to go. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. If this knife fell, they would definitely cry for a long time. No. It should be said that they would definitely die. What kind of method is this? No way, you are just a beast. My fruit ability can completely restrain all physical attacks. I will defeat you. Biragud roared stiffly. Disperse the spheres and surround and kill from all directions. Puff puff puff. The spheres in the sky were directly controlled by Biragud. Like a large net, they attacked the Baboon King across the sky. The hands and feet covered with armed color domineering were directly hidden in the spheres in the sky, as if waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, when Biragud moved, the Baboon King, who had been accumulating strength, suddenly raised his head. The scarlet eyes, as if piercing through the heart, hit the depths of Biragud's soul. At the moment of meeting eyes, the movement of the hands paused for a moment. The next moment, the Baboon King clenched the black knife in both hands and slashed it out instantly. Boom! The knife came out, like a bolt from the blue. The sharp and unparalleled aura, like a raging tide, surged to the surroundings. A huge flying slash of 100 meters, with a posture that tore the world apart, condensed out of thin air. For a moment, everyone's eyes seemed to be completely enveloped by this shocking slash. The short distance of hundreds of meters, under the huge slash, was approached in the blink of an eye. When Biragud, who was in a trance, suddenly woke up, the attack coming in front of him had already occupied all his pupils. The attack that came from the sky, even locked his entire body in a crushing posture. Yes. No matter what, it was like using the power of the devil fruit to turn his body into scattered beans. At this moment, facing the huge attack in front of him, Biragud knew clearly that he had ignored the saturation attack. With his current strength alone, there was no way to hide. Facing the Baboon King who had mastered and imitated Hawkeye throughout his life and had now restored the blood power of the Fur clan. Lost the devil fruit ability as a basis. Biragud was completely panicked, especially when he saw the pupils dilated and could no longer attack. The pride that filled his heart a moment ago disappeared in an instant. An inexplicable shadow of death quickly sprouted on his spine. Facing the moment of life and death, only one thought flashed through Biragud's mind. Help, I don't want to die yet. Biragud cried out in a hurry. The unexpected call for help made the people present look stunned. Without time to think about it, the hot air wave surged without warning. Canine-tooth red lotus. Bang! The hot magma exploded like a volcanic eruption. Like a streak of silk, it turned into a giant magma dog, taking the lead and colliding with the fierce slash. Boom! The magma splashed all over the sky, and the sharp sword energy shot out like a raging tide. The huge impact formed gave people a feeling of a hurricane passing through. The magma splashing all over the sky was like fireworks, dispersing between heaven and earth. Biragud's eyes blurred, and the whole person was directly overturned like a cannonball. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, the remaining power did not decrease, and it hit the wall next to Zion. Bang! The thick wall cracked like a spider web. The body, which was slightly larger than Zion, was still nailed in the ruins at this moment. Under the huge recoil force, it opened its mouth and spit out a blood mist, like fireworks, dispersing between heaven and earth. However, at this moment, Biragud could not care about the surprised looks from all directions. He hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the first thing that came into his sight was Akainu, who rescued him in time with a gloomy face. Akainu, Admiral Akainu, this is just an accident. Let me fight again, I will definitely win. Biragud expressed his position in a hurry. Let you fight again? Akainu said coldly, shut up, have you forgotten what you said just now? If, not in front of so many people, I would definitely turn you into molten lava with that blow just now. The stern voice echoed between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Akainu, who looked gloomy and seemed to want to kill someone. It can be said that all this can't be blamed on him. After all, he was laying the groundwork before the gambling battle began. Whether it was before the gambling battle letting Biragud and others hunt pirates and accumulate combat experience, or before Chinyu arrived, a 1,000-man showdown was held. All this was to push the atmosphere to the extreme in an instant when the gambling war began. In Akainu's eyes, what he wanted most was to be able to overpower Chinyu. In the Navy headquarters, to save some face and confidence. However, the scenes before his eyes completely overturned Akainu's cognition. I thought that by selecting 3 Devil Fruit ability users, they could have a steady advantage in innate strength. With the help of 3 more months, they could adjust their strength a little and be invincible. Unfortunately, ideals are full, and reality is full of skinny. Akainu never thought that the elite among the elites he boasted about would be defeated by the other party in one move. No. It should be said that he was defeated by two beasts. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Okay, Akainu, it seems that it is against the rules for you to suddenly intervene in the battle. Zhang Guo suppressed the horror in his eyes, looked at the Baboon King for a second time, and said, if everyone has no objection, Laxus will win this battle. Now the result of the bet is that the students under Laxus won 2 battles and won with 1 strike. Akainu has lost the early advantage. You only have 1 student left. I hope you can fight carefully. At this point, Zhang Guo looked at Qin Yu meaningfully. In Zhang Guo's eyes, he didn't like Akainu's hot temper. However, Akainu has always been the admiral of the Navy headquarters and the main combat force under his command. Now Qin Yu has won twice, if he wins the last one. This slap in the face thrown in public fell on Akainu's face, but it was a slapping sound. Chapter 875 Special Request. Feeling the sight of Zhang Guo, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly and said, General Akainu, I have won 2 out of 3 games now, so I should have won. However, because I proposed the rule of 3 games and 3 wins, we still need to continue this gambling battle. At this point, Qin Yu looked at Drake with an ugly expression and said, however, in order to make the gambling battle more interesting, let's decide the winner in one go. Bapo and Baboon King, who I sent out before, will be kicked out of the gambling battle. Among my remaining students, I will continue to select one person to fight against your last trump card. I think you kept him until the end, which should be the hope of winning. The slightly long voice echoed in the 4 directions of the sky, and it was impossible to disperse for a long time. Looking at the opening, he was going to let the water go. No. It should be Qin Yu who let the sea go, and the onlookers present showed a look of astonishment on their faces. In their eyes, the gambling battle between Akainu and Qin Yu is not an exaggeration to describe it as a fight to the death. However, in the gambling battle, Qin Yu has won 2 out of 3 games. Whether it is the ordinary gambling method or the 3-game 3-win rule proposed by Qin Yu, he will definitely have the last laugh. At least, the strength shown by Baboon King and Bapo just now. But it is completely beyond their budget. Kid, are you insulting me? Akainu's face sank, and he roared, you should know clearly what will happen if you insult a Navy admiral. If it weren't for the rules of the gambling battle, I would really have the urge to sink you into the sea. As soon as the voice fell, the power dormant in Akainu's body exploded. The hot air wave swept the whole venue like a frenzy, causing the temperature to soar by 7 or 8 degrees. Looking at the hot molten lava rolling on the surface of the body and the suddenly clenched fists, everyone knows clearly that what Akainu said just now is definitely not false. Akainu, don't be impulsive. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice. Laxus, I want to know why you do this. In Zhang Guo's eyes, he was just planning to let Qin Yu go. But, he never expected that Qin Yu would let him go so openly. This is simply a shame for Akainu, who is a general. Win 2 games and give up 2 more victories. This gives people a feeling of slapping you and giving you a candy. Haha, Marshal Zhang Guo, as expected, nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, I proposed this plan, of course I have my own ideas. I hope that in the future, when I propose a reform plan that is beneficial to the Navy, you will have this time, I have the right to exempt Admiral Akainu from objecting. Exempt from objection? The people present were stunned. In their eyes, Qin Yu now has the upper hand, and he should pursue the victory. However, now not only did he give up the opportunity to pursue the victory, but he also made some strange requests. This gives people a feeling of intrigue. In particular, Qin Yu just mentioned the issue of naval reform. Does this mean that Qin Yu has the confidence to make drastic changes to the Navy headquarters? You. Akainu's face sank, and his eyes were locked on Qin Yu. Unfortunately, before he could speak, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded. Akainu, agree to his conditions. I also want to know what he is capable of. And don't forget that if you win, not only can you win the gambling battle, but his request will also be invalid. A monk walked out slowly from the dark. In the sunlight, his bright bald head instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Isn't he one of the 5 elders who tried to save Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea, in Dressrosa? I remember his name, it seems to be Monk. It's a monk. And you, don't gossip here, those are monsters, they can easily hear it. You say, he didn't come here this time for Laxus's affairs, did he? The huge square, with the appearance of a monk, became noisy in an instant. Zhang Guo's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "A monk, I don't know what wind blew you here. However, I hope you don't interfere in the internal affairs of our navy. If you plan to watch the show, just stand aside." As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku's status and position are obviously higher than Akainu, who was lectured by the five elders in the original work. Whether it is his own strength or Garp and his teacher Steelbone Kong who supports him, all of this is not comparable to Akainu. Therefore, facing the appearance of Yaiseng, Sengoku knew that he didn't care too much. "Humph, Sengoku, you old guy still have the face to appear here." Yaiseng snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget that your navy headquarters is just the facade of our world government. During this period, you have experienced too many failures and lost the face of the navy headquarters and even the world government. This time, I came to see how long this farce will last." At this point, Yaiseng said coldly, "What's more, some people don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, and put forward some crazy demands. Why don't we satisfy him? It's one thing to have pride, but if it dies before it grows up, it's not a good thing. This farce should be over. Akainu, you should follow his request and see what confidence he has. Let's decide the winner in one go. However, please rest assured. I, Yaiseng, have intervened, but I will be fair and just. I will not interfere in the fight." The deep voice echoed on the battlefield. Facing the five elder star Yaiseng, who suddenly appeared and expressed his position, the people present were surprised. They cared more about the request made by Qin Yu. Also, the result of the final battle. At least, they were eager to know the last trump card against Akainu's men. Known as the strongest freshman in the Navy recruit camp. What kind of students will Qin Yu send to fight? Or will there be a third beast? Garp, keep an eye on Yaiseng for a while. He suddenly agreed to Laxus' request. "I'm worried that he will interfere secretly," Zhang Guo said in a low voice. "If his intervention leads to Laxus' defeat, not only will the exchange conditions he proposed not be met, but it is more likely that he will refuse to join our marine headquarters. You should know clearly that Yaiseng is right. Our marine headquarters has lost too much face during this period of time. We can't make any more mistakes next time." Chapter 876 Is the beast you are talking about your grandson? Zhang Guo, are you going to make me and the five elders tear each other apart? Garp picked his nose and said casually, "I am not your free thug. I remember that there is a password cabinet in your office, and it seems that there are some precious senbei. You old boy, dare you peek at my things?" Zhang Guo's expression froze and he shouted in a hurry. However, just as he moved, Akainu, who was not far away, suddenly spoke. "Okay, since the five elders have spoken, I agree with your temporary change of the gambling rules. I just hope you will accept the defeat." After saying this, Akainu's eyes suddenly turned to Drake beside him, patted his shoulder and said, "Drake, don't worry, the next battle will be presided over by the five elders, just use all your strength. Don't worry about hitting too hard and injuring or killing someone. With the five elders, it's not a problem to rescue people in time." The expressions of everyone present couldn't help but stagnate. In their eyes, Qin Yu has won 2 consecutive victories with the help of the 2 major fur tribes. In the next third battle, according to their inference, Akainu arranged Drake to fight last. The strength is definitely the best among the 3. However, the strength shown by Qin Yu's students is also not vegetarian. Being able to be used as the last, the trump card in the bottom of the box, is definitely not a simple thing. General Akainu, but... Drake's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated to speak. Feeling the thing that was stuffed into his hand, his pupils shrank slightly. "Don't say anything, this is what I prepared for you." The voice of a monk suddenly sounded in Drake's heart. "As a newcomer, you took the initiative to join Akainu's command to receive special training. I believe you are also eager to stand out. But don't forget that if you want to stand out, there is a Navy supernova, Thunder Dragon Laxus, in front of you. If you can't even win this gambling battle, then you can only live under his halo for the rest of your life. What you have to do next is to use this thing to defeat the arrogant kid and the beast he sent next." The old words of Er Chong echoed in Drake's heart. His expression changed continuously, and he looked at Qin Yu, who was standing on the bow deck and was the focus of everyone's attention. When they thought about Hao Ziyan and Birgud, who had also undergone 3 months of hellish training, were defeated directly in one encounter. It was simply a shame for them. However, Drake knew clearly that no matter whether Qin Yu changed the rules of the gambling battle, he had to play in the next third battle. After witnessing the scene where Zion and Biragud were defeated in an instant, Drake was not sure whether he could win the third battle. At present, facing the secret attack of the 5 elders, Drake was a little disdainful of cheating. However, facing this arena battlefield that everyone was watching, Drake's eyes flashed with many struggles, and finally clenched his fists. General Akainu, then I'll go up. Drake exhaled a deep breath and quickly stepped out of the crowd. In the last battle, no matter what the enemy is, I will defeat him and win for General Akainu. The stern voice, between the lines, was mixed with a sense of decisiveness. Seeing Drake's momentum suddenly change, the onlookers present couldn't help but stagnate. Zhang Guo frowned slightly and said, "Garp, Drake seems to have something in his hand. You should be more careful. It may be related to Yiseng. Don't let Laxus make a mistake at the critical moment." Originally, in Zhang Guo's eyes, Qin Yu's students made Akainu lose 2 students with 1 move. This gambling battle is absolutely a sure thing. Never thought that the rules would change when Qin Yu said so. Moreover, Yiseng also interfered. "Haha, Zhang Guo, you don't have to be so nervous. That guy is not an easy target. You can see that something is wrong, but it will definitely not escape his eyes." Garp laughed and put the senbei in his hand into his mouth and said, "Instead of worrying about whether that guy can win, it's better to think about which monster he will send next. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a while, this guy could even bring back the warriors of the Fur clan. He hasn't appeared in the sea for a long time." Monster? Zhang Guo's nerves were also tense. He felt the same way about Garp's words. However, when he saw the senbei in Garp's hand, his eyes widened slightly and he roared angrily, "Garp, you bastard, I thought you were eyeing the senbei in my safe, but I didn't expect that you had already stolen it all. Don't tell me that there is not a single pack of senbei left in the safe. That's a limited flavor." Looking at Zhang Guo, who suddenly jumped up and almost wanted to fight, Akainu's face sank slightly, and he snorted coldly, "Laxus, I have agreed to your request. Drake has also entered the battlefield. I hope you won't regret it at this critical moment." At this point, Akainu's eyes suddenly passed over Qin Yu and said, "Let me see, you are so confident in changing the rules of the gambling battle, whether you still have some ace beast hidden. But don't worry, I will let Drake be gentle, otherwise it will be bad to let his whole family help him clean up." The deep voice was mixed with an aggressive tone. It landed in the middle of the field, instantly drawing everyone's attention back. Even the fighting warring states temporarily stopped fighting. Garp took a breath, picked his nose and wiped it on the senbei in Sengoku's hand, and said, "Akainu, that kid, is really rude. However, he lost 2 games and still has the face to stand here, which means he is thick-skinned enough. Now he still evaluates Laxus's students like this. If I were his father, I would definitely not tolerate this." Looking at Garp, who was cursing, Sengoku frowned even more tightly, subconsciously glanced at Garp, and said, "Garp, didn't you say that your precious grandson is training with Laxus? Just now Laxus has sent 2 fur tribes to fight. Who do you think Laxus will send next to fight Drake? You said that the beast that Akainu just mentioned is your grandson." The smile on Garp's face suddenly froze, and even the fingers on his nostrils were stagnant. Especially the people around, looking at Garp, it was hard to come back to their senses. Even Akainu and the 5 elders had their cheek muscles twitching slightly at this moment. Chapter 877. The grandson of the old man next door. The huge battlefield suddenly fell into a dead silence. Akainu and Ichiseng subconsciously looked at Garp, and instantly met his murderous eyes. They never thought that the mouth would bring disaster. Moreover, this disaster happened to fall on Garp. "Damn candle-lighting kid!" Garp crushed the senbei in his hand with one hand and roared. Sengoku's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly reached out and clasped Garp's shoulder, shouting in a hurry, "Garp, calm down, what I just said was just a guess, maybe Laxus will send out the beast next. No, it's a student, it shouldn't be your grandson. Look at Laxus, he still looks calm, he's not in a hurry, why are you in a hurry?" Garp stopped for a moment, glanced at Akainu and the 5 elders fiercely, and said, "Laxus kid, don't dilly-dally, let's see who the third person is. If it's my grandson, I must be in a hurry with the kid who lit the candle." Looking at Garp, who was furious as soon as he opened his mouth, Akainu's face became a little ugly. However, in the Navy headquarters, in front of everyone, Akainu knew clearly that Garp was just talking nonsense and would never attack him easily. What's more, there was the 5 elders and 1 monk beside him, which was enough to support Akainu's confidence. Kid, time is running out. You are not stalling for time, are you? Or is it your 3rd student who drank too much and is still unconscious? Akainu spoke again, if that's the case, then I will win without fighting. Win without fighting. Chinyu smiled and shook his head, saying, General Akainu, you misunderstood, I just want to see which drama you and the 5 elders are performing. However, it seems that it is just some small tricks, but it is a bit disappointing. Did he see through it? Sengoku and Garp, as well as Akainu and the 5 elders and 1 monk, changed their expressions slightly. Unfortunately, before they could make other reactions, Chinyu's eyes suddenly turned and fell on the deck, saying, Luffy, your meat has been robbed. Luffy? Garp's expression froze, and before he could think about it, he suddenly took a step, and the whole person rushed across the sky like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that a distance of thousands of meters was only a dozen breaths under Garp's feet. When everyone came to their senses, they saw a body that was as weak and boneless, unconsciously supported on the deck behind Chinyu. Under the closed eyes, the nostrils that were enlarged dozens of times were frantically capturing the surroundings to see if there was any smell of meat. Old teacher, you are lying to me again, there is obviously no smell of meat. The intermittent voices, recalled in the 4 directions of the sky, could not be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Luffy who suddenly appeared, subverting the fantasy of the monster in their minds. What made them more concerned was this strange skill of eating while sleeping. Before they could react, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Garp appeared in front of the sleeping Luffy, and his huge fist clenched suddenly, with veins protruding. Without any fancy moves, he threw it at Luffy's head. Damn kid, do you know what kind of occasion this is? Last time, you sneaked away while I was having a party and got drunk. Now you're participating in a gambling war, and you're drunk here. I'm going to beat you up today. The stern roar tightened everyone's nerves. The huge fist, mixed with a huge sound of breaking through the air, smashed down on Luffy's head. At that close distance, in their minds, they seemed to have seen Garp's fist hitting the flesh. The flesh is in danger. No, I'm in danger. The muttered words came out of Luffy's mouth. The tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and hot steam appeared on Luffy's body. Bang! With a big step, the heavy deck under his feet was the first to break like a spider web. When everyone suddenly came to their senses, Luffy had disappeared before the fist like a ghost. Boom! The punch missed. The huge fist shock wave was released like a tidal wave. In full view of the crowd, it hit the sea surface 1,000 meters away. A huge sea king lurking at the estuary was the first to fail to react. It was directly pierced through the body. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. Under the huge water and air waves, a lot of blood was blown away. Especially seeing that the huge sea king body of tens of meters was broken in half. Such a horrifying scene simply made people's pupils shrink suddenly and their spines chilled. There were many Navy soldiers and even some young generals present. They knew clearly that Garp was a hero of the Navy. However, they had a vague idea of the strength of Garp, who was praised as a hero. However, this time, they witnessed Garp's angry punch. The impact of the fist and the shocking destructive power. They now had only one feeling. This is his own grandson. Or the grandson of the old man next door. Grandpa, why are you here? Did you want to kill me just now? Luffy appeared on the mast of the battleship. Looking at Garp with a stiff and angry face below, he shouted with lingering fear. Garp woke up from his trance, looked up at Luffy who was jumping violently, a trace of disbelief flashed across his face, and looked at Chinyu for a while, saying Laxus, tell me, Luffy, that bastard kid, has never been able to dodge my iron fist of love. He was obviously drunk and sleeping just now. Why was he able to take the lead and dodge my attack at the critical moment? Everyone in the field, even Sengoku and Akainu, also subconsciously looked at Chinyu. Compared with ordinary soldiers, the stronger the strength, the more skillful people are to dodge Garp's punch just now. Not to mention that he was in a coma. Mr. Garp, aren't you asking this question knowingly? Chinyu smiled warmly, only one method can dodge in time in that situation. Which method? Garp's expression froze, and then he said with disbelief, you you mean, that kid has mastered the highest level of observation haki and can predict a little bit of the future. The rapid voice, like a bomb, shook everyone's nerves. Even Akainu, the 5 elders, and even Sengoku's expressions suddenly changed. In their eyes, wresting haki is much more difficult than the 6 styles. It is precisely because of this reason that they simplify haki into the 6 styles. However, now Chinyu tells them that his students not only master haki, but also the highest level. Chapter 878 You are allowed to cheat. Laxus, are you kidding? Garp lost his temper again. He knew that Chinyu had a way of training people. That's why he entrusted Luffy to Chinyu for training. It's just that Garp never thought that Chinyu would not only surprise him. It's also a king bomb. Among the newcomers of the same age, Rob Lucci, who can fully master the 6 styles, has been called the strongest physical genius in hundreds of years. In the era of Judicial Island, it was simply exaggerated. Now there is a person who is even more perverted, and can even master the highest level of observation haki. And he is his grandson, which makes Garp's heart a little bit unbearable. Grandpa, are you going to kill me? I am angry with you. Luffy pouted and shouted. However, his eyes were completely restless, quickly sweeping around. Obviously he was not giving up on the meat that Chinyu just mentioned. Seeing Luffy, who was not serious at all, the joy on Garp's face suddenly calmed down, and he shouted, "Damn kid, I haven't seen you for a while, it seems that you have grown wings. Last time we talked, you said you would make me look bad, now you are talking to me and you are going to get angry with me. It seems that you have really grown up in this period of time." At this point, Garp clenched his fists again and shouted with high fighting spirit. "Damn kid, if you have the guts, come down now, I will teach you a lesson today, and I must cut off your head." "Grandpa, you are forcing me to become a pirate." "No, Grandpa, I want to be a pirate." "Damn kid, in front of the Navy headquarters, in front of all the Navy, you shouted to me that you want to be a pirate, where do you want me to put my face?" "But, you have the guts to say such things, you are worthy of being my grandson." The hurried voice echoed in the huge square. "Watching you talking, I talked and talked about the homely things of Garp and Luffy." The cheek muscles of the Navy soldiers and even the generals who were treated as air were twitching. They seemed to finally know why Long suddenly ran to become the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Among them, Garp's contribution is definitely indispensable. "Damn Garp, what nonsense are you talking about here?" Yaiseng suddenly roared. As one of the 5 elders, he is one of the highest behind-the-scenes rulers hidden behind the world government. When was he ignored in public like this? Moreover, the person who ignored him was the Navy hero that they, the 5 elders, could boast and establish. Especially after witnessing the highest level of observation haki that Luffy displayed just now. Yaiseng knew clearly that if Luffy really became a pirate, he would probably be an extremely difficult character. After all, in this matter, they have already bet on a revolutionary dragon. They dare not bet on another pirate king. "Yaiseng, you still have the nerve to say that?" Garp turned around and roared angrily. "Just now, I didn't know that the next one to fight was my grandson. I don't want to get involved in the little tricks you used to cheat Akainu. Now, you cheated against my grandson. If you still plan to win with such a despicable means, I will be the first to disobey you today." The stern roar echoed in the field. Looking at Garp, who always talked about me, Chinyu almost suspected that Garp had become the author of the Tao Te Ching. Especially Zhangguo, looking at Garp, who was like a big mouth and directly exposed the matter as soon as he opened his mouth, he covered his face helplessly. In his eyes, the 5 elders should not be, after all, they are old monsters hidden behind the scenes of the world government. It is not right to do these little tricks, but Zhangguo is also planning to let Garp secretly guard against it and save face for the 5 elders. I never thought that once Garp opened his mouth, there was no room for maneuver. Now, not only Akainu and Drake were in a dilemma, even the 5 elders, the monk's face was also extremely livid. "Haha, Mr. Garp, don't be impulsive." Chinyu laughed dryly and patted Garp on the shoulder. "In my eyes, this gambling battle is just a child's play, lacking the danger and blood on the sea. After all, the battle between the strong is nothing more than a moment of life and death. On the contrary, I think that no matter what means are hidden, it is better to use the so-called dirty tricks to get closer. The dangers of the sea make the gambling battle more convincing. So, I don't object to Drake using other tricks to fight Luffy next." At this point, Chinyu's warm smile on his face became more and more brilliant, and he said, After all, I don't believe that my students will lose. Mr. Garp, do you think this is right? Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Not only does it allow cheating, but it also claims that it will win without a doubt. If you don't hear these words with your own ears and see them with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Kid, are you telling the truth? Garp couldn't help but say. This is the last gambling battle, and it's Luffy's battle. If you lose, you won't have an excuse to refute it. Facing Chinyu's words, if Luffy was not implicated, Garp could really keep his composure and watch the show. Unfortunately, in Garp's eyes, this time is the best opportunity for Luffy to show his strength and establish prestige in front of the Navy. It is also a good opportunity to prove that he has been bragging and showing off, and there is nothing false about it. If Luffy loses at this juncture, then Garp's old face will have no place to put. Grandpa, are you looking down on me? Luffy jumped up and pressed the straw hat on his head, and landed on Garp's side and said, according to the teacher's evaluation, my current strength is infinitely close to the level of the 4 emperors. Soon, I will be able to become one of the 5 emperors of the sea. It will be a piece of cake to win a gambling battle. For others, especially Bappo and the Baboon King, Luffy had been training with Chinyu in the small garden early in the morning. With Chinyu's understanding of the original work and his summary of Luffy's fighting skills and moves, the training plan formulated undoubtedly saved Luffy from many detours. So, when he thought of his own trump card, and in front of his grandfather who had been cutting his head all the time, Luffy wanted to let go and fight now. You bastard kid, you are talking nonsense here again. Garp grabbed Luffy's shoulder and said, Laxus, is this really okay? This is the first time I've heard of allowing others to cheat. Facing Garp's questioning, the people present couldn't wait to look at Chinyu. In their eyes, it was very unexpected that Chinyu allowed cheating. But they were more concerned about what strength and ability Luffy, as the grandson of the Navy hero Garp, was regarded as the last trump card by Chinyu. Chapter 879 I can beat 10 people by myself. The unexpected request made the huge battlefield fall into a dead silence. Thousands of eyes turned and locked onto Chinyu, with an inexplicable urgency in the depths of their pupils. In their eyes, Chinyu was too arrogant to allow others to do what they wanted. Haha, Mr. Garp, even if you don't have confidence in your grandson, you should be confident in me. Chinyu laughed dryly and patted Garp on the shoulder and said, this is to test Luffy's progress during this period. You should also want to know where he got the confidence to beat you up. Beat me up? Garp's expression froze, and he slapped Luffy on the back of his head with his backhand. You kid, if Laxus hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about it. However, for Laxus' sake, I'll spare you this time. At this point, Garp's slightly old face flashed a trace of worry and said, Luffy, are you really sure? Grandpa, are you underestimating me or the teacher? Luffy shook his head and looked at Drake and said, I can beat 10 of this kind of opponent alone. 1 against 10? The cheek muscles of all the Navy soldiers present couldn't help twitching. Even Akainu and Sengoku were no exception. It is well known that Drake, who has an ancient animal-type devil fruit, was also a leader in the recruit camp. Now he has been personally guided by Akainu, who is the admiral. It is unknown what level his strength can reach. Now Luffy said that he could beat 10 Drakes as soon as he opened his mouth. Is this completely ignoring Akainu? Garp, I thought you were the only one with this temper, but I didn't expect that even your grandson is the same as you. Akainu's face sank, and he said, but I also want to see what he is capable of, and how dare he say such arrogant words. 2 consecutive defeats, and Garp exposed the tricks of the 5 elders in public. For Akainu, this is simply a shame, and he was slapped in the face in public. Now, Chinyu dared to challenge Drake since he knew that Drake was going to cheat. It made Akainu's face completely lost. Therefore, he was eager to use this battle to make a comeback. Haha, Akainu, you little brat who lit a candle, my grandson, if you are not like me, can you still be called a grandson? Garp laughed and said, Luffy, just go ahead, I'm here, I will definitely give you save your life. After saying this, Garp grabbed Luffy's shoulder and threw him down into the square. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely win, otherwise I will lose face for the old bear and the monkey, and I am not competent as the eldest brother. Luffy held down the straw hat on his head and grinned. However, looking at the confident Luffy, Garp's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. The originally hanging heart was also slightly calmed. He finally knew that Qin Yu would show a sure attitude in the battle with Luffy. What a kid, today I will see what you can do. Akainu's face sank, and he shouted angrily, Drake, if you don't do it now, when will you do it? Don't forget, you can only win this battle, you can't lose. The stern voice made Drake's tense muscles even tighter. Feeling the gazes from all around, and what was just exposed by Garp in public, an inexplicable shame arose in his heart. When he looked up at Luffy, the scarlet in his eyes spread rapidly like blood. Roar! Drake roared to the sky, and the moment he strode heavily, his height of nearly 2 meters quickly bulged like a rock. The clothes on his body, made of unknown materials, gave people a feeling that they could be torn at any time. Facing Luffy's bold words and Qin Yu's high attitude with a sure victory, Drake made a move, obviously without much reservation, and directly turned into a half-dragon. With a heavy step, the ground cracked like a spider web. The whole person shot towards Luffy like a black arrow. The speed was so fast that the short distance of 100 meters was only approached in the blink of an eye, and the western sword in his hand was unsheathed in an instant. Dragon Breaker! Bang, bang, bang! As Drake approached, the western sword in his hand slashed out one after another. The sword energy condensed instantly, forming an encirclement, and slashed towards Luffy head-on. Watching Drake flying and slashing as soon as he made a move, this kind of swordsmanship made many people change their expressions slightly, including Navy generals such as Sengoku and Crane, who were also surprised. After all, in their eyes, Drake was originally good at physical skills and devil fruit abilities. Falling to Akainu's men for training, the direction of development should be to develop devil fruit abilities like Akainu. I never thought that Drake was still hiding his extraordinary swordsmanship. You guy, the referee hasn't said start yet, and you actually sneak attacked me. Luffy ducked his head and dodged the slash. At the same time, he kicked his feet hard, and rushed into the sky like a cannonball. The incoming slash missed and fell on the ground. Bang! The thick rock floor was shattered, stirring up a large amount of sand and dust, rolling away. The battlefield where the two were fighting was suddenly covered. The Navy soldiers watching this scene were stunned, and a voice came out unexpectedly. He's coming! Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded behind Luffy without any warning. A black shadow, like a ghost, took advantage of the moon step and landed behind Luffy one step ahead. The dragon tail with prominent muscles was covered with the black armament haki quickly. The moment it appeared, the huge dragon tail, like an iron whip, brought a dignified sound of breaking through the air. It whipped towards Luffy head-on. Facing this close attack, Luffy's face changed slightly, and his movements seemed to be a beat slower. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly raised his hands to block. Bang! A black shadow fell from the sky, like a meteorite, and hit the square heavily. Under the violent air wave, there was dust and gravel rolled back. The huge impact force directly smashed the heavy floor, and a shocking spider web crack spread all around. Seeing Drake's powerful attack, and his swift speed after using the power of the animal devil fruit, the expressions of all the Navy soldiers and even the generals present also changed slightly. After witnessing the crushing victory in the first two battles, Luffy, who boasted that he could beat 10 people alone, was instantly knocked to the ground. The gap between the two was too big. Chapter 880 The Five Elders' Deadly Medicine. The huge battlefield was full of sand and dust. Looking at the ruins that were smashed out, the faces of many people present changed slightly. Lianhe and Sengoku were no exception. Only Garp frowned and stared at the ruins below. Ahem, I said that sneak attacks are not good, but you still insist on attacking. Now I'll let you have 2 moves, then next, even if there is no referee to start, the battle will officially begin. Luffy's voice suddenly sounded. The dust that filled the surroundings stagnated for a moment. Then a huge breath exploded like a frenzy. The stagnant dust in the sky was directly overturned by the released breath. Luffy, who was covered in the dust, was unharmed and holding the straw hat on his head. The huge domineering aura swept across the area within a radius of 1 kilometer with undiminished power. Bang bang bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded one after another. Originally, in order to facilitate the gambling battle, a kind of spectator-eating Navy soldier took the initiative to lead a 1,000-meter blank area. However, as the battle became fierce, some soldiers approached unconsciously. At this moment, Luffy's ephemeral domineering aura was slightly affected, and they rolled their eyes and fainted directly. This is domineering aura, this is the proof of a king picked out of a million. A naval general was the first to exclaim in shock. Looking at the hundreds of naval soldiers who were directly swept away, the pupils of the naval soldiers and generals present obviously shrank. Even Akainu and the 5 elders stars and 1 monk turned pale all of a sudden. After all, they can be in a high position and have strength that ordinary generals can't compare to. Compared with others, in this glimpse of the scene, they also saw Luffy's precise control of domineering. This method of freely controlling and releasing is undoubtedly beyond their imagination. Luffy is ready. Qin Yu said calmly, you should have finished the warm-up. I allow you to liberate yourself as long as you can defeat him. Then your study under me is also over, and I have nothing else to teach you. Liberation? The inexplicable words made many people present look stunned. Drake and others were no exception. Only Garp's old face flashed a trace of excitement, and he said first, Laxus, don't tell me that Luffy is still wearing low-density sea stone. Garp also knew a little about the training plan Qin Yu made for Luffy. However, he never thought that Qin Yu was still bold and skilled in this gambling battle. He didn't let Luffy remove the sea stone in the first place. This is simply a nightmare for the devil fruit ability user. Teacher, I have been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Luffy patted the dust on his body. He took off the straw hat with his backhand and threw it to Qin Yu. After looking up at Drake for a second time, he unbuttoned his clothes one by one. When the last button fell, there were more than a dozen pieces of sea stone in the open clothes. Although, at first glance, it seemed that the purity of the sea stone was not high. However, even Akainu felt a tingling sensation when he saw it on any devil fruit user. They never thought that Luffy, as a devil fruit user, would be crazy enough to wear sea stone on his body for training. If we infer from the current situation, under the suppression of sea stone, facing Drake who exerted the devil fruit ability, he was still able to fight unscathed, does this mean that what Luffy said just now, 1 against 10, is not a problem? When they thought of this, the people present looked at Luffy with a hint of inexplicable urgency. They were eager to know what means Luffy had hidden to deal with Drake. Bang bang bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground rang one after another. A large amount of dust was stirred up. Okay, after carrying the weight for several months, I have adapted to it, but it is better to remove it. This long-lost abundant strength is really comfortable. Luffy loosened his bones and said with a warm smile. Drake, who was watching this scene, suddenly turned pale. He clenched the things that the 5 elders secretly delivered in his hand. A trace of madness flashed in the depths of his eyes. The moment before, in full view of the public, he was able to knock Luffy away. In Drake's eyes, there was still a glimmer of hope for victory. However, the answer given by Luffy at the moment completely overturned Drake's thoughts. For him, the only way to defeat Luffy at the moment is to give it a try. Bang! Drake crushed the thing with one hand, and the blood-red pill fell directly into his hand. Without any hesitation, he raised his head and threw it into his mouth. Looking at this sudden action, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In his memory, if he remembered correctly, the medicine Drake had just swallowed should be somewhat similar to the greatest secret medicine hidden in the Fishman Palace. In the original work, this is a medicine that overdraws vitality to enhance strength. The side effects of it make the user's hair turn white overnight and become an old man who is about to die. However, Qin Yu never expected that the evil medicine in the Fishman Palace would appear in the hands of the 5 elders. Or, the evil medicine in the Fishman Palace was originally from the hands of the 5 elders? A series of questions flashed through Qin Yu's mind. His eyes turned, and after looking at the monk for a second time, his eyes fell on Drake again. Roar! A painful roar suddenly sounded. Drake, in the form of a half-dragon, had muscles protruding all over his body, bulging again like a rock. The protruding blood vessels like a centipede gave people a creepy feeling. The scarlet blood quickly covered his eyes like a tide. The clothes that were about to burst were torn apart. Bang! The tight clothes were directly blown to pieces. The half-dragon-like posture changed again at this moment. Under the wide-open eyes, the bloody mouth opened again. Roar! The dragon roar shook the sky, and a large amount of sand and dust splashed. Drake turned into a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex with a body length of more than 10 meters. What made Qin Yu feel even more surprised was that the surface of the Tyrannosaurus Rex gave people a feeling at this moment. It seemed as if it was dyed red all over, which was shocking. A violent and fierce breath brought an inexplicable and creepy smell. Looking at the front, the Tyrannosaurus Rex posture is completely different from the original. Qin Yu knew clearly that its strength might become extraordinary. If they really fight, it might give people an unexpected surprise. Chapter 881 Fourth Gear Elastic Man. Bang! The tight clothes were directly blown to pieces. The half-dragon-like posture changed again at this moment. Under the wide-open eyes, the bloody mouth opened again. Roar! The dragon roared, and a large amount of sand and dust splashed. Drake turned into a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex posture with a length of more than 10 meters. What made Qin Yu feel even more surprised was the feeling of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body at this moment. It seemed as if it was dyed red all over, which was shocking. A violent and fierce breath brought an inexplicable and creepy smell. Looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex posture that was completely different from the original, Qin Yu knew clearly that its strength might become extraordinary. If they really fight, it might give people an unexpected surprise. Roar! The sound of dragon roars is endless. Every time it roars, the air waves it brings are like a tidal wave, rolling back. Watching Drake, who switched to the form of Tyrannosaurus Rex in an instant, and whose body is as red as blood. The faces of the Navy soldiers and even the Navy generals present were full of solemnity. Facing Drake in front of them, their intuition told them that this was an enemy full of dangerous breath. If they are not careful, they may fall under the shadow of death. Kill, I will kill you. I, Drake, will definitely win, I am the strongest. The crazy words came out of Drake's mouth. The blood moon-like eyes suddenly turned and instantly locked onto Luffy. Roar! The sound of dragon roars sounded again, and Drake moved. With a big step, the entire square seemed to be shaken, making an earthquake-like roar. Hundreds of meters away, facing the crazy Drake, it was just a matter of a few ups and downs. By the time everyone reacted, Drake had already taken the lead and arrived in front of Luffy. With his bloody mouth bluffing, the fangs full of upside-down bites towards Luffy. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Especially when seeing the rapid speed of Drake's bulky, mountain-like body. The only thought that flashed through the minds of the people present was the word fast. It can be said that this rapid speed is completely disproportionate to the huge body. However, this thought just flashed through their minds. The next moment, the scene that first came into view made people's pupils shrink suddenly. The moment the bluffing bloody mouth approached Luffy, it bit down without any fancy moves. The huge combined force brought about the sound of gas explosion, which was endless. However, before they could react, the figure that should have been torn apart by the mouth was the first to disintegrate between heaven and earth like a phantom. This is an afterimage. When did he escape? The sudden exclamation sounded without any warning in the field. Big guy, your strength looks good, and your transformation is cool, but compared to me, it's still far behind. Luffy's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, and when they caught Luffy's figure again, he had already appeared on the high tower 1,000 meters away. Such a fast displacement even moved the expressions of Akainu and Ichi-Seng. Damn guy, get over here, I want to kill you. Drake raised his head suddenly and roared to the sky. The huge body rushed towards Luffy again like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, the faces of the Navy soldiers watching changed drastically. Without time to think, they dodged to the side and made way. In their eyes, Drake might have been able to stay awake when he used the power of the devil fruit. But after taking the mysterious medicine just now and the stimulation he encountered one after another, he obviously fell into a rampage. If they are not careful, they may be affected. The momentum is good, but the old bear and the monkey both won with one blow. I have finished warming up. If I can't defeat you in one move, I am afraid I will lose my face and the teacher will not let me go. Luffy stood on the top of the tower and said helplessly. So, I still hope you will be defeated obediently next. Fourth gear. The small self-talking voice circulated in the four directions. Luffy bit the back of his hand with his backhand, and driven by his huge lung capacity, his body swelled up quickly like a balloon. The black and red armament haki quickly spread over his body like a strange pattern. It gave people a feeling of being ferocious like a mask. The diffuse and spreading aura made Garp, Akainu, and others change their faces drastically. This is the highest level of haki use. All haki is filled on the armament haki. The armament haki is used to increase the toughness of rubber and enhance the ability of the devil fruit. Laxus is really a monster to be able to come up with such a method and training method. Zifa, who had been silent and had not spoken, suddenly spoke. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the field changed instantly. Especially, looking at Luffy, who was like a completely different person, performing the fourth gear. Like a balloon, in the sky, jumping in the air. The people present were stunned. Can you fight with this posture? It seems like you will be blown away at any time. Garp couldn't help but look at Qin Yu. In his eyes, Luffy's combination of domineering and devil fruit was beyond his expectations. However, compared with Drake's fierce changes, it was undoubtedly too different. Especially seeing Luffy's jumping posture like a balloon. It made him a little unsure. Don't worry, the victory or defeat is just a moment. Qin Yu smiled warmly. His eyes turned and fell on Luffy, saying, quick battle, don't waste everyone's time. Teacher, I know. Luffy's face flashed a trace of tenacity, looking at the fast approaching Drake. The moment the muscles of his feet suddenly tightened, the next moment, the low roar of the air suddenly echoed. Bang! The high tower under his feet was the first to be unable to withstand the huge explosive force and collapsed. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and a ghostly black shadow, with the stern sound of breaking through the air, quickly passed through the void. When everyone reacted, Luffy crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Drake. The muscles in his right hand were tense, and his fist was like a spring, shrinking to the extreme. The moment he raised his head suddenly, his eyes like a torch instantly locked on Drake. The next moment, without any fancy, a sonic boom like thunder exploded without any warning. Rubber Ape King Gun. Bang! The Scarlet Fist tore through the void with a violent attitude. Wherever he passed, the air was agitated, and in full view of the crowd, it fell with a mighty force. Chapter 882. Do you have eyes behind you? Rubber Great Ape Gun. Bang! The violent air waves were rolling back, and the low sonic boom sounded like thunder. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the air wave that was coming back was rolled back. Drake's huge body, like a small mountain, suddenly stopped for a moment. The next moment, his skin was surging like the waves. The body, which was as high as more than 10 meters and as big as a small mountain, was blown away. Boom! The distance of 1,000 meters was just a blink of an eye, and the air was torn apart forcefully along the way. It also stirred up a large area of air ripples. The huge body, like a small mountain, turned into a cannonball and smashed heavily on the warships anchored in the port thousands of meters away. Bang! The fragments were splashing all over the sky, and the huge warship of tens of meters was broken in half. The huge impact gave people an illusion like a depth charge. The huge waves were as high as 8 or 9 meters. Drake! Akainu roared in a hurry. You bastard boy, this is just an internal fight, but you don't know how to control your strength when you attack. You are so ruthless in front of everyone. Today, as the Admiral of the Navy, I will teach you a lesson. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Bang! Akainu roared, and with the 5 fingers of his right hand clenched, the hot magma gushed out. Without any fancy moves, he punched through the air. Bang! The hot hurricane rolled back, and the huge magma giant dog of more than 10 meters, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, quickly approached Luffy. The sudden attack and the spreading heat wave. The expressions of the Navy soldiers and even the Navy generals in the field suddenly changed drastically. Especially in the eyes of Sengoku and Zifa, their pupils suddenly shrank. As classmates and old friends of Garp, they knew very well that Garp usually looked careless. Once he really got serious, his protective temperament could not be suppressed by anyone. At the moment, Drake was knocked away by Luffy's punch and fell into the sea. However, this was a real, fair fight. If we have to say who is despicable, it is Drake who used drugs. Akainu, now an admiral, suddenly intervened without knowing right or wrong. This absurd behavior is unacceptable anywhere. Luffy, be careful! Garp roared. Luffy turned his head suddenly, looking at the hot magma that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils and the heat wave rushing towards him, and stomped his feet suddenly. A low gas explosion sounded in the void immediately, and the next moment, the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Boom! The hot magma giant dog's attack was instantly missed. With a dignified sound of breaking through the air, it hit the sea heavily. The heat waves that rolled back and the scalding sea water that fell from the sky covered a large area of the square like a rainstorm. Seeing that the attack had failed, Akainu's expression changed slightly, and a series of air-breaking sounds in the sky quickly approached. A blurred afterimage became even clearer under the coverage of the observation haki. When they were only 100 meters apart, Luffy, who had turned into an elastic man, had already revealed his figure. Like a spring, his right hand, which was compressed to the extreme, shot out like a cannonball in an instant. Rubber snake cannon. Bang! The violent air waves rolled back, and the huge fist chased Akainu like a poisonous snake out of a hole. With the help of the armed haki, the rubber toughness was increased, and it was compressed crazily with strength. The power of the snake cannon burst out instantly, as fast as thunder. It only made people feel that the fist had crossed 70 or 80 meters and appeared not far from Akainu. It felt as if the attack would come as soon as he blinked his eyebrows. Humph, you bastard kid, it's a pipe dream to want to hurt me at this distance. Akainu's face darkened, and he roared angrily, and the hot magma under his feet exploded. Bang! Accompanied by a low roar, Akainu rushed into the sky like a cannonball. At the same time, the attacking snake cannon missed instantly. It hit the square where Akainu was originally standing. Boom! The huge impact force instantly shattered the earth. Under the dust rolling back, the ground spread out shocking spider web cracks. Humph, kid, your strength may be good, but sometimes, if you don't have enough combat experience, you can't be called a strong man. Akainu appeared more than 10 meters above me, snorted disdainfully, and said, "Next, let me personally teach you how to fight." Hell dog! Roaring continuously. The molten lava in Akainu's right hand rolled again, and his eyes turned and locked on Luffy again. Originally, in their eyes, the 3 students he personally taught could shine in the gambling battle. Even if they couldn't beat Jinyu, they could definitely share the same glory. Unfortunately, fantasy is beautiful, and reality is full of bones. The scene presented in front of him completely subverted Akainu's cognition. At this moment, even Drake, who was allowed to cheat in public, was knocked away by Luffy's punch. This scene, like a brand, made Akainu feel lingering. Therefore, the only way for him to save the situation now is to vent his anger on Luffy. Kill Chinyu's spirit. Akainu, don't you have eyes behind you? Chinyu's voice came out of nowhere. Akainu, who was in mid-air, froze, and his observation haki was driven madly. Instantly, everything around him was sensed. However, the first scene captured by this observation haki just unfolded shook Akainu's nerves. I was fooled. An absurd thought flashed through Akainu's mind. He hurriedly turned back, quickly covered his hands with armament haki, and quickly blocked it in front of him. However, as soon as this thought emerged, the fist that was originally chasing his back. At this moment, like a multi-section rocket, a low sonic boom sounded again. When Akainu reacted, the fist that was close at hand, as flexible as a venomous snake, instantly changed the trajectory of the attack. Then it chased his face. You! Akainu was angry. At this moment, he finally knew why the attack suddenly appeared behind him. It turned out that from the beginning, the opponent had calculated to use mist attacks and dust to make him careless. Finally, he launched an unexpected attack. By the time he reacted, it was obviously too late. The only thing he could do was to cover his face with armed color domineering madly. When the dark domineering luster lit up, the huge fist had completely occupied the pupil. Bang! The thunder-like explosion echoed. Under the huge air wave, a figure standing in the void, like a cannonball, smashed directly into the square below. Chapter 883 was knocked away again. Boom! The thunder-like collision sound resounded through the 9 heavens. Looking at the scene reflected in their pupils, the Navy soldiers present, even the generals, even Zifa and Garp, and others, their pupils suddenly shrank. They never thought that the dignified admiral of the Navy would suddenly attack a newcomer. Not only did he not gain the slightest advantage, but he was also counterattacked by the opponent and punched away in public. The body that flew backwards in the void tens of meters high appeared on the huge square in just a blink of an eye. Facing this close distance, the Navy soldiers who were originally a little eager to hope that Akainu's Jedi counterattack could reverse the embarrassing situation, couldn't help but close their eyes. Bang! The huge square seemed to be shaken by the drum at this moment. Under the huge impact force, the heavy square floor shattered again. However, the scope of the shattering this time was undoubtedly larger. Spreading rapidly like a spider web, it swept hundreds of meters in radius. Before everyone could react, the rock layer under the floor made a sound of collapse under the heavy load. When the sand and dust rolled up, the whole land collapsed abruptly, forming a huge funnel. It directly submerged Akainu's figure. Facing this sudden scene, the sound of people sucking in cold air rang out one after another. Hey! Luffy, who was suspended in the void, took a deep breath. Feeling the domineering and physical strength being consumed quickly in his body, he also felt a sense of powerlessness. Qin Yu proposed a targeted training plan for Luffy based on his understanding of the original work. However, a short time is always a flaw. No matter how Qin Yu changes the training method, Luffy now has lost the precipitation of time compared to the original work. If you are not careful, it may cause the side effect of forcing the growth of seedlings. Therefore, in this battle, Qin Yu only requires that Luffy can open the fourth gear for a minute, which is enough. You little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Meteor volcano. They. Hysterical roar suddenly echoed. Boom. The ground of the collapsed square ruins below rose rapidly like a volcano. The next moment, the hot magma exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Fireballs shot up into the sky like cannonballs. The speed was so fast that it felt like a rainstorm, forming a dense encirclement that enveloped Luffy in the void. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. They had never thought that Akainu, who had already violated the rules and sneak attacked, was knocked away by Luffy's punch. It was already a shameful defeat. At the moment, he continued to attack, and this scene made some Navy soldiers completely unable to bear it. Feeling the hot breath coming towards him, Luffy immediately raised his breath that had just been relieved. The muscles in his hands tightened again, and the afterimages of his arms quickly emerged on both sides of his body. Facing the meteor volcano that was coming from all over the sky, Luffy could only think of that one move to fight against it. Rubber Ape King Crow Cannon. Bang! Dense fist shadows shot out instantly. The molten flames that were coming from all over the sky, just appeared dozens of meters away from Luffy, and were shattered by the fists that were like afterimages. For a while, the onlookers present only felt that there were endless explosions in the sky. The molten magma splashed all over the sky, like a heavy rain. The dense meteor volcano was actually stopped by Luffy in full view of the public. This scene gave people the feeling that they were competing against the dignified admiral of the navy. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded. Kid, it seems that this move has weakened your domineering aura to a great extent. I also want to know if you don't have eyes behind you. Akainu appeared behind Luffy like a ghost. That swift posture was probably a plan made early on. With the help of the meteor volcano as a cover-up, he landed behind Luffy. Faced with this attack method, everyone present understood it instantly. Akainu had just embarrassed himself in public, and now he obviously planned to return the favor. He planned to save some face in this way. However, as soon as this thought emerged in their minds, the next moment, crackling lightning flashed across the sky like a startled wild goose. He took the lead and appeared above Akainu. Qin Yu's voice came out unexpectedly. General Akainu, are you really treating this farce as a duel and forgetting about me, your teacher? Dragon Slayer Secret Technique, Thunder Dragon Jaw. Iron Fist, Black Iron. Two figures suddenly jumped up. As Qin Yu swung the fist wrapped in lightning, an even more unexpected figure appeared at the same time. The fist covered with armament haki, almost synchronously, hit Akainu heavily. You guys! Akainu's attacking action paused for a moment, and with a drastic change of expression, he hurriedly covered his entire body with armament haki. At the same time, the molten lava rolled back, forming a thick giant shield on the surface of his body. After finishing all this, Akainu had a shameful thought in his mind. As Qin Yu said, Akainu obviously forgot that he could sneak attack. Others could also sneak attack him. Boom! A messy thought flashed through Akainu's mind. As the low roar sounded, the next moment, the heavy fist had penetrated the rock layer and hit his back. Two fierce attacks were released at the same time. The explosive power was like a raging tide, rushing straight into the depths of Akainu's soul. At this moment, Akainu just felt a blank in his mind. The whole person was like a cannonball, several times faster than the speed of being blown away the moment before. As soon as his consciousness turned, he fell to the ground with a bang. Boom! The huge square was shaken again, giving people a feeling like an earthquake. The land that had already become a ruin was torn apart again. The shocking cracks gave people a feeling of being torn apart by a giant beast and spreading rapidly around. When the dust in the sky rolled back, covering most of the square, all the Navy soldiers and even the Navy generals present were stunned. Watching Akainu being knocked away one after another, as a great admiral. It felt like a ball in life, being beaten badly. We lost, even Admiral Akainu lost, this is impossible, I will kill you all. Drake's roar suddenly sounded, instantly attracting the attention of many people. After seeing Drake, who had just been rescued by the soldiers and restored to human form, the scarlet blood-like eyes shook everyone's nerves again. Chapter 884. Does he want to be an admiral? Roar. The low dragon roar roared out of Drake's throat again. The clothes that had been blown up long ago and the naked body were stretched again like a balloon at this moment. The scarlet blood, like a frenzy, quickly spread on the skin. The faces of the dozen Navy soldiers who were originally responsible for saving people suddenly changed drastically. Hurry up and bring the sea stone over to tie him up. Others, come and help suppress him, he's too strong. A series of rapid shouts followed. The sound rang out one after another. Dozens of Navy soldiers who came to rescue quickly took action. Roar. Drake roared to the sky, and the dragon scales on his arms spread rapidly, and he swung out first. The 5 or 6 Navy soldiers who had bound his hands were thrown out like sandbags in an instant. They fell heavily on the crowd more than 10 meters away. The remaining Navy soldiers looked at Drake, who had lost most of his control. In particular, he fell into a state of unconscious rampage, and his face suddenly turned pale. There was no time to think about it, so he hurriedly pulled away and retreated quickly. Roar. Drake roared to the sky again. The muscles of his nearly 2-meter body bulged quickly like a rock again. Looking at Drake, who was about to go into a rampage again, standing on the fire mountain not far away, he roared in a hurry. Hurry, hurry up and follow me to crush him. If you don't want to taste the feeling of being struck by lightning, then get out of my way. Qin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. The crackling lightning burst out in the void without any warning. The wandering posture, under the crazy compression, turned into a huge thunder ball in the blink of an eye. The next moment, without any fancy moves, Qin Yu's right hand suddenly caught it in the air. Thunder pressure. Boom. The huge thunder ball with a diameter of tens of meters fell from the sky in a crushing posture. The short distance of 100 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and was filled with dazzling golden light. There was also a kind of explosion roar that tore the eardrums and hit the soul directly, echoing up. Bang! The rolling thunder sound was endless. I don't know how long it took. When everyone came back to their senses and saw the scene in front of them clearly. In the huge pit, smoke was rising with the wind. A naked body was directly filled with the soil of the ruins. The originally scarlet skin and Drake, who was in a rampage, were completely motionless. Oh my god, a casual blow can cause such huge damage and defeat Drake, who was in a rampage. Such strength is worthy of Thunder Dragon Laxus. Hey, are you crazy, kid? You dare to say such a thing? A small character like Drake can even defeat the student of Thunder Dragon Laxus with one move. It would be strange if Thunder Dragon Laxus couldn't do it. But don't forget that Admiral Akainu was also knocked away just now. I don't know what the situation is now. A series of words sounded in the field. Looking at the square full of desolation, it seemed like a ruin. Even Sengoku couldn't hold his breath and quickly pushed his observation haki to the extreme. The ruins created by Akainu were completely covered. If Qin Yu was the only one who knocked Akainu away, Zhangguo might not be so shocked. However, at that critical moment, even Garp was involved. Looking at the iron fist covered with armed color domineering, Zhangguo's spine was slightly chilled. According to his opinion, if the scene of Garp's angry attack was transmitted to the sea outside, I am afraid that those pirates who were baptized by him will definitely recall the scenes that were imprinted in their minds and lingering in their minds. Zhangguo, you guy, I didn't kill him with that punch just now. I just wanted to teach Akainu a lesson. Don't attack people casually in the future. I won't ignore your face. Garp landed on the square with the help of Moonstep, snorted disdainfully, and said, Akainu's physical skills are a bit poor, but he won't die after taking my punch. If he doesn't come out now, there are only 2 possibilities. First, Laxus Kid is going to kill him. Second, Akainu is pretending to be dead and has no face to come out. At this point, Garp subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. Looking at Garp, who was throwing dirty water on himself, Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, Mr. Garp, don't frame me. Marshal Zhangguo, don't worry. Akainu is a general. If he can't even take these 2 punches, I'm afraid it will insult the title of general. People who make such speculations are also underestimating the title of general. So, I think Admiral Akainu should be tidying up his appearance and will appear in front of us again soon. Hey, you kid, do you mean that I am belittling and insulting the Admiral? I am the first one to disagree with your idea. You see, I have been a lieutenant general for decades and I am still in this position. You can see that the position of Admiral is absolutely real. Garp started to curse. However, just as Qin Yu's words faded, the square, which was originally full of ruins, made a sound like rolling stones. Soon, the hot magma rolled and melted a hole. Akainu, wearing a crimson dress like magma, appeared in front of everyone. The clothes on his body were restored to their original state with the help of the devil fruit ability. However, his gloomy face, as if out of water, clearly showed that Akainu, as a general, could not swallow the scenes just now. Akainu, calm down, don't forget where this is and why the gambling battle is held today. Zhang Guo's face sank and he shouted urgently. Just now, Akainu attacked Luffy violently, which was already a violation. Now, if he insists on taking action again, I am afraid that this time it will not only be Laxus, but also Garp will take it seriously. Swinging his fist head, beat him to death. The first time, Garp might give him some face, but the second and third time, Zhang Guo did not dare to make a guarantee. Especially, looking at Qin Yu, who kept a warm smile on his face from beginning to end, his expression did not change at all. In him, Zhang Guo saw a trace of unfathomable confidence. It seems that Laxus now gives people the feeling that even the Admiral of the Navy does not take it to heart at all. When he thought of this, a ridiculous idea flashed through Zhang Guo's mind. From the battle between Luffy and Drake, Qin Yu made a new bet. Once Drake loses, he will get an exemption, and Akainu, as an admiral, opposes power. This kind of pit-digging, blatant bet made two possibilities flash through Zhang Guo's mind. Does he want to be an admiral? Or does he want to replace Akainu's position as an admiral? Chapter 885 The Guardian of Trash. The huge battlefield suddenly fell into an inexplicable dead silence. Thousands of eyes turned in unison and locked onto Akainu and Qin Yu. The gambling battle just now was indeed very exciting. However, the Navy soldiers and even the Navy generals present knew clearly that the core figures of this matter were Qin Yu and Akainu. Good, very good, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. I, Sakazuki, am willing to admit defeat in this battle. Akainu said coldly, and after saying good twice, he shouted sternly. But you must answer me, why do you want to exempt my right to object? Are you planning to replace me as the Admiral of the Navy? The stern words came out, like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Facing Akainu's straightforward words, everyone's nerves were directly tense. Especially the Marshal, Zhang Guo. He just thought of this question, and never thought that Akainu would reveal it in one word. This is undoubtedly to divert everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone's eyes were locked on Qin Yu, with a hint of inexplicable urgency. Even Dao Tu on the ship in the distance was no exception. After all, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy, he is even more known as a substitute for the Admiral. Dao Tu's goal has always been to become a member of the Admiral of the Navy. Unfortunately, whether it is single combat capability or group combat capability, Dao Tu undoubtedly seems a little overwhelmed. Becoming a leader among the Vice Admirals of the Navy may be no problem. However, to become a general who can stand on his own is undoubtedly a long way off. Now Qin Yu intends to get involved in the position of Admiral of the Navy. It is undoubtedly touching Dao Tu's nerves. Little ghost, I also want to know, what is the purpose of the bet you just made? The monk who has been silent and has an extremely ugly face can't hold back his temper. Akainu has already admitted defeat, but in order to avoid you having any ill intentions towards the Navy headquarters and causing panic, I hope you will speak out your thoughts now. This statement undoubtedly gave people a feeling of adding fuel to the flames. Qin Yu was suddenly on the crest of the storm. Kid, if you want to be an admiral, just say it, I will be the first to support you. Garp laughed and suddenly said, but you have to be careful, my grandson has great strength and talent, and just now he knocked Akainu away with one punch. Humph, Garp, shut up. Zhang Guo also snorted coldly and said, Laxus's strength is obvious to all. If he wants to become an admiral, it is not impossible. He does not need the support of a guy like you who has no sense of responsibility. Also, didn't you say more than 10 years ago that you would ignore these things? Why do you have to intervene this time? The people present were stunned. In their eyes, whether it was Garp or Zhang Guo who spoke up, the final literal meaning all expressed support for Qin Yu to become the admiral of the Navy headquarters. Once this proposal is passed, it means that the 4th admiral will appear in the Navy headquarters. If this news spreads to the sea, it will definitely be no less than any major event that has occurred during this period of time. Haha, Mr. Garp, thank you for your kindness. Qin Yu smiled and patted Garp on the shoulder, saying, thank you for the appreciation of Marshal Zhang Guo. But, I'm sorry, I have no interest in the position of Admiral of the Navy. I don't want to be the patron saint of the Celestial Dragons, those garbage. Garbage? Celestial Dragons? The small voice, at this moment, exploded in everyone's ears like a bolt from the blue. Especially when everyone's eyes swept across the 5 elders, their expressions changed dramatically. As a member of the Navy headquarters, they knew clearly that the biggest threshold between the Navy Vice Admiral and the Admiral was that they must first serve the Celestial Dragons. It is for this reason that Garp, a hero of the Navy, refused to become a Navy Admiral again and again after witnessing the corruption of the Celestial Dragons in the Valley of the Gods. However, everyone present knew something about the style of the Celestial Dragons. However, Qin Yu exposed it in public. Especially in front of the monk of the 5 elders, he said such an apt metaphor. This is undoubtedly too crazy. You bastard, do you know what you are talking about? The monk looked up suddenly. A trace of murderous intent flashed across his old face, and he clenched his right hand with his backhand, and the first generation of Kaititsu on his waist was instantly unsheathed. One sword-style earth dragon. Clang! The sound of the sword suddenly rang out. The pale yellow slash tore the ground apart. Like a running dragon, it chased Qin Yu, who was 1,000 meters away. Wherever it passed, the thick ground was torn apart, and it was an unparalleled offensive. In just a blink of an eye, it appeared more than 10 meters away from Qin Yu. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. They had never thought that the monk who was going to play the role of peacemaker would start fighting as soon as he said it. Perhaps, facing Akainu's failure, he was probably looking for an opportunity to attack suddenly. At this moment, Qin Yu's arrogant words undoubtedly gave the monk an opportunity to take advantage of it. Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, and thousands of eyes turned in unison, locked on Qin Yu, eager to see how he would respond. However, the scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. A black shadow, like a ghost, took the lead and landed in front of Qin Yu. 3 sharp blades, with cold light flowing, emerged endless black ghost energy. As the ghost energy spread, the temperature within a radius of 1 kilometer dropped suddenly. One after another, eerie after images quickly emerged. When everyone reacted, the scene in front of them had completely changed. If they really had to find a word to describe the scene in front of them, only the 3 words Azura. Ghost energy 9 swords Azura 1 mist silver. Buzz. The speed of the 3-headed and 6-armed figure increased to the extreme in an instant. The moment the 9 swords were swung out in unison, they brought up a sharp momentum like tearing the void. At this moment, it felt as if 9 swords were slashed in a row. The 9 swords dissipated in the endless ghost fog, turning into a slashing attack all over the sky, covering the incoming offensive. Bang! The incoming light yellow slash appeared to be stagnant for a moment. The next moment, it seemed to be torn apart by endless tiny dust-like slashes, and in full view of the crowd, it dissipated between heaven and earth. At the same time, the ghost fog in the sky, with its remaining power, passed through the earth dragon slash. It chased the monk of the 5 elders stars who was hundreds of meters away. Its speed was so fast that it gave people a feeling of riding the wind. In just a few breaths, it appeared more than 10 meters away from the monk. Chapter 886 Kicks from the Sky. Swoosh! The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air was simply endless. Looking at the sky rolling back, like a raging wave, the attack appeared in front of the monk of the 5 elders stars. When everyone present was surprised, a trace of urgency flashed across their faces. Facing such a weird, ghost fog-like slash, it was the first time they had seen it. So, they were eager to know how the monk of the 5 elders stars would deal with it. Feeling the gazes from all around, a monk's face flashed a hint of viciousness, and the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched the first generation of Kaititsu in his hand. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he slashed out again. What an arrogant guy, break it for me. 1 sword-style 9-headed earth dragon. Bang bang bang. With 1 sword, the low roar of the rock layer was endless. Wherever the slash passed, the ground was like a riot, shooting out rock cones like 9-headed dragons, and instantly collided with the fog that was coming from the sky. Boom! The collision was no less than thunder. The 9 stone cones were instantly crushed by the fog. Along with the explosion, a large wave of sand and dust was stirred up, rolling back to the surroundings. For a moment, it added a few more feelings of covering the sky and the sun, directly covering the ruins where the monk was. Seeing these two equally matched attacks that were directly offset, the faces of many people present changed drastically. Especially seeing Zoro, who was wearing a green turban, using the 3-sword style, and had an unfamiliar face. They were even more shocked. In their eyes, the big bear monkey sent by Chinyu and Garp's grandson. They were already amazing. The former had the strength to crush the opponent with one blow, and the latter could even knock Akainu, a dignified general, away with one punch. Ordinary people can be proud of being able to cultivate such a strong man. At present, Chinyu has not only cultivated 3 people. Now suddenly, there is a person who can perform 3 swords and can face the slash performed by a monk from the 5 elders. This kind of strength gives people the feeling that it is no worse than the 3 people just now. When they thought of this, an extremely absurd idea flashed through everyone's mind. Is there a 5th student? Laxus, be careful! Zhang Guo's roar suddenly sounded. The sudden scene made everyone present tense again. The moment his eyes turned and fell on Chinyu, Zoro, who was standing not far away, had the rock layer behind him surging like waves. The thick rock floor, under the gaze of everyone, turned directly into a piece of quicksand. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Zoro's expression changed slightly. The samurai sword held in both hands quickly thrust down to both sides, and the ground that had not yet turned into quicksand, trying to stop the sinking trend. Little ghost, I'm sorry, on the battlefield, the power of the fruit is also a fighting skill. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. Before you know the strength of your opponent, you want to force yourself to come out. This kind of thing is not something that everyone can do. If you are not careful, I'm afraid you will go to the underworld. A monk Binga cold voice suddenly sounded. However, your teacher will not stand by and watch you being killed. Clang! The sound of a knife suddenly sounded. The black and inky blade, at the moment of the cold light, stabbed towards Soran's back. Feeling the breath of death transmitted from his back, Soran's pores stood up. A stream of soil shot out from all directions and instantly caught his limbs. Under normal circumstances, Soran could easily break free of this kind of restraint. However, at the moment, he was in a situation where he was not careful, and he could not counterattack or defend for a while. The only way was to watch the attack fall on him. Or, wait for Chinyu to rescue him. However, this idea just emerged in Soran's mind and was quickly rejected by him. At the same time, all the Navy soldiers and even the Navy generals present saw Chinyu, who was still indifferent, smiling warmly as if watching a play, and had no intention of taking action. Their expressions could not help but stagnate. A low sonic boom sounded again in the sky. A figure that flipped down from the sky like a wind and fire wheel took the lead and landed behind Zoro. The black foot wrapped in hot flames, while covered with armed color domineering. Like a huge axe with a weight of 1,000 pounds, it chopped down towards the monk. Is this a leg technique that fell from the sky? The sudden scene made the monk's expression suddenly change drastically. Feeling the attack that was blowing towards him. Although, he felt that he had no intention of blocking the attack and saving his companions. But the monk knew clearly that if his knife was sent into Zoro's back, then this leg technique that fell from the sky, it will be like an axe, directly chopping on his shoulders and collarbones. Once this attack really hits, Yaisang believes that he will definitely follow in the footsteps of Akainu. Even if he will not be injured, or seriously injured, I am afraid that he will be chopped directly to the ground. When he thought of this, a trace of cyan flashed across Yaiseng's face, and then he gritted his teeth and raised his head suddenly, and the first generation of Kaititsu in his right hand was suddenly pulled back. He went straight to the sky and blocked it. Boom! Endless flames splashed, and the huge impact force was like a hurricane. The ruins where Yaiseng stood were once again overwhelmed and collapsed and spread. The heavy leg technique chopped, and Yaiseng's arm even showed a slight bend. Looking at this scene and the figure falling from the sky, Yaiseng's face was cyan. The ruins and rocks under his feet, like quicksand, softened quickly again. Under the ripples, the monk's entire body, like an earthworm, burrowed into the ground. When he appeared again, he was already 100 meters away. He faced Zoro and Sanji, who fell from the sky. The quicksand and restraints that lost their power also turned into a piece of yellow sand and collapsed on the ground. Green Algae Head, I didn't expect that you would look so embarrassed after not seeing you for a while. You should thank your savior. Without the monk's obstruction, Sanji fell behind Zoro. He picked up the golden bangs on his forehead with his backhand, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it directly out of thin air as if no one was around. Looking at Zoro, who had appeared, he was already an uninvited guest, forcing his way in. They didn't expect that there would be a second uninvited guest. Most importantly, the physical skills and leg skills he just displayed were obviously not inferior to Zoro's swordsmanship just now. Being able to force back the 5 elders and 1 monk, this is no simple matter. Chapter 887, A Bold Idea. The huge square fell into a dead silence. Looking at the uninvited guest who blocked Chinyu's way, their faces were full of disbelief. In their eyes, Akainu was able to train Drake and the other 2, who had the strength of a brigadier general or even a major general upon graduation. This was enough to make people jealous, and even more yearning, and they were eager to join Akainu and train. However, today's gambling battle completely overturned their cognition. The 3 Drakes, who were envied by them, were not only crushed by one blow. Under Chinyu's command, there emerged a 4th and 5th student whose strength was no less than the first 3. This training ability was simply shocking. Especially when thinking of the rumors circulating in the Navy headquarters 3 months ago. Sengoku, the Admiral of the Navy, Zephyr, the Chief Instructor of the boot camp, and Garp, the hero of the Navy. Despite the opposition pressure from Admiral Akainu, they recruited Thunder Dragon Laxus into the headquarters of the Navy. The purpose was to obtain the super method of training newcomers in Laxus's hands. At first, they were still skeptical. These rumors were just after dinner talk. They never thought that the scenes presented in front of them today would confirm the rumors in their eyes. Especially seeing the outstanding strength of Zoro and others. They are even more yearning. No one is unwilling to become a strong man, especially the Navy soldiers at the bottom of the deep, and they are no exception. Sexy Kappa, I didn't expect you to come here. I thought you were hiding there and having fun with the shemale. Zoro bit the Japanese ikimonji and grinned. However, as soon as he fell, he instantly felt a chill in his spine. He glanced behind him from the corner of his eye. The first thing that caught his eye was Sanji, who clenched his fists and was emitting flames all over his body, as if he was bathing in a sea of fire. Green Algae Head, how did you know that the teacher arranged for me to go to the Shemale Island? It must be your suggestion. I will never give up with you. Sanji roared angrily. However, before he could get up, 4 figures, from all directions, rushed to land on the ruins. The leader was Sengoku, the Admiral of the Navy. Following closely behind him were the former Admiral Zephyr, the Chief of Staff Crane, and Garp, the hero of the Navy. Facing this sudden scene, the expressions of the people present changed slightly. If the fight just now was a farce. But now Sengoku personally took the lead and intervened, which meant that there were only 2 outcomes. 1. It was out of control. 2. It completely put an end to today's gambling war. Zhangguo, are you going to stop me? Yiseng said with a gloomy face. Don't forget that your Navy headquarters is just the facade of our world government. Don't really take yourself too seriously and violate my dignity again and again. If you are really tired of being the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, you can just step down. I believe there are still many people who want it. The stern voice fell, and it instantly shook everyone's nerves. Facing the 5 elders who were aggressive as soon as they opened their mouths, the people present changed their expressions drastically, and their eyes turned in unison, locking on Zhangguo. Facing the 5 elders who did not take the Navy headquarters seriously at all. They were eager to know how Zhangguo, as the marshal, would deal with it. Yiseng, you also know that this is the Navy headquarters, not the world government. Zhangguo said in a deep voice, as the marshal, I am the person in charge here. Listen to me, today's farce is enough. Some things should not be overdone, otherwise, Lord Im will not forgive you if you are held accountable. What's more, the existence of the Navy headquarters has its reasons. If one day we really let go of everything, we will not care about anything. You, the 5 elders, are the person in charge behind the scenes, but it is also impossible to control so many sea areas and carry out the so-called missions. At this point, Zhangguo met Yiseng's eyes and said, I believe you and know what the principle of lips and teeth are cold is. Lord I'm? Yiseng's face changed slightly. In particular, when Zhangguo mentioned Im's name, he suddenly remembered the ultimate purpose of coming to watch the battle this time. It was to find out all the information about Thunder Dragon Laxus and hand it over to the high and mighty Lord Im. He never thought that he almost ruined the big thing because of his impulse. Yiseng, you've been through enough, Zhangguo has given you a way out, so the matter has come to an end. Don't forget, ask that kid why he changed the bet for the final battle at the last minute, this may interest Lord Yumu. Yilam's voice sounded in Yiseng's mind without any warning. Yiseng is no longer surprised by this kind of spiritual communication. He looked at Zhangguo's eyes, flickered a few times, snorted coldly and said, "Okay, today, for Zhangguo's sake, I will not pursue the charge of you publicly despising the celestial dragons, and it will not happen again. However, it is not a problem for you to join the Navy headquarters, but just like before, tell us the purpose of your bet with Akainu. Since you don't want to be an admiral, why do you want to take away Akainu's right of immunity?" Facing Yiseng's words that brought up the old things, many people present also came back to their senses. A moment ago, Zhangguo, who was in a tit-for-tat relationship, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. In his eyes, since Qin Yu had no intention of becoming a general, then why did he spend so much effort to obtain Akainu's immunity? Haha, it seems that everyone is very concerned about my ideas. Qin Yu laughed dryly, motioned Zoro and Sanji to retreat to the left and right, and said, "In fact, my ideas are very simple, but I didn't expect that they would completely change in your eyes. During this period, I traveled on the sea, and major events in the New World happened one after another. The rise of the 5 emperors, the skeleton demon and Escanor, and the one-punch monster Saitama, behind them is a huge force that is said to be comparable to the Rocks pirates. Also, the 4 emperors who have become emperors in the New World and are eyeing them covetously, and the revolutionary army hidden in the dark, etc. Originally, the stable situation of peace and tranquility has become seriously tilted because of the rise of the 5 emperors. Suppressing these conflicts is just a lack of an opportunity." At this point, Qin Yu looked around the scene with an indifferent look, and said, "I want to know, once this new world full of explosives is ignited, the situation will explode and become turbulent. Do you really have a way to suppress, resist, and turn the tide? So, I came to the Navy headquarters this time to propose a bold idea. Chapter 888 Generals are not enough. General Daring idea?" The huge square fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing Qin Yu's words just now, there was a feeling that there was no way to refute. As Qin Yu described, the new world at the moment gave people a feeling that a storm was about to come. Once it was detonated, it would be difficult for the Navy headquarters, which had suffered one defeat after another, to fight against it. Not to mention, continuing to maintain the original rule over the member countries. Once the Navy headquarters was on the verge of collapse, the foundation of the remaining world government would also be shaken. It would be difficult to regain the territory subverted by the pirates and the revolutionary army. "Little Ghost, are you publicly belittling the strength of the Navy headquarters?" a monk said in a deep voice. "Belittle?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled warmly. "Yiseng, if you think I am belittling the Navy headquarters, then you, who just said that the Navy headquarters is the face of the world government, are you belittling it or are you totally ignoring it? Or, if all the forces in the new world go out of control, as the 5 elders, or the ruler behind the world government, will you help? You?" Yiseng was furious. The expressions of the Navy soldiers and even the Navy generals present also changed drastically. Facing Qin Yu's aggressive attitude, there was also a monk who looked frustrated and speechless, but there was an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart. After all, as a member of the Navy headquarters, he was publicly criticized as a face, like a dog at the door. No one can swallow this breath. However, compared with the speechless monk, they are more eager to see what the bold idea that Qin Yu just said is. However, this idea just emerged in their minds. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, looked past the monk, and looked at the huge headquarters building behind the square. He smiled warmly and said, "Haha, I didn't expect so many rare guests to come today. It seems that in addition to the monk, there are other people from the 5 elders. Do they think too highly of me? There are others?" The people present were stunned. Lian Zifa and Zhangguo and others were no exception. In particular, they had also used the observation haki to conduct an investigation just now. However, they did not find any trace of the second 5 elders at all. At this moment, Qin Yu gave people a solemn feeling as soon as he opened his mouth. Is this a rumor, or did he really encounter a situation where 2 of the 5 elders were dispatched at once? For a moment, thousands of eyes in the field turned in unison and followed Qin Yu's gaze. Only the monk's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he turned around and looked behind him. Day! The crisp footsteps sounded in the almost dead silence of the ruins square. An old man with a slightly bloated face, wearing a black suit and a white beard, walked out slowly. The scar running through his left eye made his seemingly kind face look more sinister and ferocious. Elam, I didn't expect you to come too. Zhang Guo's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why he didn't catch the trace of the second 5 elders in his observation haki just now. After joining the Navy headquarters and knowing the existence of the 5 elders, every time he came into contact with them, the one who impressed Zhang Guo the most was not the monk of the fighting faction. On the contrary, this seemingly kind face, but able to kill people invisibly, was called the most hidden among the 5 elders, Elam. There are even rumors that this Elam is related to the world government, the supreme ruler, Im. It is not an exaggeration to call him the head of the 5 elders. Haha, Zhang Guo, we haven't seen each other for a long time. This time, your Navy headquarters has picked up a good seedling. Elam laughed dryly and said, but don't worry, I showed up this time to put an end to this farce. At this point, Elam's eyes turned and said, little guy, you are really eloquent. A monk with a wooden head can't beat you. Just now, you were able to find my existence. I'm afraid you used the power of the devil fruit to combine the observation color domineering to form a huge invisible electromagnetic network to enhance the range and accuracy of the detection. Your method reminds me of a natural devil fruit ability user a long time ago. He was also like you at the time, showing a confident expression. Facing Elam's words, perhaps many people can't understand. However, for Zhang Guo and others, they can finally explain why Qin Yu was able to see through the traces of the 5 elders just now, but they couldn't do it. Haha, Elam, you are flattering me. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, I think, if there hadn't been something that disturbed your mind just now, causing a slight flaw in the blocked aura, I wouldn't have found you. However, since you came out in person and want to put an end to this farce, do you want to agree to my idea or deny it completely? The small voice once again tensed everyone's nerves. Facing the 5 elders who are the real power holders hidden behind the world government. If Elam and Yiseng jointly refused to give Qin Yu the opportunity to express his ideas, that would indeed make all of Qin Yu's ideas die in the womb. Haha, you little brat, you are really not simple. You get straight to the point as soon as you open your mouth. Elam jumped onto the square, glanced at Yiseng, and said, but what you said is not completely unreasonable. The rise of the 5 emperors, the new world does need to be reorganized. During this period, the failure of the Navy headquarters has also made us lose face. So, if your bold idea is feasible, I will give you a chance. However, as Yiseng asked just now, I believe that everyone present, whether it is the lower level of the Navy or the generals, even Zifa and Zhang Guo, probably want to know what you think. To make us think that your idea is feasible, I hope you can say it in public. The slightly long and old voice echoed in the sky. The moment the voice fell, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu, and they were eager again. Feeling the many eyes around, Qin Yu's warm smile on his face became even more, and his eyes swept over the gloomy Admiral Akainu, and said, my idea is very simple. I think that there are only 3 admirals in the Navy headquarters, which is not enough to deal with various sudden events. Since the 5 emperors can appear on the sea, why don't we expand the positions of admirals in our Navy headquarters? Chapter 889 World Recruitment. Expand the position of admiral? All the people present, including the 5 elders, 1 monk and Elim, could not help but stagnate. For a long time, the candidates for admirals in the Navy headquarters have always been few, not many. In the headquarters known as the Whitebeard era, there were 3 positions for admirals. But in the previous era, there were probably only 2, and sometimes there was a shortage of talents. It is not strange to have only 1 admiral. In addition to worrying about the formation of factions in the Navy headquarters, this approach also comes from the world government to prevent the Navy from being the only one and being controlled by them. However, as soon as Qin Yu opened his mouth, he planned to expand the position of admirals in the Navy headquarters. This was beyond their expectations, and it might also cause the resentment of the former admiral. At this moment, they finally understood why Qin Yu spent his time digging a pit to win the opportunity to be exempted from opposition as an admiral. It can be said that from the beginning, they were still thinking about what Qin Yu's so-called bold idea was. Now it seems that this idea is not only too big, but also too crazy. Little ghost, you are too arrogant. Do you dare to break the iron rule of the Admiral of the Navy? A monk was the first to lose his temper and shouted in a deep voice. If you insist on putting forward such a bold idea, I think many people present will not accept it. Moreover, you want to expand the position of Admiral. It's not that I underestimate the Navy headquarters. Since you don't want to be it, then no matter the age, strength, means, record, etc., there is no one who is qualified for this position. One word stirs up 1,000 waves. There was an uproar in the huge scene. Facing the expansion of the position of Admiral, this is a very bold idea. In their eyes, it is indeed a kind of unrestrained feeling. However, as a member of the Navy headquarters, who doesn't have a dream of becoming an admiral? Especially the closer to the position of admiral, the more eager Qin Yu's proposal is. They are eager to know, under the premise that Qin Yu is unwilling to be a door dog of the trash Tianlong people, whether, in his eyes, there is any candidate who can serve as the admiral of the Navy headquarters. However, the attitude of the monk who completely denies it as soon as he opens his mouth undoubtedly chills the hearts of many naval generals. In particular, Daotu, who had obtained the power of the fantasy beast devil fruit not long ago and was originally known as the candidate for admiral, has a trace of paleness and unwillingness on her pretty face. What the monk said just now did not mention any names. But falling on the field, for Daotu, who is the candidate for admiral, it is also a shame. Laxus, I think what Yiseng said is right. Akainu also responded coldly. As an outsider who joined in the middle, you don't know the importance of the existence of the admiral to the Navy headquarters. Also, don't forget that it is not so easy to train an admiral. Or, you do so many things, you don't plan to become the admiral of the Navy headquarters, but deliberately pave the way for your students to become new admirals. If that's really the case, then how many admiral positions do you plan to add, 1, 2, or 5, so that your 5 students can all become admirals of the Navy? Once this kind of thing gets out, as a teacher, you will be so impressive. At this point, Akainu's face was extremely gloomy, and he said, but let me remind you. Your 5 students are not bad, but if they really become admirals, I believe that not only will I be dissatisfied, but others will also challenge them constantly. At that time, they will run away with their tails between their legs, which will create a new history for the Navy headquarters. Chang's voice made everyone's face change drastically on the huge battlefield. Luffy, who was standing next to Garp, changed his face. When he was about to shout that he wanted to be King Luffy, Qin Yu reached out and stopped him. Haha, Admiral Akainu, your suggestion is indeed good. I have to thank you for letting me think of this feasible plan. Qin Yu said with a warm smile. However, I still want to talk about my initial idea. Now that the 5 emperors have risen, the new world is in a countdown to rampage. If the Navy headquarters cannot make a thorough reform, it will not be able to gain a foothold in this wave of torrents. So, in the next period of time, I propose to hold a world conscription, not only to select candidates who can serve as admirals in the Navy headquarters, but also to find righteous people who can serve as admirals in this world, and even fill the weak situation that the Navy headquarters is in now. World conscription? The small voice, at this moment, is like an invisible hammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Whether it is Sengoku, the 5 elders, or even Akainu and others, they all showed disbelief on their faces. They knew that Qin Yu was crazy. But they never thought that he would be so crazy that he would skip the internal generals of the Navy headquarters and directly hear the world conscription. If you don't hear it with your own ears, I'm afraid no one is willing to believe that all this is true. Laxus, are you crazy? Recruiting soldiers all over the world, and recruiting admirals in an exceptional way, this tells people outside that our Navy headquarters is not strong enough to shock the sea. This is a huge shame. Akainu's face darkened and he roared in anger. He clenched his fingers tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. At this moment, he clearly understood that the bet just now was a huge pit that Qin Yu had dug for him. However, facing Akainu who was accusing him of a crime, Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, Admiral Akainu, have you forgotten what it means to be willing to accept defeat? However, you can rest assured that the world recruitment is not something that anyone can participate in. Not only do you need to have outstanding strength, but you also need to be consistently just and have a convincing personality and style of doing things. Similarly, I will not consider those who are individualistic heroes who completely disregard the interests and face of the Navy headquarters. Individualistic heroes? Kid, who are you talking about? Akainu's face darkened, and he roared again. The skin on his body flowed like molten lava, and even steamed a large area of heat waves, rolling back to the huge battlefield. Seeing Akainu, who seemed to be ready to explode at any time, the nerves of the people present were tense again. Sengoku was the first to lose his temper and shouted coldly, "Akainu, stop it!" Laxus mentioned the situation of the Navy headquarters and the proposal of the world recruitment. They are all based on the current situation in the New World. Don't forget that as an admiral, you have failed in major events one after another. If you can't think of a way to restore the dignity of the Navy headquarters, once the New World goes out of control, you will be in a passive situation. However, the proposal for the world recruitment cannot be passed for the time being. Chapter 890, calculated again. Cannot pass for the time being? The Navy soldiers present, even a group of generals, including Akainu and the 5 elders, were also stunned. In their eyes, as a marshal, Sengoku is a member who tries his best to win over and value Laxus. Facing Laxus's proposal, he should be a little lenient. However, as soon as Sengoku opened his mouth, he temporarily rejected it. This is undoubtedly a surprise to others. However, facing Sengoku's response, Chinyu did not feel the slightest surprise. As a marshal, Sengoku is not as heartless as Garp. If he publicly agrees with Chinyu's proposal, it is likely that not only will the world conscription proposal not be passed, it will also damage Sengoku's dignity as a marshal afterwards. Laxus, I hope you don't mind. After taking another look at Akainu, Zhangguo said, this time, as a marshal, I will have more things to consider. However, with your intelligence, I believe you have already anticipated that in order to pass the world conscription, this proposal not only needs you to propose it, but also requires me and a group of naval generals, and even the generals to make a resolution before the feasibility can be finally determined. Here, I want to remind you that the generals have a lot of say, but so do others. If the proposal of this world conscription cannot be recognized by the vast majority of people, it may not be implemented. At this point, Zhangguo's eyes turned and fell on Chinyu, saying, I believe that from the beginning, when you changed the conditions of the bet and won Akainu's immunity from opposition, you had already thought of this problem. Chang's voice echoed in the huge ruins square. Facing Zhangguo's words, many people could hear that he deliberately gave Chinyu a way out. However, as Zhangguo said, Chinyu had probably thought of this when he designed Akainu. This kind of wisdom and foresight makes people feel outrageous. Facing Zhangguo's temporary opposition, all eyes turned and locked on Chinyu. They were eager to know whether Chinyu would go down the stairs in this situation. Haha, Marshal Zhangguo, you are flattering me again. I also made the proposal of the world's large-scale conscription on a whim. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, however, Marshal Zhangguo is a well-thought-out person. I suddenly proposed this plan in public, which was a lack of consideration. However, since the proposal has been made, I hope that Marshal Zhangguo and everyone present can think about it after returning. I believe that the riot in the New World will happen soon. After saying this, Chinyu dusted himself off and turned to leave the ruins of the square. In Chinyu's eyes, his plan to get Laxus into the Navy headquarters had been completed perfectly. Next, all he had to do was complete the world recruitment. Then Chinyu didn't care whether Laxus's identity would be exposed. But at least it would contribute a strong turbulence to the sea. Once he could collect 100,000 world turbulence points, he could unlock the Samsara Eye. Chinyu would be able to regain 70% to 80% of the strength of the big account. At that time, it would not be a dream for him to overthrow any force alone. Most importantly, as time passed in this world, Chinyu gradually discovered that there seemed to be a pair of eyes hidden behind this world, monitoring the entire world. It made him feel inexplicably familiar. It was for this reason that Chinyu was eager to unblock the big account. In the face of unknown dangers, only with absolute strength can one get enough sense of security. Okay, since Laxus's proposal and ideas have been said, and today's recruit gambling war has also ended successfully, I will announce that the proposal to veto the world's conscription will be held in 7 days. Zhangguo said in a deep voice. At that time, all the generals and soldiers of the Navy headquarters will have the veto power. However, before the proposal is rejected, I would like to remind everyone that Laxus's words are a bit too crazy, but the current Navy headquarters is not what it used to be. I hope everyone can consider it carefully. Having said that, Zhang Guo looked around the field and shouted loudly, all the people should be dismissed. The logistics troops responsible for the aftermath and repair should be mobilized to restore the damaged areas in the shortest time. As for Yiseng and Elim, if you have other things to discuss, you can come to my office to discuss. If not, I will take time to go to Mary Joa next time. Looking at Zhang Guo, who sent out the order in an orderly manner as soon as he opened his mouth. Yiseng's face sank, and Elim, who was beside him, patted his shoulder and turned away first. Looking at this scene, Yiseng was unwilling, but he still followed quickly. Wait until the two figures disappeared from sight. Zhang Guo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, Zhang Guo, I didn't expect that an old guy like you would be flexible. Garp laughed and said, however, that kid Laxus is really good. Not only did he let my grandson knock Akainu away with one punch, but he also made such a crazy proposal. World recruitment, what a crazy idea. I wonder if that kid has already had some candidates in his mind and has calculated you again. Calculated again? Zhang Guo's expression could not help but stagnate. No. It should be said that everyone present couldn't help but shudder when they heard Garp's words. Recalling Qin Yu's chic departure just now, it seemed to clearly confirm Garp's words. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo's cheek muscles couldn't help twitching, and he gritted his teeth and said, Garp, you guy, why didn't you remind me earlier? No, I'm going to see what else that kid is hiding from me. Tisk, didn't you look serious and strategizing just now? You said you were a wise general of the Navy, but I think you still look mentally retarded. You. Zhang Guo was suddenly angry, clenched his fists, and roared loudly, Garp, I want to duel with you, the kind that never stops. With the end of the farce of the recruits' gambling war, the huge battlefield ruins, and the crowd of onlookers dispersed. One by one, the spies of various forces hidden in the headquarters of the Navy. They all hid in the darkness again. The major event that happened in the headquarters of the Navy was passed on at the fastest speed. For them, whether it was the final result of the recruits' gambling war or the crazy proposal of the world's conscription, it was enough to shock the new world. Chapter 891 The Strongest Mercenary. Bastard, just a bastard kid, he doesn't take us five elders seriously at all, and dares to challenge our authority in public. If it weren't for Ilium stopping me, I would have killed him. In the holy land of Mary Joa, in the palace of the five elders. The hysterical roar of a monk echoed endlessly. In the huge meeting hall, in addition to Ilium, there were also Hoya, Kaiser, and Hela, who were summoned to gather here again. However, compared with the angry monk, Hoya and the other two looked at the scenes replayed in the Den Mushi, and there was a trace of astonishment on their old faces. Elim, Akainu really lost to this kid, you didn't deliberately create some illusions to tease us. Hoya, who had a long beard, wore a black suit, and had a solemn face, was the first to lose his temper. The remaining two turned their eyes and showed urgency on their faces. At the beginning, they had a little respect for Laxus because of what IRM said. However, they never thought that he would make such a big wave. Even Akainu, who has always been arrogant and conceited, would be defeated by him. Especially, after seeing the strength displayed by Luffy and the other five people. It made them completely impatient. This is the extraordinary strength that overwhelmed the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Given time to grow up, it will definitely be a force that cannot be ignored. Okay, you don't have to make a fuss. Don't forget that the fundamental purpose of our gathering here this time is to discuss the feasibility of the world's large-scale conscription. IRM said in a deep voice. That kid, suddenly will this suggestion pose a threat to our control over the Navy? Originally, the four Hoyas who were in a state of agitation suddenly came to their senses. Facing the world conscription mentioned at the end in the Den Mushi video, they also frowned. All along, in their eyes, the only people who could pose a threat to them in the Navy headquarters were Sengoku and Garp, and as for the three admirals, they didn't take it seriously. However, when a force reaches a certain level, it will change from quantitative change to qualitative change. The three admirals joining forces may only be a little tricky for the five elders. However, once there are 4 admirals, 5 generals, or even 6 generals, this kind of lineup. For the 5 elders, it means something completely different. Humph, Elim, are you worrying too much? A monk snorted coldly and said, what world conscription? Don't forget that the position of the Admiral of the Navy requires not only sufficient strength, but also countless merits to be competent. If, relying solely on the world recruitment, we recruit some random people and plan to be able to serve as the new Admiral, I am afraid that in the Navy headquarters, not to mention the generals, even the lowest level recruits will not accept it. If you abandon the accumulated merits of the Navy, as well as many contributions in a sense of justice, and can become a Navy Admiral halfway, who will be willing to work their way up from the bottom in the future? The stern voice echoed in the hall. Let Hoya and others nod silently. Kaiser, who has blonde hair and a slender figure, said in a deep voice, what the monk said is right, this method is not feasible at all. Zhang Guo announced that he would hold a public veto of the bill in 7 days, just to buffer the incident, or to prepare the kid mentally after his crazy proposal failed. What's more, don't forget that as long as Vegapunk's experiment succeeds, our world government will get a brand new technological combat force that can be infinitely repeated. At that time, let alone the failure of the world's great conscription, even if he accidentally passes, we don't have to be afraid. Facing Kaiser's words, even Elam's expression changed slightly, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in the depths of his eyes. As the power behind the scenes of the world government, they know clearly how many crazy experiments the scientific department controlled by Vegapunk has created. Although, Vegapunk's madness lacks unscrupulous means compared to Caesar. However, he, who claims to have a brain that is 500 years ahead of the world, is undoubtedly more valued by the 5 elders. Okay, Kaiser is right. It's not that we haven't encountered a mere brat in our lives for so many years. Hele, who had been silent all the time, said in a deep voice, now let's hand over the information of this battle to Lord Yumua first, so as not to blame her. As for the world recruitment, which will never be passed, we still pay attention to it. At this point, Hele looked at Yiseng and said, Yiseng, I asked you to contact those guys. Have you contacted them? Ito assassinate and investigate the details of the Blood Flag pirates, those money-grubbing guys are undoubtedly the best candidates. Don't forget that they are known as the strongest mercenaries. Those guys? Hoya and others subconsciously looked at Yiseng. Feeling the gazes from all around, Yiseng's old cheeks flashed a trace of dissatisfaction, and he snorted coldly, why, when it's my turn to be on duty, there are so many bad things. I have already contacted those crazy people. However, their request is not money, but for us, the 5 elders, to help them regain the position of overlord. Regain the position of overlord. Ilium raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, saying, I thought they were smart people. It seems that they don't know that it was us who secretly made them fall from the position of hegemony that day. However, as long as they have free thugs, they can't make any big waves if we don't admit it afterwards. As soon as this was said, the others nodded in agreement. In their eyes, after living for a long time, they have long been numb to the so-called commitments, cooperation, and other relationships. The only 2 definitions left are, usable and useless. Elam is right. I have received the information they sent not long ago. I have already set foot in the New World to find information about the Blood Flag pirates. A monk responded in a deep voice. Humph, the outside world rumored that the Blood Flag pirates have other powerful people behind them. I think it's just a fraud to strengthen their own power and disrupt other people's judgment. Otherwise, after declaring war on our world government and the beast's pirates for so long, why haven't they made any moves? I think they probably don't know where to hide, and they are thinking about how to make up for their boast. Chang's voice echoed in the meeting hall. Facing Yiseng's judgment, Hoya and others fell silent, while Ilam frowned. Yiseng, I also hope that what you said is right, but we should not take it lightly if it can make Lord Ilam pay attention to it. Chapter 892 Goodbye Whitebeard. 3 days later, the New World. Accompanied by the spies of various forces hidden in the Navy headquarters, the intelligence was passed on. The huge New World was shaken like an earthquake. Especially, seeing the gambling war described in the newspaper. There was also the crazy proposal of the world conscription. In the eyes of some pirates, there was a feeling that a storm was about to come. Hawkeye, are you planning to leave? On the unknown island, red-haired Shanks raised his head and poured the liquor into his mouth, then looked down at the newspapers scattered on the ground and said, if the content reported in the newspaper is not too far off, that kid is really not simple. In a short period of time, he has trained the Baboon King and Luffy to this level. If they are given more time, it is not impossible for them to become the top combat force on the sea. At this point, Red-haired Shanks smiled with interest and said, Hawkeye, you are so anxious to leave, you are not going to find that kid and take back the Baboon King. You do this, but it feels like you are pulling the plank after crossing the bridge. I'm afraid that kid really won't agree to you. As soon as these words fell, Logie, Ben Beckman and others also stopped their actions and looked at Hawkeye my hawk. Facing the battle process described in the newspaper, they were shocked and more uncertain. In their eyes, they clearly remembered that red-haired Shanks had mentioned it. His current strength can only keep the sea of the New World stable. To completely disintegrate the old era, break the old pattern, and create a new era, it is necessary to inject new vitality into this era. Only in this way can the existing situation be completely destroyed. And, red-haired Shanks deliberately stayed in Windmill Town to carve the identity of this chess piece on Luffy. At the beginning, red-haired Shanks was still thinking that it would take a few more years to complete the harvest of wool. He never thought that a Blood Flag pirate group led by Uchiha Chinyu would appear in the middle. In a short moment, the pattern of the new world was completely disrupted. Indirectly, Shanks saw the summary of the old era in advance. Shanks, Ben Beckman, don't pretend to know nothing. Hawkeye's steps suddenly stopped. A pair of hawk-like eyes suddenly turned down and swept over the two of them, saying, that kid came up with the crazy idea of the world recruitment in order to increase the bargaining chips in the hands of the Navy headquarters. This approach is undoubtedly to deal with the upcoming pirate attack. If we are wrong, once the world recruitment is really passed, the 7 warlords who have been weakened one after another will probably become his sniper. To completely turn the passive into the active, the only way is to have enough active power, otherwise everything is nonsense. The low voice echoed on the beach. Facing the Hawkeye my hawk who analyzed it thoroughly, the red-haired Shanks froze. Ben Beckman, who was standing not far away, held the cigar in his hand, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, Hawkeye, we all know what you said. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Do you really think that kid can break the iron rule of the Navy headquarters and carry out the so-called world conscription? As soon as this was said, everyone present, even red-haired Shanks, looked at Hawkeye silently. Facing the gazes from all around, Hawkeye my hawk stopped and took another step. This time, he didn't even turn his head back, but just left the last sentence. I don't know either, but you still don't underestimate that kid. Although I haven't been with him for a long time, my intuition tells me that the kid won't fight a battle without confidence. I hope you don't follow Kaido's footsteps and regret it after suffering a loss. Follow Kaido's footsteps? The expressions of everyone present changed suddenly. Even red-haired Shanks is no exception. As the most low-key existence among the 4 emperors. Recalling the day when Thunder Dragon Laxus fought head-on against Kaido, the beast. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. In terms of playing the pig to eat the tiger, no one can really compare to him. After 3 months, he appeared again and proposed a worldwide conscription, which made people feel that Chinyu was a whimsical and crazy moment. However, more of it was the deep thought of Hawkeye my hawk's words just now. Captain, what should we do next? Do we need to act in advance? Logie opened his mouth and took a bite of the barbecue in his hand, and couldn't help saying. However, as soon as these words fell, the expressions of the people present couldn't help but change slightly. As an elite red hair group, there are indeed few people. But as long as those who stay here, they are all red hair Shanks' confidants. So they still know a little about his ultimate goal. At this moment, Logie almost made that matter clear as soon as he opened his mouth. This undoubtedly tightened their nerves. Captain, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so reckless. I forgot that you mentioned that walls have ears. Seeing the changes in the expressions of others, Logie hurriedly apologized. However, he was soon patted on the shoulder by red-haired Shanks with a smile, saying, well, this matter is actually not a secret among the core celestial dragons in the holy land of Marijoa. But once my intention is spread, I'm afraid the 5 elders will regard me as a thorn in their eyes, just like they did to Amayasha and Doflamingo. However, compared to that guy Doflamingo, I'm a little more lucky, and the 5 elders are not willing to spend the effort to deal with me. At this point, red-haired Shanks patted the dust on his body and said, but, Hawkeye is right. That's right, that kid's crazy idea of recruiting soldiers from around the world means that the situation on the sea will be broken. Next, the other 4 emperors will probably not sit still and wait for death. We have to be wary of not only the Blood Flag pirates, but also the other 3. I think I should go see Whitebeard again and ask for his respect. See Whitebeard again? As soon as these words fell, even Ben Beckman's face changed drastically. He took a deep puff of cigarette and asked anxiously, "Captain, do you really want to go that far? If you do this, you will probably become the target of public criticism." As the first military advisor of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman knows clearly what Red Hair is planning. However, if this plan works well, it will be fine. If it doesn't work well, I'm afraid that the world government controlled by the Five Elders will be the first to declare war on the Red Hair Pirates. At this time, I'm afraid that no one of the other four emperors will not add insult to injury to the Red Hair who likes to ask for face. Chapter 893 Rocks Pirates Resurrection. See you, Whitebeard? As soon as these words fell, even Ben Beckman's face changed drastically. He took a deep puff of cigarette and asked anxiously, "Captain, are you really going to go that far? If you do this, I'm afraid you will become the target of public criticism." As the first military advisor of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman knows clearly what Red Hair is planning. However, if this plan works well, it will be satisfactory. If it doesn't work well, I'm afraid that the world government controlled by the Five Elders will be the first to declare war on the Red Hair Pirates. At this time, I'm afraid that no one of the other four emperors will not add insult to injury to the Red Hair who likes to ask for face. For a while, the atmosphere on the huge beach increased the taste of inexplicable depression. Feeling the changes in everyone's expressions, Red Hair Shanks smiled and patted the dust on his body, saying, "Ben Beckman, don't make a fuss, this is just a hypothesis, not to mention that Whitebeard is still a hero. If he agrees to my proposal, the success rate is less than 10%. But, I have one thing to confirm, so I still plan to go there in person. If it can be achieved, maybe I can get a few more days of peace for the sea." At this point, red-haired Shank's only remaining right hand fell on the hilt again, and his face climbed up, and he said with rare seriousness, "It's getting late, the banquet is over, and we should set sail." After leaving these words, red-haired Shanks took the lead without stopping. Although the rest of the people felt that the banquet was not over yet. However, when they thought about the purpose of Red Hair's meeting Whitebeard this time, their nerves, which had been relaxed, tightened again. They knew clearly that if this matter was not handled properly, what awaited them would be a fight to the death between the four emperors. With the departure of the Livers again, the undercurrents in the huge new world gradually began to surface. "Damn guy, who told me that the stinky boy was not dead," and ran back to the Navy headquarters to make a big fuss. Wano Country, Flower Capital, on the huge city wall. Kaido, who turned into a dragon, burped, and perched on the eaves, roared like thunder. Seeing Kaido, who had been tossing his hometown every other day, Orakai, who was standing outside the city wall, looked at Jin beside him helplessly. "Jin, tell Kaido quickly that the information just now is false, otherwise, if he keeps tossing like this, I can't keep my flower capital." No, it should be said that Wano Country is also gone. For a villain like Orakai, being able to become the general of Wano Country for the rest of his life is already very good. He doesn't want to be involved in more incidents. "General Orakai, don't worry, Lord Kaido is also sensible in doing things." Jin raised his head expressionlessly and said, "Facing the Blood Flag pirates, the Wano general may come from the Navy headquarters. With the Thunder Dragon Laxus as the target, we have thought of a new way to deal with it. Send people to Wanguo." "Wanguo?" Orakai's expression froze. As the general of Wano Country, although it has been in a closed-door policy. However, he knew clearly that Wanguo meant that behind it, there was a sea overlord like Kaido. However, after getting along with each other for these years, Orakai also hinted that Kaido's temper towards Charlotte Linlin was completely wrong. Sometimes, when he was drunk, he would take out the photo hidden in his arms and curse with tears and snot. If Orakai was not Chinchu, he would know that the person in the photo was Charlotte Linlin, who was also one of the four emperors. He really thought that Kaido would shoot at the photo. "Shut up, Jin, you guy, shut up. I said that in this life, as long as that woman appears in front of me, I will kill her, and you still send people to find her." Kaido, who was perched on the eaves, roared with a drunken voice. "Who went to Wanguo? Don't be careless and get killed by that woman. I still have to spend time looking for new subordinates. Is it Ultai or Fu?" Faced with such a difficult task, if it was before Jack died. As soon as Kaido opened his mouth, "I'll let Jack handle it." Unfortunately, when I think of it, Jack was killed instantly by Saitama, the one-punch monster, in Dressrosa not long ago. Kaido almost swung his mace and beat even Jin. Boss Kaido, facing the Blood Flag pirates, it is a good choice to join forces with the Big Mom pirates this time. With Charlotte Linland's personality, one of the 4 generals, was also killed in Dressrosa, and she will definitely not swallow this breath. Jin said in a deep voice. What's more, Boss Kaido, you and Charlotte Linland were both members of the Rocks Pirates. In the past few decades, they have grown into independent 4 emperors. If you are willing to put aside your prejudices and have a good talk, once the alliance is successful, let alone the Blood Flag pirates, we don't even need to take Whitebeard and the world government into consideration. At this point, Jin's face flashed a trace of cruelty, and he said, once this matter gets out, it can definitely be called the real resurrection of the Rocks Pirates. By that time, the 4 emperors will join forces, and with the natural barrier of Wano country, we will definitely be invincible. The deep voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dissipated for a long time. Orikai's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed, Kaido, Jin is right, don't forget how we defeated Odin back then. Our current strength is a little insufficient, but as long as we form an alliance and buy enough time, once we become stronger, we can use the previous plan to kill Charlotte Linland as well. Then, we will annex her forces to strengthen our strength. By then, we will definitely be the strongest existence in this sea. For the always timid Orikai, facing Jin's words, he undoubtedly agreed. He turned his eyes hastily and looked at Kaido. The huge body perched on the eaves suddenly swung down and roared angrily, you think too simply about the matter between me and that woman. Jin, the idea of alliance you proposed is very good, but I want to tell you that if you send anyone, they will only be killed by Charlotte Lingling, the crazy woman. This is a waste of my men, just like Jack. Speaking of this, Kaido's bloodshot eyes turned in vain and said, now tell me, who did you let go, and let him come back quickly. Faced with Kaido's questioning, Jin was silent for a while, and said, not long ago, Miss Yamato escaped. Chapter 894 Miss Yamato. Did that girl Yamato go to sea? Kaido's alcohol smell dissipated at once, and then he roared angrily. Jin, are you crazy? You let Yamato leave Wano country. If anything happens to her, I will kill you. That girl has no idea how terrible the outside world is. The huge breath suddenly exploded on Kaido. His scarlet eyes widened, his eyes locked on Jin. Feeling the murderous intent hidden in the breath, the nerves of everyone present, even Orikai, were suddenly tense. They knew clearly that with Kaido's bad drinking habits, when he was drunk, if he was not careful, he would be hit by a thunderous gossip. Those who were slightly inferior in strength might lose their lives if they were not careful. What's more, facing Kaido, who has always been irritable and likes to protect his shortcomings. They knew clearly that Yamato, as Kaido's beloved daughter. This was his reverse scale. Boss Kaido, this is Miss Yamato. After overhearing my conversation with Quinn, she fled Wano country without permission. I have informed Ultai and others to stop Miss Yamato from Wano country as much as possible. Jin's expression remained the same. However, Boss Kaido, Miss Yamato has never liked to get along with you. Why don't you take this opportunity to make Miss Yamato suffer a little and let her understand your painstaking efforts? What's more, Miss Yamato's identity and strength are by no means something that ordinary people can figure out. In the New World, there are not many people who can endanger Mrs. Safety. In the original work, when Luffy and others broke into Onigashima, they encountered Ultai, one of the 6 Flying Six. After a brief fight, Yamato appeared and performed the Thunder Bagua. Killed Ultai in one move. Although afterwards, in Ultai's mouth, it was believed that Yamato performed Kaido's moves in a methodical manner. The power can at most match the Thunder 4 trigrams, but this is enough to prove that Yamato's strength is above the 6 Flying Six. Possessing the strength standard of a big sign. Looking at the sea of the New World, it can definitely be called the level of the Emperor's vice-chairman. You mean, let Yamato suffer a little? Kaido's face sank, and after taking another sip of wine, he roared, Jin, I support your idea for the time being. But before that, give me the Den Mushi that contacts the crazy woman. I can't let her mess around. If Yamato is hurt, I will turn against her. The hysterical roar echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. When I think of the stupid thing that happened more than 20 years ago that was kept secret by Charlotte Linland. If it wasn't for someone who let Kaido know the ins and outs of this matter after the fact. I'm afraid he doesn't know that Yamato is his own blood. Boss Kaido, don't worry, I'll handle this matter. Jin said in a deep voice. However, in addition to Miss Yamato's Matt Aaron edition, 3 months ago, after fighting with Kaido, the Thunder Dragon Laxus who escaped and disappeared for 3 months has returned to the Navy headquarters. His students also defeated the Navy elite trained by Akainu. However, the most noteworthy thing is that he proposed a plan for the world recruitment, intending to increase the top combat power of the Navy. Once this proposal is successfully passed, it will pose a fatal threat to the Beast's pirates. In the New World, the 4 emperors are independent and have conflicts on a regular basis. However, most of the time, they are just small fights and have not really fought to the death. After all, there is a tacit common enemy between them. According to Doflamingo in the original work, the 4 emperors are amazing on this sea. But the only one who is truly amazing and the strongest overlord of the sea is the Navy headquarters. Now Qin Yu suddenly proposed this resolution, which gives people the feeling that he is undoubtedly ready to break the stable separatist situation that has continued from the old era. World recruitment? Kaido raised his eyebrows, then laughed and said, Jin, you still underestimate the ambitions of those guys in the Navy headquarters. No one will plan to share his power in half, and the people below will not watch what they pursue being taken away by those who run away halfway. At this point, Kaido's eyes turned and said, Jin, there is nothing in this world that can be obtained without hard work. Just like the position of the big sign, not everyone is qualified. Give me a message, whoever can bring Yamato back safely, I will let him replace Jack. As for the alliance with Charlotte, that crazy woman, it will be left to you to arrange. After saying this, Kaido turned his hand to his bloody mouth, took another sip of wine, and then swung his huge body suddenly. He brought a gust of wind and flew straight into the air. Looking at Kaido with a face full of confidence, Jin fell into silence with an indifferent expression. Thinking of the incident 3 months ago when Kaido personally hunted down Laxus. That same confident expression was extremely similar to this moment. Unfortunately, the final result completely overturned the cognition of the entire sea. At present, the Thunder Dragon Laxus appeared again after 3 months, and also proposed the world conscription. This undoubtedly made Jin feel uneasy. Although he also agreed with Kaido's idea, it was natural. However, when he thought of Kaido who was injured that day, Jin felt a little more inexplicable worry in his heart. Jin, what's wrong with you? The snake secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled obscenely and said, You are not really worried about the world conscription, are you? I advise you not to think about these trivial things. As long as you follow Kaido's instructions and build a good alliance with the Big Mom pirates, then with the natural defenses of Wano country, I will not be afraid of large or super large conscriptions. By the way, I have found a lot of new singers recently. Let's have a drink when we have time. After saying this, Orokai turned around and returned to the tower. Looking at the courtyard that suddenly became quiet, Jin's expression changed, and finally a large piece of flames rose from his body, and he went straight up to the sky. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters. With the news of the world recruitment. After 3 days, the huge Navy headquarters, the voice of discussion, not only did not subside. Instead, the momentum became increasingly huge. Faced with this kind of public, the means of selecting the Navy admiral for the entire sea. All of a sudden, many generals who wanted to get involved in the position of Navy admiral felt cold. Along with the voice of opposition, there were also many people who deliberately stood on the side of Akainu. Began to oppose the convening of the world recruitment. As the initiator, Qin Yu undoubtedly became the target of public criticism. Chapter 895 I have already made a move. Haha, Laxus, I didn't expect that you still have the mind to drink tea here. Those guys who oppose you have even trampled the threshold of your yard. Garp's hearty laughter suddenly sounded in the courtyard. Looking at Qin Yu who was still indifferent and drinking tea, Garp reluctantly put away his smile, picked his nose, and said with a gossipy face, Boy, you are a guy with a lot of bad water in your belly. Now, many people in the Navy headquarters are in a wait-and-see state, but this wait-and-see will gradually change with the opposition of Shitun. If you don't respond for a long time, I'm worried that you don't have to wait until 4 days later when the proposal veto begins. I'm afraid that the voices of opposition will become more and more intense, and will eventually completely make the proposal veto stillborn. Chang's voice echoed in the yard and could not be dispersed for a long time. Zoro and others who stayed here to avoid trivial matters could not help but raise their eyelids. They were stubborn, but faced with Garp's analysis. Unfortunately, it was clear that this matter was not as simple as imagined. To break the long-standing iron rule, if there are not enough chips, I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Teacher, why don't we play as admirals? Bappo couldn't help but speak first. The battle 3 days ago was also a battle of fame for Bappo. He also accumulated a lot of reputation in the Navy headquarters. The nickname of Thunder Bear has spread to every corner of the Navy headquarters. To the New World. Old Bear, are you getting cocky? I want to be the Pirate King. Who wants to be an admiral? Hey, Grandpa, put your fist away. I was just talking in my sleep. Ah, Grandpa, it hurts. Looking at Luffy, who was beaten to the ground, Chinyu smiled and shook his head, looking outside the door and said, Marshal Sengoku, since you are here, why don't you come in? Sengoku? Garp's raised fist suddenly stopped in mid-air. He hurriedly turned back to look at the door. The first thing that caught his eye was Sengoku, who turned out from the dark. Haha, Sengoku, I was wondering why you, an old man, could be so patient. I didn't expect you to come so soon. It's not because of the world recruitment. Seeing Garp, who spoke without restraint and ruthlessly exposed his intention, Sengoku rolled his eyes helplessly and said, Laxus, what Garp said just now was a bit harsh, but it is not without reason. I was also shocked when I heard you propose the world recruitment. However, from my point of view, the world recruitment seems to be a different way, but it is also a means to resist the coming wave of the New World. But, I thought about it for 3 days, and still couldn't think of any feasible way to convince others. You should know that Shitun has always been eyeing the position of the Admiral of the Navy. Because of Daoto, he will definitely take the opportunity to make things difficult for you. If you have any means, I hope you will use them as soon as possible, otherwise it will only be disadvantageous to you if you delay like this. As soon as the voice fell, Zhangguo's slightly wise eyes reflected Chinyu's figure. Looking at the entire Navy headquarters, and even this sea. Regardless of any force, Zhangguo is regarded as a wise general of the Navy. However, facing the young man in front of him, Zhangguo has a feeling of being led by the nose every time he does something. It is precisely because of this illusion that Zhangguo is eager to find out what Chinyu is selling. Marshal Zhangguo, didn't you see that I have already made a move? Chinyu said with a warm smile. Already made a move? Zhangguo and Garp's expressions could not help but stagnate. Even the other people in the field are no exception. In particular, Zoro and others who have been following him have a feeling of confusion. In their eyes, during this period of time, Chinyu has been sleeping except for drinking tea, and he has not even stepped out of the gate of the yard. Is this also considered a move? Boy, you said you have already taken action. Zhangguo was the first to lose his temper and said, during this period, according to the report of the guards stationed outside the gate, you have not walked out of the gate at all. Instead, it is that guy Shitun who is now blocking the gate with his men. If this is considered as taking action, I will not be called a wise general in the future. Facing Chinyu's proposal, Zhangguo, as a naval marshal, knew clearly what was important. At least, in Zhangguo's eyes, Chinyu's answer was too deceptive. Haha, Marshal Zhangguo, 3 days ago, the Navy G7 Division received intelligence and found that the prisoner Rain Shiria from the Impel Down prison appeared in the northwest waters of the Grand Line. Akainu did not ask you for instructions and directly led his direct troops to pursue him. Chinyu laughed dryly and spoke again. 2 days ago, in the New World, Future Island discovered the traces of the pirate Swanyu hunter Katrin, and Kizaru went to pursue her. As for King Z, he also left the Navy headquarters a day ago to pursue the Barrel Basque. Could it be that you, Marshal Sengoku, have not discovered until now why the whereabouts of those guys suddenly appeared? Suddenly appeared? Sengoku and Garp were slightly stunned. Immediately, his expression changed drastically, and Sengoku couldn't help but said, Laxus, you are not deliberately calculating this, are you? Leak their traces and transfer King Z and the other two. But, what exactly are you doing this for? Facing Chinyu's words just now, Sengoku felt a sense of horror. At least, in his eyes, he never thought that Chinyu would start to calculate after the gambling battle ended. No. It should be said that in a short period of time, the whereabouts of the 6th-level wanted criminals on the list of fugitives from the city prison were collected so accurately. I'm afraid it won't be done in a short time. On the contrary, it's more likely that it will start from the 3 months of disappearance. If it's really the same as Zhangguo thought, then, from the beginning, they were led by the nose. Qin Yu once boasted that he had a 90% chance of winning, which is enough to explain everything. Marshal Zhangguo, you ask me why? Qin Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, in this world, the things that are most likely to blind the eyes are power, money, and overestimating one's own ability. The rise of the 5 emperors will inevitably have an impact on the old era. But the navy is still in a strong dream. What I have to do is to peel off the weak skin that wraps the navy headquarters, so that everyone understands the importance of the world conscription. If you have time, don't turn back until you hit the wall. If you haven't experienced it yourself, no matter how much you talk, it won't make sense. Chapter 896 Newcomer Ulquiera. Personal experience. Zhangguo's expression changed slightly, and then he suddenly came to his senses and asked urgently, Lake Sass, your personal experience is not a hint that something big will happen after Qingji and the others leave, right? You don't have any other information that we don't know about, right? Faced with Qin Yu's sudden words, Zhangguo was shocked, and his nerves were tense again. At least, in Zhangguo's eyes, Qin Yu calculated from beginning to end, and this kind of scheming made him unable to doubt. Even Garp, who has always been a little bit careless, couldn't help but look at Qin Yu. Marshal Zhangguo, it seems that some things really can't be hidden from you. Qin Yu laughed dryly, took out a portrait with his backhand, and said, not long ago, I got an important piece of information. Faced with the declaration of war between the world government and the Beast's pirates, the Blood Flag pirates have secretly responded. Sent a newcomer named Ulquiera. A newcomer to the Blood Flag pirates? Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. No. It should be said that even Garp is no exception. In their eyes, the mysterious existence of the Blood Flag pirates, which rose not long ago and was full of powerful people, claimed to be the Blood Flag pirates. But it was like a fishbone stuck in their throats. Originally, it was just simple. With the appearance of 3 powerful people, they could still steal vague concepts. The rumors that the Blood Flag pirates were comparable to the former Rocks pirates were selectively ignored. But now a newcomer suddenly appeared. Or to deal with the declaration of war between the world government and the Beast's pirates. This move, Sengoku couldn't tell, was it because the Blood Flag pirates were too-hearted? Or were they looking down on people? Laxus, why did you suddenly mention this newcomer from Ulquiera? Garp was the first to lose his temper and asked anxiously. After this, Sengoku's face also had a hint of inexplicable urgency. Why? Qin Yu smiled and drank the tea in the cup, saying, not long ago, the Holy Land of Marijoa was destroyed by the Pride Sin Escanor. This led to the reconstruction of the Palace of the Celestial Dragons, which indirectly accelerated the increase in the income of celestial gold this year, if my information is correct. The large force transporting celestial gold will arrive at the Sabayati archipelago in an hour. As for this fleet, there are other celestial dragons who are traveling and relaxing with the team. At this point, the smile on Qin Yu's face became more and more warm, saying, I said that if the Blood Flag pirates want to make a strong response to the declaration of war by the world government, then this time the celestial gold forces of various countries will gather in the Sabayati archipelago, and there will be celestial dragons on board. Will it become the biggest counterattack target of the Blood Flag pirates? You mean that the new Blood Flag member named Ulquiera will attack the Sky Gold fleet that is gathering in the Sabayati archipelago for a rest period? Isn't he worried about being sniped by the Admiral? Zhangguo shouted in a hurry. However, he soon found that something was wrong. No. It should be said that he finally understood what Qin Yu's original purpose was. For 3 consecutive days, the information about the escape of the prisoner in the Impel Down prison was discovered, which caused the admirals, who were known as the 3 major forces of the navy, to be transferred from the headquarters. After all, the successive defeats made the navy headquarters eager to restore the lost face and dignity. Especially for Akainu, after experiencing another defeat in the gambling war, he was more eager to save some face. If, now Ulquiera really aimed at the fleet transporting Tenjo gold, then who could act in time? Originally, in normal times, if there was an emergency in the Sabayati archipelago, with the ability of Kizura's fruit, he could arrive in just 7 or 8 minutes. But now that the Admiral, this key force, has been lost, who else can be used? A mess of thoughts flashed through Zhangguo's mind, and he subconsciously looked at Garp beside him. Zhangguo, you old man, you are not going to let me protect the celestial dragons, those rubbish, are you? Garp picked his nose and said casually, I don't like being the door dog of those guys. Let me protect them, but be careful that I can't bear it and punch them to death. In Garp's eyes, his justice, although not the purest, but he has to watch the celestial dragons enslave others. He might really not be able to control his temper and throw a punch to the front. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo couldn't help but have a headache, and subconsciously looked at Qin Yu and said, "Laxus, can you make a trip?" "Me?" Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose, shrugged helplessly and said, "For the celestial dragons, I have the same opinion as Mr. Garp. If I am willing to protect them, I would have already taken the position of admiral. Why would I need to recruit soldiers from all over the world?" After the words fell, Qin Yu looked at the time and said, "Marshal Sengoku, instead of asking me and Mr. Garp to go, you might as well arrange for others to go and guard as soon as possible and notify the celestial dragons to leave as soon as possible. Although Ulquiorra is just a newcomer to the Blood Flag Pirates, I don't know what strength and means he has." After leaving these words, Qin Yu and Garp showed a helpless expression on their faces. You guys, are simply pissing me off." Sengoku was choked with anger. However, facing Garp and Laxus, he just couldn't breathe. After glaring again, he turned around and left. Facing the safety of the celestial dragons, Garp and Laxus could not care about it, but as the marshal of the headquarters of the navy. It happened at the Sabayati archipelago, the gateway. This had to make Sengoku's nerves tensed up again. He looked at the figure of Sengoku who disappeared hurriedly outside the gate, before Garp could catch up. A hysterical roar sounded again. "Shitun, you guy, why are you messing around here instead of going back to the G8 base? Since you are idle anyway, lead your branch men to the Sabayati archipelago immediately to provide protection for the fleet transporting the Sky Gold. Also, don't look reluctant, I don't favor that stinky boy Laxus. Just now, I received reliable information that the Blood Flag Pirates have sent newcomer Ulquiorra to attack the Sky Gold fleet in response to the declaration of war on the world government. This is a great achievement. If Kizaru and the others were there, it would not be your turn at all." The roars echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at the former steady and calm marshal, at this moment, it gives people a hysterical feeling. While Shitun was stunned, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Bullying the weak may be a good thing. Chapter 897 The closest opportunity to the Admiral. 1 hour later, the number 3 estuary of the Sabayati archipelago. After the serious damage to the number 1 and number 2 islands, the number 3 estuary has undoubtedly become one of the most important supply docks for nearby pirates, merchants, etc. Of course, some pirates will stay away from Pier 3 to land at other docks that are not controlled by the Navy in order to avoid being chased by the Navy. Only some daring pirates who think they are strong will choose the nearest Pier 3. However, the dock, which is usually full of supply personnel, has become too quiet at this moment. On the huge dock, only the merchants and civilians who are watching are left, looking at the heavy troops who are waiting here. The lineup of hundreds and thousands of Navy soldiers makes them smell a hint of something unusual in an instant. Vice Admiral Shitun, are the Celestial Dragons really not planning to take a detour? A deputy general standing behind Shitun asked without patience. As soon as these words fell, the Navy soldiers present subconsciously locked their eyes on Shitun. It can be said that the soldiers Shitun brought this time were all his confidants in the G9 base. They knew clearly that Shitun, as a candidate for the Admiral, had been pursuing Daotua for more than 10 years. He had been planning for the position of Admiral of the Navy for a long time. 3 days ago, Qin Yu proposed the world conscription to increase the number of admirals in the Navy. Shitun's first reaction was to oppose it. However, his second reaction was to oppose the world conscription, and he did not mention the expansion of the admiral position. After all, facing the natural devil fruit abilities of the current 3 admirals, they were like a posture that could destroy the world. It was completely beyond his current ability. Therefore, he had to be promoted to the position of admiral in the shortest time and win Daotua's heart again. The only way was to oppose the world conscription and agree to expand the position of admiral. Now the sudden mission assigned by Sengoku gave them a glimmer of hope. "Humph, Katalu, don't you know the nature of the celestial dragons?" Shitun snorted coldly and said, "They have always been arrogant. No matter what happened, as long as it takes more than a few days and it doesn't happen to them, they will soon forget it. What's more, if they listen to our advice and choose to take a detour back to the holy land of Marijoa. Once this matter is passed back, it will definitely become a joke among the celestial dragons, and I have also lost a good opportunity to make a contribution." As soon as these words fell, the Navy soldiers present, even Katalu, who was the deputy general, could not help but stagnate. However, as Shitun said, if someone from the Blood Flag pirates really came to attack the pirate ship escorting Tenjojin, if the celestial dragons are not there, then the credit for effective protection will no longer exist. Vice Admiral Shitun, do we really not need to notify others? Or inform Vice Admiral Daotu? Catalu couldn't help asking. I heard that Vice Admiral Daotu has already become familiar with the ability of the mythical beast Phoenix Fruit. If she takes action, it may be a good help. In the eyes of Catalu and others, Daotu and Shitun are both candidates for the Admiral of the Navy. However, that was in the past. 3 months ago, Daotu obtained the ability of the mythical beast Devil Fruit. There is only one left for the title of the strongest admiral candidate. Daotu has also improved her strength and taken a big step towards the position of Admiral of the Navy headquarters. As for Shitun, in this situation of one reduction and one increase, his status has undoubtedly been weakened. Humph, what's wrong? Shitun's face suddenly darkened, and he said sternly, do you think that my strength as a candidate for Admiral is fake? Don't forget, if Laxus hadn't interfered, the position of Admiral would be just around the corner for me in the future. What's more, the person sent by the Blood Flag pirates this time is just a newcomer. According to the 4 Emperors recruitment standards for pirate groups, the reward for the lowest level newcomer on the ship is also around 100 million Baileys. With such a bounty and powerful newcomers, no matter how many come, I can defeat as many as I want. What's there to be afraid of? The stern voice echoed on the dock. Catalu and a group of naval soldiers fell into silence with a slight change of expression. As Shitun said, the recruitment standards of the 4 emperors in the past accurate, seemingly bizarre. However, the strength of the newcomers is ultimately at the same level. Like Ace during the Whitebeard's recovery of the newcomers. This is rare. Well, it's just a newcomer, what's there for us to be afraid of? Shitun continued, I am worried that he must come. Otherwise, in 4 days, my voice will be further strengthened, but there is no way to overturn the proposal of the world conscription. It is a great blessing for him to let an outsider like Laxus join the Navy headquarters as an exception. Now, what is the world conscription? It's just a joke. Why do they have the qualifications to join? At this point, Shitun's eyes turned in vain, past the crowd, and fell on the distant horizon. The first thing that came into view was a dozen battleships flying the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons, which were coming here quickly side by side. Witnessing this scene, Shitun's eyes lit up and he said, finally they are here. Looking at this situation, the celestial dragons must be inside. If the newcomer of the Blood Flag pirates really chooses this moment to declare war and counterattack, he will soon appear here. Kataru, keep an eye out for any particularly strange guys. The rest of you should also be alert and monitor the changes in the situation at all times. Shitun's orders fell in an orderly manner. Thousands of Navy soldiers stationed at the dock were tense and their eyes were intentionally or unintentionally scanning the huge dock. Looking for guys who meet the requirements. Looking at Shitun, whose cheeks were hiding inexplicable excitement, Kataru opened his mouth hesitantly and was about to say something. But his eyes suddenly turned and fell on the soap tree in the distance. What's wrong with Katalu? He looks so startled. Did he find something? Vice Admiral Shitun, I just saw a figure wearing a ghost mask and a kimono disappearing behind a tree. I need to go check it out myself. Katalu said anxiously. Wearing a ghost mask. Shitun was slightly startled, then sneered and looked at him and said, don't go. The Sabayati archipelago is full of people of all kinds. If you go there rashly before confirming his identity, you will be tempted to leave. What's more, if the new member of the Blood Flag pirates wants to fight back, he will definitely show up. Our best way is to stay here and wait for the opportunity. Chapter 898, Good Intentions Lead to Bad Deeds. The urgency on Katalu's face disappeared instantly with the analysis of the whole story. Especially, seeing the battleship approaching the shore, he did not dare to think too much, and shouted in a hurry, prepare to welcome Lord Charslos, he is the important person in charge of supervising the escort of Tianshangjian this time. Before he leaves safely, we must be very alert. If we are not careful, Lord Charslos will be frightened or feel a little unhappy, that will be a dead end. Not only will you be executed, but it will also implicate all of us present. Once it comes to that, I hope you can choose to take your own life, so as not to implicate your family. The faces of the Navy soldiers present suddenly turned pale. Especially, when hearing the last sentence, many people felt a chill in their spines and couldn't help shivering. Even if they are not a member of the Navy headquarters, as long as they know the identity of the celestial dragons and how to act, they know clearly that Kataru's words are already very tactful. If things are handled a little carelessly, it is not good enough. I'm afraid he didn't even have the chance to commit suicide, and he became a slave and suffered. Kataru is fine, Charles Ross has appeared. Shitun suddenly said. Kataru's nerves were tense all of a sudden, and he looked up hurriedly. The first thing that came into view was a teenager in his early 20s wearing a spacesuit and a glass cover on his head. With a bunch of snot, he looked around, giving people a curious baby feeling. As for, following closely behind him, there were 3 or 4 female slaves who were mostly naked and had mud all over their bodies. With an iron ring locked around their necks, they crawled on the ground like dogs. Those eyes gave people the feeling that they were brainwashed and numb, and they really treated themselves as dogs. Looking at this weird scene, many Navy soldiers present couldn't help swallowing their saliva as their pupils tightened slightly. Why is there nothing here? Why is there no mermaid? No other pirate slaves? Wells, are you lying to me? Charles Ross roared. Also, what are the Navy soldiers here doing? They are not hindering my long-awaited opportunity to hunt pirate slaves. This time, I risked my life to run out of the holy land of Mary Joa, just to have some bragging capital when I go back and increase my face. Now, you tell me that there is nothing here, this is simply a capital crime. The stern voice, like thunder, echoed over the huge port. Facing Charles Ross, who was guilty of a mouth, Katalu and other Navy soldiers, their faces suddenly changed drastically. Originally, they took on this task with the mentality of saving people. They never thought that the Tianlong people not only had no gratitude at all. Instead, he simply ignored their efforts. Lord Charles Los, I am Katalu. I received an order from Marshal Sengoku and learned that the newcomers of the Blood Flag Pirates will attack the fleet transporting Tenjo gold, so I came in advance to prepare. Everything I did was to ensure your safety, Lord Charles Los. Katalu was the first to lose his composure. However, as soon as these words fell, Shitun's face suddenly changed drastically. He grabbed Katalu's arm and bowed and said, Lord Charles Los, please don't be offended. Katalu was just guessing just now. Whether the Blood Flag Pirates will come is still unknown, but to ensure your safety, we will definitely put it first. The hurried voice echoed on the huge dock. Looking at Shitun, who was suddenly in a state of tension, Katalu's face also changed slightly, and he instantly realized that he had said too much just now. However, before he could explain again, the moment he looked up, the first person he saw was Charles Los, who was already full of gloom and dissatisfaction, raising his musket and pointing it at him. You bastard, you just said that the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates is the companion of Escanor, the so-called Pride Sin, who destroyed most of the Holy Land Marijoa. Charles Los shouted, why didn't you tell me this fun thing earlier? If he saw that there were so many of us here, he wouldn't come. This time, you made me not see mermaids, fishmen, and powerful pirate slaves in the Sabayati archipelago, if even the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates didn't come. I went through so much trouble this time to escort Tensang Jin, isn't this suffering in vain? At this point, Charles Los pulled the trigger with his right hand and said dissatisfiedly, you ruined my interest, I'm going to kill you. Bang! The gunshot rang out without warning. Watching the hot bullets shot out of the gun barrel, instantly piercing the sky. It shot straight towards Kataru's forehead. The speed was so fast that the short distance of dozens of meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. Looking at this scene that happened without any warning, not to mention Kataru, even Shitun's face couldn't help but flash a trace of astonishment. This is probably the legendary good intentions do bad things, and you will be shot even when lying down, right? Facing the bullets that quickly enlarged in his pupils, Kataru had a thought of dodging in his mind. However, when he thought of what Shitun said just now, the thought of dodging that had emerged was forcibly suppressed by him. He knew clearly that if he dodged at this critical moment, he might be able to survive, but he might implicate other Navy soldiers and his family afterwards. Thinking of this, Kataru suddenly gritted his teeth and stopped. Looking up at the incoming bullets, a trace of sadness flashed across his face. Bang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly rang out. A residual image cut through the sky and collided directly with the incoming bullet without any hesitation. With sparks flying, the bullet was shot away. The sudden scene made Kataru and Shitun, who were originally on edge, and even a group of Navy soldiers, stagnate. facing the celestial dragons, who would not fear death and choose to fight hard when they were ready to kill. This impulsive behavior, in their eyes, was simply seeking death. However, this thought just flashed through their minds. An inexplicable sound of breaking through the air sounded again. Before they came over, they saw a ghost-like figure appearing in their encirclement. A white and red kimono, carrying a huge wolf-toothed club, with a hideous evil ghost face. Like a ghost, in their sight, it disappeared again like a flash of a flower. By the time everyone reacted, he had already taken the lead and appeared in front of Shari Slows. Chapter 899. Are the celestial dragons a stepping stone? Dang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. A residual image cut through the sky and collided directly with the incoming bullet without any hesitation. With sparks flying, the bullet was shot away. The sudden scene made Kataru and Shitun, who were originally tense, and even a group of Navy soldiers, stagnate. Facing the celestial dragons, who were ready to kill, who would not fear death and choose to fight hard. In their eyes, this impulsive behavior was simply seeking death. However, this thought just flashed through their minds. An inexplicable sound of breaking through the air sounded again. Before they came over, they saw a ghost-like figure appear in their encirclement. Wearing a white and red kimono, carrying a huge wolf-toothed club, and wearing a hideous devil mask. Like a ghost, he disappeared again in their sight. By the time everyone reacted, he had already taken the lead and appeared in front of Charles Lose. The sudden figure stunned everyone present. Charles Lose suddenly woke up and cried out in shock, "Who is he? He dared to ruin my interest. Kill him for me. No, catch him, I want him to be my slave, I want him to make up for the happiness I missed." The hysterical words echoed on the dock. Wells, the captain of the frigate transporting the Sky Gold, who was guarding not far away, was the first to startle. Wake up. He stepped heavily on the ground and directly used the shaving skill, appearing in front of Shari Slows one step ahead. At the same time, he took out a long sword from his waist and blocked it quickly. "Who is coming? Dare to attack the world noble celestial dragon, Lord Shari Slows. Now retreat quickly, and I can still spare your life. Spare me." Under the ghost mask, a low and hoarse voice came out, and a pair of clear eyes suddenly turned and swept across the slaves beside Shari Slows, saying, "Odin once said that when you see injustice on the road, you can draw your sword to help. Although I don't have a knife, the mace can also be used. Since you are protecting this scum, let's die together." Thunder Bagua. Puff. Endless lightning splashed on the wolf-toothed giant club. The ghost-faced man clenched his hands suddenly, without any fancy, and slashed towards Wells head-on. Boom! Thunder roared loudly. Everyone just felt a flash before their eyes, and the wolf-toothed club with endless lightning fell directly on the sword in Wells's hand. Bang! The sword broke with a sound, and endless lightning spread out like ripples. Under the rolling air waves, the huge impact force exploded directly like a raging tide. It poured down on Wells in a crushing manner. Feeling this terrifying breath, Wells' face only had time to flash a trace of disbelief. The next moment, the whole body, along with the celestial dragon Charles Lose who was protecting him, was instantly blown away. Boom! The two figures were covered by endless lightning. From a distance, it felt like a meteor from the sky. Under the eyes of many pupils shrinking, it smashed directly to the Haikau watchtower 1,000 meters away. With the deafening explosion, the seemingly indestructible tower was broken in half. The rolling sand and dust waves rolled back, feeling the residual electric current in the air. Many Navy soldiers present, even Katalu and Shitun, couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Crazy! In their eyes, this scene was simply too crazy. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. The moment before, the celestial dragons, who they had been talking about and saying they would protect well, were hit by a hammer when they were caught off guard. The 1,000-meter-long home run posture. It was an attack with electric light special effects, such as sharp and unparalleled posture. If Wells could still survive, they would not believe that the celestial dragon's small body could withstand it. Looking at the figure carrying a giant mace and falling on the broken warship, the distracted people suddenly woke up. Enemy attack! Celestial Dragon Lord Shari Slows was attacked by the Blood Flag Pirates rookie Ulquira. All of us are in combat mode immediately. Katalu, you must take him down. Shitun roared angrily. Facing the celestial dragon whose life or death was unknown, he knew clearly that this was the mission entrusted by Sengoku. Once they failed, it was not only the punishment from the Navy headquarters that was waiting for them. The most important and terrifying thing was the anger from the celestial dragons. There was also the blame from the 5 elders. After all, with the rise of the Blood Flag pirates, the Skull Demon had publicly executed the celestial dragons. Escanor, the sin of arrogance, destroyed half of the holy land of Marijoa. As for the hands of the One-Punch monster, they were also stained with the blood of a celestial dragon in the past. Now, whether Shari Slows was killed or not, it meant that the celestial dragons could not break a curse. The celestial dragons were their stepping stones. Are you going to kill me? The deep voice sounded again, and the eyes hidden in the mask turned and locked onto Shitun, saying, "It turns out that your navy, which claims to be righteous, is so hypocritical. It seems that what Odin said is right. This sea is full of evil people. They are all black-hearted guys like my father and others. I just saved you. Also, I am not the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates as you say. I am the captain of the Yamato Pirates, Yamato." The hurried voice echoed on the huge dock. Looking at Yamato, who looked serious and did not care about the life and death of the celestial dragons at all, Shitun's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He tightened the hilt of the knife at his waist with his backhand and said, "Humph, when we need you pirates, you are kind enough to help us. You attacked the celestial dragons, which is asking us to die. Also, since you dare to attack the celestial dragons, why do you have to make up your mind and refuse to admit your identity as a newcomer to the Blood Flag Pirates? Or, before you joined the Blood Flag Pirates, you were an unknown captain of the Yamato Pirates. However, I forgot to tell you that all your sophistry is useless at all, because we have already received your plan to attack the Sky Gold Fleet, declare war on the world government, and counterattack. I advise you to surrender obediently." In Shitun's eyes, there are very few people who can attack the celestial dragons at this critical moment. Ordinary pirates do not have the courage to attack. The 4 emperors and other strong men are unwilling to lower their status and make enemies with the world government. Therefore, in Shitun's natural understanding, it was only the group of lunatics in the Blood Flag Pirates. They wanted to make trouble for the celestial dragons one after another, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. I said, I have nothing to do with the Blood Flag Pirates. Yamato's face suddenly darkened. He clenched the mace in his backhand and said, "If you insist on being unreasonable, then I can only kill you too." Bang! Yamato took a step forward, and the deck, which had been cracked by the shock, was the first to be unable to bear the weight and broke apart. The whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already taken a step forward and came to Shitun. He swung the mace with one hand and smashed it directly on him. This level of fierceness was completely beyond their cognition. Chapter 900 Synchronous Slash. Puff. The sound of the sonic boom sounded like thunder. The mace wrapped in lightning rolled up a large piece of strong wind and smashed towards Shitun head-on with a crushing posture. The sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. They never thought that the other party would not attack, but would show a thunderous posture once he attacked. Black knife cut slash. Shitun suddenly woke up and roared. The moment the katana in his hand was unsheathed, it was directly covered by the black and inky armament haki. Without any fancy moves, he blocked it head-on. Boom! The huge power was released like a tidal wave. The huge impact made Shitun's wrist sting, and the 4 words he uttered were like an invisible heavy hammer, shaking people's hearts. Thunder Bagua! Bang! The power accumulated in the wolf-toothed giant club exploded like thunder. The violent lightning exploded, and Shitun was submerged in an instant. Kataru, who was standing not far away, only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the whole person was directly overturned like a cannonball. In full view of the public, he fell heavily on the heavy soap tree hundreds of meters away. Under the huge impact, the tree trunk that could only be hugged by more than a dozen people was cut in half. The place where Shitun stood originally gave people a feeling of being overwhelmed, like a spider web, breaking and spreading inch by inch. The Navy soldiers who were a little further away looked pale at this scene. Lieutenant General Shitun. Contact the headquarters quickly and request support. The 1st and 2nd squads, work with me to delay time, the 3rd and 4th squads, support me at any time. A series of orders were quickly sounded. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Everyone retreat, this kind of battle is not for you to participate in. The voice of the unexpected voice suddenly sounded. 3 figures flashed out in the dark and landed on the dock. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, the expressions of the Navy present suddenly changed, and then they showed surprise on their faces. It's Vice Admiral Sturls, Vice Admiral Hwashaishan, and Vice Admiral Dalmezia. We are saved. In the Navy headquarters, as a Vice Admiral. There are also differences in strength. The three people who appeared on the dock at the moment, like Timely Rain, are also ranked in the upper reaches among the Vice Admirals. Although Shatun's strength is praised as a candidate for Admiral, the other three may be able to surpass him in age, qualifications, and combat experience. In their eyes, facing a mere newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates, with this lineup, they can definitely capture it easily. Shatun, if you are not dead yet, then respond. Hwashaishan held a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of cigarette, and said in a deep voice, "You guy, Marshal Sengoku asked you to carry out the mission, not to let you come alone. Don't forget that everyone who walks out of the Blood Flag Pirates is a monster, including newcomers, and you can't take it lightly." The voice paused, and Hwashaishan's eyes turned in vain, passing over the dock and falling on the half-collapsed observation tower. A trace of cyan appeared on his face, and he said, "But now it seems that we are still too late. Whether the celestial dragon is still alive or not, the fact that he was attacked is an unchangeable fact. The anger of the five elders will definitely be poured on the Navy headquarters again, so the only thing we can do now is to capture the newcomers of the Blood Flag Pirates." Chang's voice echoed above the ruins. The dust that filled the sky also spread with the sea breeze. Exposing his feet covered with armed haki, like iron nails, he was inserted into the soil. Shatun has entered the lion form of the animal-type cat fruit. The expressions of the Navy soldiers present, including Hwashaishan and others, changed slightly. In their memories, Shatun has always been known for his swordsmanship and physical skills. At the same time, he is not a devil fruit user. However, he is now using the ability of the animal-type cat fruit, the lion form. I am afraid that he is undoubtedly influenced by Daotu. The originally thin and wretched body posture undoubtedly has a bit of the king's domineering aura after using the lion man form. The slightly tight clothes were also burst. "So, you are the Vice Admiral of the Navy. I have heard of it in that closed place where no one shits." Yamato's eyes flickered, and he clenched the giant mace in his hand, saying, "Although I am not a newcomer to the Blood Flag Pirates, I also want to try the strength of the Vice Admiral of the Navy." Thunder shakes the earth. Boom! The giant mace flew up quickly in Yamato's hand. The next moment, without any fancy moves, a flash of lightning flashed. It smashed down towards the dock below. Bang! The huge impact force, with the mace as the center, exploded. The huge lightning raged like an electric snake. The heavy ground was instantly shattered and overturned, rolling back in all directions in a crushing manner. Feeling the violent impact coming towards him, Hwashaishan's face suddenly changed and he roared fiercely. "Everyone disperse!" Although he is unwilling to admit that he is a new member of his Blood Flag Pirates, he must not be allowed to escape. Flame slash! Clang! The crisp sound of a knife suddenly rang out. The hot flames, under the agitation of the blade, Hwashaishan took the lead. With one knife, a 7 or 8 meter flame slash was condensed in an instant. With an attitude of not giving up at all, he collided head-on with the incoming attack. The remaining Dalmezia and Sturls also took action instantly. As masters of swordsmanship, they also flew and slashed as soon as they took action. Together with Shatun, who had transformed into a lion form. As the four vice admirals attacked together, the incoming shock wave was instantly torn apart. As the dust rolled back, the thick ground cracked. The four slashes merged together and instantly grew to a size of more than 10 meters, with an undiminished momentum. Attacked Yamato head-on. The sudden scene made Yamato's face hidden under the mask change drastically. She is the young master of the beast pirates. She also often honed her own strength in Wano country. However, facing the identity of the young master, she was not absent from the battle. Unfortunately, there was no real life and death battle. At least, facing four experienced vice admirals, they joined forces and directly performed a synchronized flying slash. This would make anyone feel caught off guard. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, the only thing Yamato could do was to hastily raise the wolf-toothed giant stick in his hand, and while the armed color domineering was quickly covered, he raised his hand to block it directly. Bang! A dull explosion sounded in his memory. Under the violent wind wave, Yamato only felt the weight of the wolf-tooth club in his hand, and the huge impact force came to him.